Chapter 601. Bang! When the light scattered, Chu Chaoyun faced the weakened Bai Qi, who had exhausted his mind. Chu Chaoyun sheathed his sword and kicked Bai Qi away like he was a sandbag. Suppressing the shock in his heart, the referee announced the victor of this match. Then he said softly, "Next match, Xiao Chun versus Sima Lingxian." Xiao Chun was the greatest dark horse of the five-nation youth competition. Since the start of the elimination rounds, he had been victorious. Be it the inheritors of the 10 great sects, the absolute geniuses of the 8 noble clans, or even the newcomers, no one could defeat him. 60% comprehended saber intent, the 4-season saber technique, the state of massacre, and the state of thunder. No one knew how many trump cards he had or how deep his accumulations were. This was a disciple from a small sect in the Great Qin Nation. No one knew how many secrets he had. Sima Lingxian was the champion of the previous five-nation youth competition. He was the undisputed first seed of this five-nation youth competition. Sima Lingxuan's state of kingship and Son of Heaven sword technique had not been revealed since the start of the ranking competition. No one could see through him. Only the strong self-confidence in Sima Lingxuan's heart never wavered. He seemed to have a withdrawn glow. When the crowd looked at him, he stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. Everyone could not help but lean closer to him. The accumulations of the Sima clan, Sima Lingxuan's exceptional talent, the reputation of the top swordsman of the Great Jin Nation, and all sorts of glory made Sima Lingxuan's self-confidence grow. Instead, he gave off a feeling of arrogance and conceit. There were only 3 rounds left in the five-nation youth competition. Now, these two finally fought. After this match, one of them would not be able to become the champion. Neither of them could afford to lose. As long as they lost one match, they would immediately fall behind the other in points. They would not be able to catch up even if they wanted to. The moment the two of them appeared on the Wind Cloud platform, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. A super newcomer against a veteran giant. Who would emerge victorious? If this were before Xiao Chun defeated Bai Qi, no one would be optimistic about the outcome of this match. However, now that he executed the 4-season saber technique, which was even stronger than Bai Qi's, no one dared to come to a conclusion about this match. Even if they felt that Sima Lingxian had a higher chance of victory, they would not say it out loud. After more than 100 battles, Xiao Chun had created too many miracles. Every time, when everyone thought that his winning streak would come to an end, he would reverse the situation in one fell swoop. This caused those cultivators who had predicted that Xiao Chun would lose to be slapped in the face and rendered speechless. At this moment, how could they still dare to jump to conclusions? The scene was dead silent. No one made a sound, only countless gazes. He stared at the two people in the field with a fiery gaze, not daring to relax for even a moment. He was afraid that he would miss some wonderful scenes and regret it for the rest of his life. Xiao! Sima Lingxian waved his hand, and a simple and heavy black scabbard sheathed his sword. With a cassier sound, it embedded itself deep into the wind cloud platform between the two of them. Cracks spread out in all directions. Strands of dragon chi soared up from the wind cloud platform, accompanied by dragon roars, making the plain sword look extraordinary. The moment Sima Lingxian entered the wind cloud platform, he showed off his skills. The hard wind cloud platform was like mud to him, unable to withstand a single blow. You are very strong. Unfortunately, you ran into me, Sima Lingxian. No matter how strong you are, you can only fight for second place. It was like this for Bai Qi 3 years ago. It'll be the same for you and Chu Chaoyun 3 years later. Nothing will change. Xiao Chen's delicate and handsome face did not change at all. He said indifferently, "I'm afraid that I will have to disappoint you this time." Sima Lingxian laughed loudly and said, "I have not made a move for a long time already. It seems like anyone dares to speak arrogantly to you. As I said earlier, if I cannot defeat you in 10 moves, I, Sima Lingxian, will lose this match." Who? A strong wind blew and the clouds churned. Sima Lingxian reared his head back and laughed, appearing wild and unruly. As the winds blew and clouds churned, the vast state of kingship, together with the confidence in his heart that was even higher than the sky, formed a strong aura surging toward Xiaochun. The heavy aura could make mountains bend and rivers flow in reverse. The mountains and rivers, for thousands of kilometers, were all under his control. Everything under the sky belonged to the king. If one dared to disobey, heaven and earth would not tolerate it. A clear ripple could be seen on the wind cloud platform. It compressed the space behind Sima Lingxian as it rushed toward Xiaochun. If it were an ordinary person, just this aura would suppress them to the ground, unable to move at all. Just one gaze would be enough to make his opponent tremble in fear and defeat him. The power of wind and clouds, the state of kingship. Is Sima Lingxian going to use his full strength? He wants to defeat Xiaochun in 10 moves. Only Sima Lingxian would not find a joke if he said that. Let's wait and see if it is as he says. The moment the aura appeared, the cultivators outside the wind cloud platform immediately felt the power contained in it. They were all shocked. When they heard Sima Lingxuan's words, they immediately felt excited, their blood surging. Who was Xiaochun? He was someone who could easily defeat by qi. Yet, Sima Lingxian said that he would defeat him in 10 moves, mocking him for being arrogant and not worth mentioning. A strong wind blew. Before the aura, everything would vanish like smoke. It was like even heaven and earth could not tolerate Xiaochun standing alone. Xiaochun's long hair fluttered in the wind, revealing the blue strip of cloth tied around his forehead. Xiaochun gently tugged on it, and the blue strip of cloth immediately flew with the wind, floating high in the sky. The scarlet throne mark on Xiaochun's forehead flickered with a red light. The state of massacre in the throne was no longer suppressed. It was unleashed without restraint. As the red light spread out, a powerful aura gathered behind Xiaochun as well, the aura of massacre. The endless murderous intent was like a torrential flood, overflowing in all directions. With just one glance, it made one's heart palpitate. All sorts of negative emotions, massacre, death, berserk, exploded in one's mind. How painful! What kind of state of massacre is this? How can one cultivate killing qi to such a level? I don't even dare to look at it, the cultivators on the wind cloud platform exclaimed. Bang! With the obstruction of the viscous red light, Sima Lingxuan's aura stopped 100 meters in front of Xiaochun with a bang, unable to advance any further. A loud sound rang out like 2 mountains crashing into each other. The sky shook, and the entire wind cloud platform trembled. This is not enough, far from enough. Xiaochun's gaze sank, and he suddenly took a step forward. Then, he unleashed his state of thunder. Thunder clouds covered the sky above, and an eternal and immortal will spread out. This was the immortal state of thunder that Xiaochun comprehended from Thunder Emperor Valley. The state of massacre from the ancient throne that slaughtered 100,000 demons, and the immortal state that Thunder King Sang Mu inherited. These two states that surpassed the limits merged in that instant. How could they fear the state of kingship of the mundane world? Xiaochun's aura soared several times over. As he took a step forward, he instantly forced back Sima Lingxuan's aura of kingship. The sound of mountains crumbling resounded endlessly. Long, sinister cracks spread out on the wind cloud platform. Before the fight even started, the vast wind cloud platform had already shattered into pieces, leaving it in a sorry state. Sima Lingxian dared to say that he could defeat me in 10 moves, insulting me. However, Xiaochun, have never lost to someone of the same generation since I became famous in the Sky Dome realm. Heaven was unfair, preventing Xiaochun from condensing a martial spirit at the age of 16. If he had another 16 years, he would not even care about this Sima Lingxian. Even so, the current Xiaochun was not someone that Sima Lingxian could humiliate. A strong wind blew, and a scarlet light spread out. Xiaochun remained expressionless as he said in a cold voice, "Make your move. Let me see how you're going to defeat me in 10 moves. I really want to know who is the arrogant one here." At this moment, Xiaochun's aura shattered Sima Lingxuan's aura. He no longer had the insufferably arrogant attitude he had earlier. When Xiaochun's cold voice reached Sima Lingxuan's ears, it made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Right now, Xiaoqian's attitude was slightly higher than Sima Lingxuan's. When he spoke, he gave Sima Lingxian a feeling of looking down on him. Since you want to be defeated that badly, I will grant your wish. Sima Lingxian snorted coldly and gently waved his right hand. The plain sword stuck in the wind cloud platform immediately came out of its scabbard. Sima Lingxian leaped into the air and grabbed the sword. Then he shouted, "First sword strike, sovereign descending to the 9 heavens, wind and clouds arise." With the support of the sword intent, the 1-meter-long sword hummed endlessly. When Sima Lingxian swung his sword, it was like he was the son of heaven descending from heaven. Wind and clouds gathered under his feet. In that instant, he rode the wind and clouds. Mountains, rivers, cities, and villages for thousands of kilometers around. All the living things in the world materialized the state of a sovereign descending to the 9 heavens. One sword raised wind and clouds, materializing the state of sovereign. Riding the wind and clouds, he stood on mountains and rivers. Sword momentum, state, and sword intent are all perfect and flawless. This sword strike is completed in one breath, with no flaws at all. When Lu Xiaoyun, who was in the spectator stands, saw this sword strike, he revealed an expression of admiration. He praised it from the bottom of his heart. "Great!" Xiao Qian's figure flickered, and he drew his saber. Purple and red lights intersected on the saber as he swung his saber at an extremely fast speed. Xiao Qian struck the place where the wind and clouds gathered. A saber light flashed, and the wind and clouds split in half. The wind was wind, and the clouds were clouds. The state of a sovereign for thousands of kilometers around vanished into thin air. All this happened in an instant. Right after Lu Xiaoyan spoke, Xiao Chun cleanly broke this move. Lu Xiaoyan opened his mouth, but could not say anything. His eyes sparkled as he said in astonishment, "The sword raises wind and clouds, materializing mountains and rivers for thousands of kilometers around. Then, there's the state of a sovereign descending to the world. As long as one breaks the wind and clouds, the state of a sovereign descending to the world will cease to exist. Why did I not think of that?" The drifting snow sword sex first elder shook his head and said, "That won't do. Even if you thought of it, you would not be able to do it so quickly or be so decisive." However, Sima Lingxuan's wind and clouds are already very close together. How did he find the point of fusion and then separate the wind and clouds? This is really strange. With his sword move broken, Sima Lingxian circled around and retreated 100 meters. Then, he looked cautiously at Xiao Chun. Who knew? Xiao Chun did not chase after him. He held his saber with one hand and looked calmly at Sima Lingxian. He said, "Just make your move. I will break every move you make. I will not chase after you. I want to see how you will defeat me in 10 moves." What a fellow! Sima Lingxian is already arrogant enough. Unexpectedly, this Xiao Chun is even more confident than him, breaking every move he makes. Even after breaking, he does not follow up with another attack. It looks like Sima Lingxuan's attitude has really angered Xiao Chun. Haha, it has probably been many years since someone spoke to Sima Lingxian like this. Interesting, very interesting. Chapter 602. The moment Xiao Chun spoke, a huge commotion broke out in the crowd. This was even more shocking than Sima Lingxuan's declaration of defeating his opponent in 10 moves. Everyone had their own pride. Xiao Chun looked calm and indifferent. However, deep in his heart was a pride that no one knew about. He would not allow anyone to profane it. Good, good, good. Sima Lingxian said good 3 times in a row. With each word, his expression turned more sullen. A murderous intent even appeared in his eyes. Heart of a king, sword illuminating the world. Sima Lingxian did not say anything else. He immediately sent out a second sword strike. The sword flickered with a bright light, immediately filling the arena with light. It was like this sword illuminated the world. Sima Lingxian, who was floating in the air, seemed to have a heart burning in his chest. Even through his clothes and flesh, a fiery red light could be seen leaping about. When Xianyuan Zhantian saw this sword strike, he immediately revealed an expression of extreme shock. He said, "He is burning the heart of a king." This is a technique that can only be grasped after reaching great perfection in the state of kingship. The might of this sword strike has increased by at least 3 times. Let's see how you break it. Sima Lingxian shouted ferociously. His figure flashed, and he instantly arrived before Xiao Chun. There was nothing strange about this sword strike. It simply used the world as its faith and burned the heart of a king to attack the enemy. Aside from receiving it head-on, there was no way to break it. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense found the weakest spot in his opponent's sword strike. Then, he immediately executed the roaming dragon's 9 transformations. His body trembled and split into 9. The 9 figures merged 2 states, and each sent out a saber strike. Every saber strike landed on the weakest spot of the sword strike. Although it was said to be weak, that was only relative. The force at the weakest spot could easily shatter a small mountain. Bang! 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 The sword might was too strong. Every one of Xiao Chen's clones could not block it for even a moment before they shattered into pieces. However, when Sima Lingxian broke the 8th clone, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He discovered that the might of this sword had decreased by half without him realizing it. You discovered it as well, right? However, it is too late. Break! Xiao Chen's main body shouted. The crystalline purple essence in his body turned into a sharp saber light. Infused with his 60% comprehended saber intent, he chopped at the weakest spot. Boom! When the energy shot out, it created an intense shockwave. Everyone saw Sima Lingxuan's body quickly hit the shockwave. He spun a few times in the air before he stabilized himself. However, Xiao Chun did not move at all. Only the terrifying red glow around him and the immortal state of thunder above him intertwined with each other, making his handsome face look extremely demonic. Sima Lingxian did not believe it. He executed the later moves of the Son of Heaven's sword technique to their limits. The king's heart in his chest burned even more ferociously. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense circulated, breaking the other party's sword techniques one by one. He really could not find any flaws. Xiao Chun directly used the 4-season saber technique to clash with his opponent, using force to break his opponent's saber technique. The 6th move has been broken. There are only 4 moves left. The 7th move has also been broken. There are only 3 moves left. The 8th move has also been broken. There are only 2 moves left. The 9th move has been broken. There's only 1 more move left. The cultivators and the spectator stands watched excitedly. If Xiao Chun really did as he said, and let Sima Lingxian attack, Xiao Chun would not chase after him or take the initiative to attack. He only cared about breaking the sword. They wanted to see what gave Sima Lingxian the confidence to say that he could defeat Xiao Chun in 10 moves. 10th sword technique, crossing 1,000 peaks. Sima Lingxuan's expression turned terrifyingly sullen. He burned all the remaining quintessence in his body and executed the 9th move of the Son of Heaven's sword technique. Thousands of mountains appeared in the air. Sima Lingxian infused them into his sword technique, making the might of this sword technique incredibly heavy. Everywhere the sword passed, pitch-black cracks appeared in space. When the sword moved diagonally, a sword light exploded before it. In an instant, it seemed like thousands of towering mountains pressed down on Xiao Chun, covering the sky and covering the sun. Moonlight like frost, flowing water hurts, beauty grows old. Where can one find one's home? In the face of danger, Xiao Chun did not panic. He calmly executed the 4-season saber technique's 4th move, Grieving Frost. Strands of frost silently seeped into the towering mountains. The faint saber intent made it almost impossible to detect anything strange. When Sima Lingxian saw the situation, the sullen expression on his face disappeared. He laughed loudly and said, "The mountains press down on you. Let's see where you can hide." Xiao Chun withdrew his saber and stood upright. He said indifferently, "Why the need to hide? Kassier, Kassier." Suddenly, crunching sounds came from all the mountains in the sky. The mysterious phenomenon that Sima Lingxian materialized broke from the inside out. It turned into sand and pebbles flying everywhere, scattering with the wind and returning to nothing. How can it be like this? Sima Lingxuan's expression changed slightly in disbelief. The white-robed Xiao Chun held the lunar shadow saber in his hand as he pointed it at his opponent. Under the illumination of the light, he said calmly, "The 10 moves are over. I am standing here. How are you going to defeat me? I only ask you, who was the one speaking such arrogant words? One can be arrogant, but one must never be conceited. Since you spoke rudely and considered everyone beneath you, I do not mind ruthlessly slapping your face in front of everyone. Who cares if you're a noble clan disciple or the top genius of the great Jin nation?" The many cultivators and the spectator stands all had incredulous expressions on their faces. They had not expected Xiao Chun to break his opponent's 10 moves. This time, Sima Lingxian was truly embarrassed. The vast wind cloud platform was riddled with thousands of holes. At this moment, it was a complete mess. Originally, the wind cloud platform had an automatic repair function. Otherwise, it would not be in such a dilapidated state. However, when the two fought, they were simply too strong. The saber intent and sword intent contained in their martial techniques lingered for a long time. There was no way for the wind cloud platform to repair itself properly. However, Sima Lingxuan's heart was even more disordered than this dilapidated wind cloud platform. He had not expected Xiao Chun to be so strong. Xiao Chun's strength, martial techniques, states, and techniques did not lose to him at all. Damn it, I did not lose. The one who lost is you. After 10 moves, Sima Lingxian did not admit defeat like he said he would. He had a crazed expression as he circulated his essence. Then, he charged over with a ferocious aura. Scram! This time, Xiao Chun took the initiative to attack. The solidified essence in his body covered every acupoint, bone marrow, and blood in his body. In that instant, Xiao Chun's entire body gave off a dazzling purple light. Even his pitch-black eyes turned a deep purple, flickering with electricity. Bang! Sima Lingxian no longer had any technique. His attack was full of openings. Xiao Chun grasped his saber with both hands and swept it across. Amid the dazzling purple light, he used absolute force to knock his opponent off the wind cloud platform. Bang! Xiao Chun's saber strike knocked back the insufferably strong Sima Lingxian. He crashed through the wind cloud barrier and flew out. A Sima clan superior grade, martial monarch's figure flashed over in an instant. He caught Sima Lingxian just before he crashed into the ground, preventing him from ending up in a sorry state like Bai Qi and saving his last bit of face. One should not boast. Even Sima Lingxian is no exception. If he was careless, he would have been slapped in the face in front of everyone. The newcomers these days are too horrifying. Even Sima Lingxian fell. The last contestant of the 10 great sects and 8 noble clans is gone. All the geniuses of the great Jin nation have fallen. Currently, only Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyan are left. I wonder where these two people came from. I have never heard of them before. The moment they appeared, they caused such a huge commotion. This is unbelievable. What is even more unbelievable is yet to come. These two people are actually contestants from the great Qi nation. Their sects are probably laughing even in their dreams. This 5-nation youth competition had brought too many surprises to the crowd. Even someone as strong as Sima Lingxian was defeated before he could even make it to the final round. The impact of this was indescribable. Every generation had its own geniuses. Each wave was taller than the one before. In this great age of cultivators, anything could happen. This made everyone sigh and sigh endlessly. On the dilapidated wind cloud platform, Xiao Chun, whose entire body flickered with a purple light, sheathed his saber. The light vanished, and his strong aura vanished. His entire being returned to ordinary. The scarlet throne mark on Xiao Chun's forehead gave his delicate face a sinister and tyrannical aura after he removed the blue strip of cloth. This was very different from how he usually looked. When the other half-step martial monarchs, Xianxia, saw Xiao Chun after Xiao Chun walked off the wind cloud platform. His heart trembled. Her heart trembled, and the radiant smile on her face vanished. Unexpectedly, she could not speak to Xiao Chun calmly. When Xiao Chun saw the expressions of the surrounding people, he startled to his senses. He took out another blue strip of cloth from the universe ring and tied it around his forehead, covering up the scarlet throne mark. Xiao Chen's demonic and tyrannical aura immediately vanished. He turned back into the calm and indifferent white-robed bladesman Xiao Chun. Xianxia did not know what to say for a while. After thinking for a while, he said, "Xiao Chun, you should rest first." When Murong Chong, Yin Kursin, and the others looked at Xiao Chun, they were all shocked. Although they had guessed that Xiao Chun was strong, they had not expected him to be this strong. Sima Lingxian, whom they did not even dare to look at directly, lost to Xiao Chun in such a manner. He had been ruthlessly slapped in the face before everyone. When Xiao Chun saw everyone's expressions, he sighed silently to himself. No matter what, it is fine as long as I remain the same. Even if I step onto the great Tao in the future and look down on everyone, I will still walk the world with reverence in my heart. On the platform, Dragon Sealing City Lord, Zhong Liang, picked up Sima Lingxuan's card and waved it casually. A faint flame flared up on the card, and it quickly turned into ashes, vanishing into the air. Only 2 cards remained on the table. One had Xiao Chen's name on it, and the other had Chu Chaoyun's name on it. Zhong Liang said softly, "There are really many surprises. What do you all think?" When the old man on Zhong Liang's right heard this, he smiled and said, "Xiao Chun versus Chu Chaoyun. This is the final match. The suspense will last until the end." Indeed, who could have imagined that this Xiao Chen state of massacre is only a fine line away from the will of massacre? Furthermore, his state of thunder contains the immortal attribute. The most horrifying thing is that his essence has completely solidified. He has not even reached peak half-step martial monarch, and his essence can already solidify. I wonder what fortuitous encounter this little fellow had. If he advanced to martial monarch, the quintessence that he refined would make several of the older generation pale in comparison. Chapter 603. Chu Chaoyun is not simple either. His peak state of light contains divine might. His essence can also be condensed into a solid form. The martial technique he practices is also very strong. The two of them are about the same age and come from the same nation. Their strengths are similar. Having them fight the final battle is definitely the best result. Zhong Liang smiled and nodded. That is for the best. As I said earlier, there is no need to care about the rules. If you have the strength, just keep winning. Both of them are proud sons of heaven, a pair of absolute geniuses. This old man is very curious as to who will have the last laugh. After the match between Sima Lingxian and Xiao Chun ended, an hour passed before the next match resumed. This was because the wind cloud platform was severely damaged. There was no way for a normal match to take place. They could only wait for it to recover on its own. After the 98 matches were over, the 99 matches began. The first match was between Gong Yangyu and Lu Xiaoyan. This match was very crucial to both of them. As long as one of them lost, they would immediately fall out of the top 10. The matches were very intense and very exciting, attracting a lot of attention. In the end, Gong Yangyu relied on his killing move, tossing heaven and earth, to obtain a spot in the top 10 after much difficulty. After 10-odd matches, it was Xiao Chen's turn. His opponent was Li Tianhua. He did not give his opponent much of a chance, ending the match within 20 moves. Xiao Chen easily obtained victory. Next match, Chu Chaoyun against Sima Lingxian. Sima Lingxian, who had just been defeated, had already recovered from most of his injuries. However, his confidence had vanished completely. He looked very dispirited, giving off a feeling of being in low spirits. He was like a different person from the previous Sima Lingxian. His aura was completely different. Sima Lingxian had fallen from the clouds to the bottom of the valley, defeated by Xiao Chun in 10 moves. Furthermore, it was an extremely humiliating defeat. Sima Lingxian could not do anything about it. He could not digest the difference in his heart. The strong confidence that he had accumulated over the past 20-odd years had been shattered by Xianxia in an instant. A huge flaw appeared in his mental state. Now, when facing the strong Xianxia, Sima Lingxian could not retaliate at all. He no longer had his previous glory. How hateful! After losing to Xianxia, it will be difficult for Lingxian to get into the top 3, the Sima clan's first elder said angrily. Sima Lingxian's ranking in the ranking matches directly affected the Sima clan's luck for the next 100 years. His dream of winning 3 championships in a row had been shattered, and now he couldn't even get into the top 3. He couldn't help but feel depressed. As he looked at Xianxia, a heavy murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He said sullenly, "The Sima clan will make things difficult for whoever makes things difficult for my Sima clan." The elders of the Bai clan, one of the 8 noble clans, were currently discussing Xiaoqian's matter. Their words were filled with murderous intent. The 4 clans Xiao, Xiaoqian, Saber by Qi. The Ling clan's Chun, Xiao, Wu clan spirit. The 4-season Saber technique is the foundation of our Bai clan. We absolutely cannot reveal it. No matter how this person obtained it, we have to figure out after the 5-nation youth competition. Furthermore, this person's 4-season Saber technique is clearly stronger than our Bai clan's. We have to find out how he cultivated it. The second brother of the Bai clan's clan head, Bai Qinghe, said sinisterly as he sized up Xiaoqian with a malicious gaze. When Bai Qinghe, the second brother of the Bai clan's clan head, heard these words, he frowned slightly. He felt that something was wrong. If a person's luck was extremely strong, it would be very difficult to catch them. Heaven would be watching over them, and they would not be fated to die. Not only would Bai Qinghe's second uncle's ideas not achieve the desired effect, but they might even attract an enemy who might become a martial emperor in the future. Chu Chaoyan wins. You get another 2 points. The referee announced the results unhurriedly. After a round of swallowing, Chu Chaoyan's golden dragon grew to 29 meters long, equal to Xiaoqian's. As for Sima Lingxian's golden dragon, it was no longer as dazzling as before. After 2 consecutive defeats, his golden dragon shrunk to 27 meters long, only slightly longer than by Qi and the others. Roar! Roar! Just as Chu Chaoyan was about to get off the stage, the golden dragon above his head suddenly roared ferociously. It charged at the golden dragon, circling above Xiaoqian, bearing its fangs and claws. A ferocious light radiated from it, looking extremely sinister and horrifying. The golden dragon above Xiaoqian's head also fought back, not giving way at all. The 2 golden dragons flew out of Xiaoqian's control. Suddenly, they flew together and started fighting each other, shocking the onlookers. The final battle has not started yet, and the 2 golden dragons are already fighting. How interesting. Only one true dragon can exist in this world. It will not allow 2 true dragons to exist together. Now that only the final battle remains, the 2 golden dragons probably feel a sense of danger. No matter how many geniuses there are, no matter how outstanding they are, there can only be one main character in each age. To the other geniuses, this glorious age is a tragic age. People like Bai Qi, Yu Qinci, Lu Xiaoyun, and Xinyuan Zhantian would definitely be the main characters of any age. However, in the age of geniuses, they could only play a supporting role. Xiaoqian and Chu Chaoyan were also terrifyingly strong. They were clearly stronger than the other geniuses. They were rarely seen, and it would not be an exaggeration to call them the absolute proud pair. However, such proud sons of heaven might not be able to become the main character of this great age. This was because there could only be one true dragon. An 89-meter-long golden dragon was just short of 30 meters. 9 was the limit of numbers. As long as it reached 30 meters, it would immediately become a true dragon. The luck that a true dragon obtained was not something that the other false dragons could compare to. The luck of this age of the Sky Dome realm would be added to it. Countless fortuitous encounters, spiritual fortuitous encounters, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena that were not meant to happen would happen to the true dragon. Who was the true dragon? At this moment, only one step remained. Only one final battle remained. Ferocious roars rang out in the sky as the two golden dragons fought. A ferocious aura spread out, scaring the other golden dragons into trembling and hurriedly dodging. Chu Chaoyan and Xiao Chun were both somewhat surprised. They had not expected such a thing to happen. Chu Chaoyan narrowed his eyes and revealed a faint smile on his calm face. He said softly, "Come back." Chu Chaoyan's golden dragon roared in dissatisfaction. Then it slowly returned to Chu Chaoyan's head, circling left and right, dancing up and down. Xiao Chun gently waved his hand, and his golden dragon returned with a shio sound. Everywhere it passed, the golden dragons of the other participants dodged, not daring to block its sharpness. After the 99th round of matches ended, the organizers let all the participants rest for 2 hours to prepare for the final round of matches. Time slowly went by. At some point, dusk had already arrived, leaving a dim yellow setting sun in the western sky, scattering a mottled glow. The organizers had purposely arranged for the match between Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyan to be the last match. Shua, shua, shua. The entire place fell silent. Only the sounds of the matches on the wind cloud platform could be heard far away. This was very strange. Normally, even in the worst matches, there would be cultivators who would comment on them, giving their own opinions and insights. However, at this moment, the place fell completely silent. No one said anything. They just watched the matches quietly. The matches that had been bustling for the past few days had calmed down, just like that. There would always be a peaceful night before storm. The sky, the dark clouds, the sound of the wind, the sound of breathing, and even the fights on the wind cloud platform all gave off a sense of tranquility. The matches of the final round slowly came to an end. By the time the 49th match was over, the sky had already turned dark. Since the start of the five-nation youth competition, there had never been a night match. However, the final match had already piqued the interest of countless people. Clearly, they could not wait another night. Zhong Liang, who was on the platform, waved his right hand. Bang! 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 The other 9 wind cloud platforms around the largest wind cloud platform lit up with flames. Who? The flames made that tall and vast wind cloud platform look mysterious. The 4 referees flew out from the various platforms. However, they did not ascend the wind cloud platform like they usually did. Instead, they floated in the air as though they were afraid of the 2 people who would fight later. The final match begins now. Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Xiao Chun and Misty Sword Sect's Chu Chaoyan quickly enter the arena. The 4 referees shouted in unison in the silent night. Their voices were like thunder, resounding in all directions. Everyone could hear them clearly. The emotions that had been calm for a long time immediately surged. After 3 years of waiting, more than half a month of competition, and 180 matches, the final match was finally about to begin. Xiao! 2 figures soared into the air in the darkness. Their clothes were very ordinary. However, the darkness of the night did not seem to be able to hide the glow of their bodies. Among the millions of people, they shone brightly, allowing everyone to see them clearly at a glance. Their gazes unwittingly started to follow the trajectory of the 2 in the air. Kung Chong. The 2 drew their sabers and swords and brandished the weapons in their hands. Dense saber chi and sword chi tore through the night sky and tore 2 holes in the wind cloud barrier with a ka-cie sound. The tough wind cloud barrier was as thin as a cicada's wings in the 2's hands. It did not have any resistance at all, easily breaking apart with a casual strike. The 2 gently drifted down and put away their weapons. Without making any sound, they landed on the ground at the same time. Chu Chaoyan always had a calm expression on his face. There was a faint smile in his eyes, but it was indistinct. No one could see through it. The 2 did not say anything. They just stared at each other, building up their auras. Under the pressure of their auras, the air in the air turned viscous, almost solidifying. Suddenly, Chu Chaoyan said, "Don't you feel that this is very strange? 4 years ago, you could not even receive half an attack from me. Now, You can stand here and compete with me for the luck of the Sky Dome realm. Xiao Chun said calmly. What is so strange about that? There will definitely be a fight between us. It is just a matter of time. No one in this world can understand the loneliness and solitude that I have endured. The people who defeated me 4 years ago have already lost to me. You will not be an exception. Holding his scabbard with his right hand, Chu Chaoyun casually leaned against the ground. Then, he combed his hair back and smiled faintly. After some thought, he said, "In that case, draw your saber. Let me see how much you have grown for you to be so confident." Chu Chaoyun's tone was calm and serene. However, it hid an overwhelming fighting spirit. Right after he spoke, the aura that he had been storing up turned into a strong wind that roared at Xiao Chun. Chapter 604. Xiao Chen's clothes and accessories instantly gave off a resplendent golden light. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, and his pitch-black eyes turned golden as well. Tens of thousands of rays of light burst forth from his body, causing the colorless and odorless wind to shine with a golden light, radiating sharpness in all directions. Faintly, the sound of countless swords humming in the wind was singing a tune that no one could understand. As the strong wind howled, the light was piercing. This heavy night was like a thick piece of cloth being torn apart by this golden light, turning into countless shards. Xiao Chen's delicate face did not change at all. Even if the sky fell and the earth cracked, he would face it calmly. There was no fear in Xiao Chen's heart because he had a saber in his hand. Xiao Chen said softly, "As you wish." Kassier. Xiao Chun drew the lunar shadow saber by 1 centimeter. Instantly, boundless electric light turned into a leaping purple light. Then it burst out together with the aura that Xiao Chun had been storing up. The white clear breeze robe and the accessories on it all turned into pieces of sparkling and translucent purple. His deep eyes turned into endless lightning, and in the deepest part of his eyes, there were countless blades trembling and cheering. The strong wind behind Xiao Chun, compressed by his aura, howled. Countless electric lights leaped about in the wind, crackling endlessly. Bang! The golden and purple gales collided with each other, causing a deafening explosion in the silent night. It was deafening and indescribable. The two of them raised their auras, and the strong wind formed a semicircle of light. One golden and one purple, they clashed with each other, not giving way at all. The golden semicircle of light had millions of strands of light reflecting off each other, giving off a dreamlike radiance. Countless berserk electric lights leaped about on the purple semicircle of light. When the electric lights exploded, vague ripples appeared in space. The golden light and the purple electric lights clashed, giving off an extremely strong energy that caused countless tiny cracks to appear in the wind cloud platform. In the blink of an eye, the huge wind cloud platform looked like a spiderweb. Cracks spread everywhere. Boom! The two auras were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. The two of them lost the patience to continue waiting. They drew their sabers and swords again. The golden and purple semicircular balls of light exploded in an instant, emitting a deafening explosion. The instant the two drew their weapons, the 1,000-meter-wide wind cloud platform shattered. Countless hard rocks floated in the air. Before they had even made their move, half of the wind cloud platform had already been destroyed. The spectating martial artists were dumbfounded. Such a scene was completely unimaginable. Even the other giants, Bai Qi, Lu Xiaoyun, Wang Quan, and the others, were filled with shock. They felt like something was stuck in their throats, making it hard for them to speak. Fight! The two of them let out a long roar. They held their treasured swords and brandished their long sabers. With boundless battle intent, he charged toward the other party with lightning speed. Clang, clang, clang. When the saber and sword clashed, countless sparks flew. The two in midair moved as fast as the wind and the sun. Ordinary cultivators could only see two blurry beams of light, one gold and one purple, crisscrossing in the air, flying up and down, leaving behind countless afterimages as they flickered. As the condensed saber chi and sword chi moved about, tiny cracks appeared in the void. The two's materialized saber chi and sword chi had actually reached a level that some inferior grade martial monarchs could not achieve. They even tore space apart. The surrounding wind-cloud barrier immediately shredded into countless pieces like it was made of thin paper. Wind and thunder roared, and the light scattered. After several dozen moves, the wind-cloud barrier was completely destroyed. The 10 dragon pillars around the wind-cloud platform could no longer spit out energy, flowing light passing shadows. Suddenly, Chu Chaoyun, who was in an intense battle, shouted. His body turned into a beam of light, leaving 81 afterimages at Xiao Chen's side. Each afterimage sent a sword strike at Xiao Chen. Each sword strike used a different move. Some chopped, and some stabbed. Golden light flashed on the swords. The 81 flickering golden lights merged into one, dazzling everyone's eyes. Before this sword strike, Xiao Chen's 5 senses became mere decorations. He could not see clearly at all. Roaming dragons, 9 transformations. Transform, transform, transform. Xiao Chen shouted, and his body split into 9. The crystalline essence in his body spun continuously as he executed the roaming dragon's 9 transformations. 81 clones appeared in the air as well. Each of the clones also sent out a saber strike, blocking the sword techniques of Chu Chaoyun's afterimages. Kung, kung. In that instant, countless sabers and swords clashed together, forming a horrifying sonic boom. They turned into surging shock waves that surged into the surroundings like a raging river. The expressions of the 4 referees floating 500 meters away from the wind cloud platform turned grave. They quickly made their move, each sending out a quintessence shield to block the shock waves. The 4 old men were shocked. They exchanged glances and projected their voices. What a strong shock wave! Even a newly advanced martial monarch would not be a match for these two. If this shock wave had spread out, the spectators in the first 5 rows would have been significantly injured. Fortunately, the city lord had foresight and told us to take precautions outside. Otherwise, many cultivators would have died in this 5-nation youth competition. Merge! Merge! However, the 2 people in the air above the wind cloud platform were not in the mood to care about the gazes of others. They shouted at the same time. 81 figures merged back together in that instant, giving off a bright light. In the pitch-dark night, the two's light burst forth. At this moment, the darkness was completely suppressed by their light. The dueling ring became as bright as day. Dang! The saber and sword chopped at each other at the same time, fast, accurate, ruthless, and callous. The golden sword light and the purple saber light clashed. Boundless energy spread out and tore the space around the two into pieces. A huge force rebounded. The two, who had just merged back together, separated in an instant. They both spun around and vented out the energy flowing in their bodies. Xiaochen stabilized himself and gently floated up. He stood on the dragon head of a dragon pillar and held his saber with one hand. His white clear wind robes fluttered in the strong wind. On the other side, Chu Chaoyan stood on a dragon pillar as well. The light on his body was withdrawn. Only his sword occasionally emitted golden sword chi. The two were separated by a kilometer. The wind cloud platform in the middle was in a sorry state. It was riddled with holes and was in a sorry state. There was not even a place to stand. The dragon chi that leaked out was also turbid. The shock waves from the two's exchange sliced it into millions of pieces. It did not even have a chance to let out a dragon roar. Chu Chaoyan tightened his grip on his sword. He revealed a rarely seen wildness on his face. He smiled and said, "I have not fought to my heart's content in a long time. Xiao Chun, you are indeed qualified to say such words. However, the show is just beginning. Did you know? Boundless light, vast and mighty divine might." Chu Chaoyan shouted, and the thick clouds in the sky suddenly parted. A blazing pillar of light descended and tore through the night sky, encasing Chu Chaoyan. This was not the first time the crowd saw Chu Chaoyan execute the state of light that contained divine might. However, when they saw it again in the dark night, they had a different feeling. In contrast to the night sky, the blazing golden pillar of light looked even more piercing and dazzling. Divine might spread out, and a dignified aura spread out. Everyone could not help but feel a desire to worship Xianxia. Xianxia tore off the strip of cloth covering his forehead. A peak state of massacre surged out from the immortal state of thunder. The two merged and formed a strange purple-red light, blocking the other party's divine might. Clouds move in all directions. Wind and lightning gather. With the two states merged, Xianxia executed the starting stance of the lightning tribulation saber technique, taking the initiative to attack. The wind blew from all directions and the thunderclouds above his head churned. Compared to usual, the thunderclouds above his head had an additional sharp, killing intent. When Xianxia saw this, he thought to himself, using the peak state of massacre to make up for the lack of my state of wind and cloud, he will be much more difficult to deal with. As Xianxia thought, he quickly sent out his first saber strike. Xianxia stood on the dragon pillar, not intending to move. He sent out many golden sword images. The flashes of the sword images were very unusual. It was like there were many Xianxia sending out hundreds of moves at the same time. Unexpectedly, this sword strike contained the shadow of the eternal light. It was similar to the eternal light sword technique, but it was much less mighty. However, it was faster and easier to execute. Xianxia did not move from his original position. When he swung his sword, he knocked back Xianxia. Its might actually surpassed that of Xianxia's, who carried the momentum of the lightning tribulation. When Xianxia saw this, he was not surprised. He pushed off the air and did a somersault, sending out a second saber strike. Chop, chop, chop. Xianxia sent out 5 saber strikes, each one stronger than the one before. Although Xianxia still did not move, cracks appeared on the dragon pillar under his feet. The lightning infused with the state of massacre gave off a desolate state of massacre. It was very similar to the cold and emotionless aura of the heavenly Tao. Earthly lightning tribulation. The momentum of the lightning tribulation finally reached its peak. The lightning attributed spiritual energy on the ground resonated with the lightning whirlpool in the sky. Xianxia roared ferociously and turned into the heavenly Tao, sending down the first lightning tribulation. Extreme Light Realm. Knowing the might of this saber strike, Xianxia did not dare to use saber intent. He sent out thousands of light screens in front of him, layering over each other and forming a thick mirror of light. Bang! There was a loud explosion, but the mirror of light did not shatter. However, the dragon pillar under Xianxia's feet completely shattered. Unexpectedly, the power of the saber could penetrate the light mirror and still be so mighty. Xianxia's complexion paled slightly as he scattered the extreme light realm. Then, he turned into a beam of light and headed for another dragon pillar. What a strong lightning tribulation saber technique. It infused the state of massacre, raising its might to another level. The lightning tribulation destroys all life. Actually, it is killing. This state of massacre is completely compatible with the lightning tribulation saber technique. Unexpectedly, when Xianxia fought by Qi earlier, he did not use it. Just by relying on this lightning tribulation saber technique, Xianxia can probably defeat Bai Qi. He really hit it well. Xianxia is at a disadvantage. If he does not use eternal light and inextinguishable divine light, he will not be able to block it. After witnessing the horrifying might of the lightning tribulation saber technique, several cultivators started discussing it. The previously evenly matched situation finally showed some signs of change. Heavenly lightning tribulation. Xianxia roared ferociously again as he descended from the sky, bringing with him heavenly might. His expression was emotionless, as though Xianxia was a sinner who violated heavenly might. Chapter 605. I have to break his momentum. The lightning tribulation saber technique is somewhat out of my expectations. Xianxia thought to himself as he watched Xianxia grow stronger the more he fought. Xiao! The golden longsword in his hand suddenly turned in a circle, and the radiance that filled the sky condensed into a heavenly sword that shot toward the blood-colored lightning vortex above Xianxia's head. There is righteousness in heaven and earth, and it is called awe-inspiring. Above are the stars, and below are the mountains and rivers. With the bright heaven and earth, how can we be afraid of demons? Under the vast curtain of night, a loud and clear song suddenly rang out. The song was resounding and impassioned, as if there were tens of thousands of voices rising and falling between heaven and earth. In the pillar of light, Chu Chaoyun's lips moved as he led the chanting of tens of thousands of people. Abundant, awe-inspiring sword chi gathered on the light, soared along with the song, causing the brilliance of the heavenly sword to be dazzling. Chu Chaoyun's expression was solemn, and he condensed a vast amount of divine might to emit a divine voice that resounded in the surroundings. The heavens and the earth are unfair. They can't differentiate between good and evil, and they distort black and white. Since it's like this, then what's the use of the heavens? With an awe-inspiring righteousness in his chest, his heart is as magnanimous as a gentleman's, fearless of evil and fearless of the heavens. Chu Chaoyun stopped chanting and shouted. He waved his hand, and the dazzling heavenly sword drew a space crack that was darker than the night sky and disappeared in a flash. Xiao! The spatial crack drawn by the heavenly sword did not disperse for a long time. With a whoosh, it split the terrifying thundercloud vortex in the sky into two. As Chu Chaoyun played and sang, he waved his hand to destroy the heavens, instantly destroying the foundation of the lightning tribulation saber technique, the power of the heavenly Tao. Under the pillar of light, Chu Chaoyun's movement seemed to be frozen in time. He was like a god walking in the world, holy and dazzling, righteous and eternal. His words were justice. If he said to destroy the heavens, then it was definitely the heavens that were unfair. It wasn't that he was being rebellious and offending the heavens. Seeing this shocking scene, everyone was speechless for a long time. They could not think of any words to describe their current feelings. The final battle was simply too shocking. First, the two of them fought evenly for 100 moves. Then, they easily reduced the wind cloud platform to rubble. A regular inferior-grade martial monarch would not be able to break the wind cloud barrier. Yet, the two of them casually broke it without any difficulty. Xiao Chun had just gained the upper hand, using the might of the heavenly Tao to suppress Chu Chaoyun, making everyone think that victory was tilting towards him. Chu Chaoyun immediately made a move and destroyed the heavenly might in an instant, turning the situation around in one fell swoop. The spectators didn't even have time to adjust their emotions. Up in the air, Xiao Chen's expression immediately changed. The aura of the saber vanished. Not even a trace remained. With his foundation destroyed, his aura was affected as well. His internal organs churned, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Xiao Chen paused and held his saber horizontally in front of him. Then he pushed off with his feet and flew backward. The friction between his body and the air gave off sonic booms. Chu Chaoyun's somewhat pale face smiled gently and said, "You think you can retreat? Sword come." Xiao Chun stretched out his hand, and the sword floating in the air immediately flew over. He pushed off the dragon's head and leaped into the air. Then he grasped his sword tightly with his right hand. Divine might, eternal light. After Chu Chaoyun grasped his sword again, he narrowed his eyes. In that instant, he drained half of the remaining substantial essence in his body. Seizing the initiative that the opponent lost, he firmly grasped the advantage and slowly expanded it. This was how Chu Chaoyun had always done things. Now that Xiao Chun seized the initiative, he immediately executed the enlarged version of Eternal Light. Boom! 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 9 beams of golden light shot down from the sky. When each beam landed, it illuminated Chu Chaoyun's figure in the night sky. It was like he teleported in the air. Chu Chaoyun covered 100 meters with each step. He took 9 steps in a row. With each step, he executed a beam of eternal light, sending out 99,900 sword strikes. He held them in and waited for the 9 steps to be completed. Chu Chaoyan caught up to Xiaochun. The light from his body was as dazzling as the sun. At this moment, night turned into day. When the sword was drawn, the light was eternal. Space shattered. There was no way to dodge. With the support of the divine might, the 9 beams of eternal light miraculously merged together. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Just one beam of eternal light could severely injure an ordinary inferior-grade martial monarch. When 9 beams merged together, they could even destroy one. "You're too much. Do you really think that I, Xiaochun, cannot retaliate? You want to severely injure me in one move. If you want to clash head-on, then so be it." Xiaochun's face sank. He quickly executed the final move of the 4-season saber technique, Cycle of Seasons. In spring, thunder roars, birds and beasts cry. In summer, the blazing sun blazes in the sky, burning the surroundings. In autumn, it drizzles, people smile faintly. In winter, the frost is like the moon. The flowing water hurts. In that instant, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, the 4 seasons that belonged to Xiaochun alone quickly materialized. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared and disappeared at a speed that the naked eye could not capture. 100 cycles manifested, materializing the boundless power of the cycle of seasons. The world ages, the blue sea turns into mulberry fields. After 10,000 years, only the cycle of seasons does not change. The heavenly Tao does not stop. Cycle of seasons. The force of the saber caused space to distort. The shattered space that Chu Chaoyun's sword strike actually retreated strangely. When the Bai clan elders saw this scene, they could not help but stand up. They muttered, "How can this be? How can the might of the cycle of seasons be so strong?" In the Bai clan, only the core disciples and inner sect elders could practice the 4-season saber technique. Although they could not be like Bai Qi, who grasped it at the age of 23, they could not help but stand up. However, there were many people who had studied the 4-season saber technique for decades. They could execute the cycle of seasons as well. However, compared to Xiaochun, the might of this cycle of seasons was world apart. Although they were several cultivation realms higher than Xiaochun, if they really competed with this cycle of seasons, they would undoubtedly lose. This was because that state was too compatible with Xiaochun. They even had the misconception that the 4-season saber technique was a martial technique created solely for Xiaochun. Bai Qi's expression was unsightly. He had never felt such a great sense of defeat before, not even when he lost to Sima Lingxian. In the hands of an outsider, the inherited saber technique of the Bai clan was actually 10 times stronger than the Bai clan's. Boom! The divine might's eternal light clashed head-on with Xiaochun's cycle of seasons. There was a loud sound, and a 3-kilometer-tall shock wave soared into the clouds. Amid the shock wave, thousands of lights exploded, water flowed, thunder roared, a blazing sun appeared, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared. Under the clash of the two, the entire wind cloud arena crumbled. The fragments contained a huge force. The shock waves tore space apart and shot towards the spectator stands like a torrential storm. The 4 referees would not be able to block such a large-scale shockwave. Zhong Liang's expression changed drastically. He said sullenly, "Wind, cloud, thunder, lightning, autumn, wind, frost, and moon, he my command. Quickly make your move. Make sure not a single fragment lands on the spectator stands." Roger. The 8 old men on the platform released their peak martial monarch auras. They did not hold back at all. Their figures flashed, and they vanished. Bang! 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 The appearance of the 8 elders immediately allowed the 4 referees to heave a sigh of relief. They quickly increased their strength and punched the fragments flying out. Unexpectedly, the 8 elders under the Dragon Sealing City's city lord all moved out. What kind of monsters are those 2? This is too horrifying. The quality of the final battle of this 5-nation youth competition is probably the strongest in the past 3,000 years. No one will surpass it even in the next 1,000 years. Sima Ling Xian and Bai Qi's defeat at the hands of these two is not undeserved. They have already gone too far. Looking at the 8 people fighting in the air above the arena, the hearts of the spectators were in a mess, and they could not help but sigh in amazement. How strong must they be for the 8 peak martial monarchs to attack together to ensure that the shockwaves would not reach them? After a long time, the chaotic shockwaves dissipated completely. The light on Chu Chaoyun and Xiao Qin's bodies had vanished. Their clothes were also tattered. Blood leaked out of the corners of their mouths, and their complexions were incredibly pale. The wind cloud platform under their feet had vanished long ago, leaving only a bottomless hole. Who knew what was hidden there? Although the two were in a sorry state and covered in wounds, their eyes shone with a bright light. However, their eyes shone brightly. Their fighting spirit burned like a raging fire. Their thirst for victory did not stop at all. Suddenly, Xiao Chun laughed loudly, laughing heartily to his heart's content. Chu Chaoyun casually sent out a flower with his sword. He revealed a suspicious expression as he asked, "What are you laughing at?" Xiao Chun smiled and replied, "I'm laughing at how the heavens are so kind to me. I have experienced all the loneliness and worries of the world. What I seek is not to be unrivaled, but to reach the peak of the martial way, to become a hero like the Thunder King. No one in the same generation is a match for me. Those who defeat me are all my defeats. Only you, Chu Chaoyun, have not been defeated by me. If not for you, how would I be lonely in this vast sky dome realm? 2 years ago, at the foot of Desolate City, you invited me to decide victory in one move. 2 years later, I will return these words to you. I only ask you this. Do you dare to decide victory in one move again?" Chu Chaoyun laughed loudly, and his sword gave off a sharp light. He said, "Why not? Hu Qi, Hu Qi." Outside the wind cloud platform, the other 9 small wind cloud platforms blazed with flames. The leaping fire reflected on Xiao Qin's and Chu Chaoyun's faces, flickering. When the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the spectator stands heard that the two wanted to decide victory in one move, they did not dare to blink. They did not even dare to blink as they circulated their essence in their eyes and stared fixedly at the 2 people above the hole. This is too intense. Even that wind cloud platform was destroyed by the 2 of them. To think that the victor has not been decided yet. Chu Chaoyun has not used the inextinguishable divine light yet. I wonder what other trump cards he has not used. Could he have an even more horrifying martial technique than the cycle of seasons? He probably does. Otherwise, he would not say that. However, it is hard to imagine what martial technique that is. However, that inextinguishable divine light condensed the divine might into something solid. Even a full-powered strike from a peak inferior grade martial monarch would not be able to break it. I still do not dare to believe that someone below martial monarch can break Chu Chaoyun's inextinguishable divine light. Chapter 606. There was still one more move before the champion of this 5-nation youth competition would be revealed. Everyone was very excited as they discussed this. The 4 referees and the 8 great elders of the City Lord's mansion who were floating outside the martial arts competition stage had heavy expressions on their faces. They were ready for battle, afraid that the 2 of them would cause some big commotion and harm the innocent. It has been a long time since such an outstanding talent appeared. The quality of this 5-nation youth competition is probably second only to the battle between the Thunder King and the Saber Demon 5,000 years ago. That year was also a golden age for cultivators. The Saber Demon and the Thunder King also fought with sabers and swords. The Wind Cloud platform was also destroyed by the attacks of the 2. The 10-odd old men floating outside used their voices to form lines. As they stared at the 2, they sighed and chatted idly. Rumble. Just at this moment, something strange happened. The entire dueling ring suddenly shook violently. The cultivators and the spectators' stands were caught off guard, and many of them fell to the ground. Less than half of the people reacted quickly and jumped to the ground in an instant. The ground within 10 kilometers of the dueling ring was like a small boat in a huge wave. It tossed and turned without any pattern. Without being a martial king, one could not hover in the air. 80% of the cultivators who came to spectate were not martial kings. When they fell to the ground, they could not get up again. What's going on? What happened? The scene immediately turned chaotic in the dark night. Anxious cries mixed together, making the situation even more chaotic. The seal on the dragon vein has loosened. The expression of the dragon sealing city's city lord, Xianxia, changed slightly. He immediately stood up, and a surging energy spread out from under his feet. This caused the ground within a kilometer to calm down, a stark contrast to the surroundings. Roar. A dragon roar came from the hole under Xianxia and Xiaoyan's feet. The dragon's roar was even louder than heavenly thunder. In an instant, it drowned out all the noise. When the weaker martial kings in the air heard this roar, their aura became unstable. Blood leaked out of the corner of their mouths as they fell from the sky. Roar, roar, roar. There were another 3 dragon roars. Dragons might spread everywhere. Only a few martial kings remained standing in the air. The ground shook even more intensely. It was like the end of the world, terrifying everyone. Xianxia waved his right hand, and a golden medallion appeared in his hand. The medallion was rhombus-shaped and had ancient and complicated patterns carved on it. The golden medallion gave off a faint light in the dark night, giving off a mysterious and ancient energy. Xianxia, don't be in a hurry to use the dragon's sealing token. The seal on the dragon veins hasn't loosened. It's just that all 4 dragon veins have awakened. Just as Xianxia was about to use the dragon's sealing token, an aged voice rang out in his mind. Xianxia paused slightly. Clearly, he was very surprised by the voice in his head. He replied respectfully, "Great-grandfather, the ley line has awakened." "Do you mean?" Zong was stunned. "Dragon, Zong dragon. Dragon king. Dragon Xianxia dragon lord, Zabel Zong." He put away the dragon sealing medallion and said, "So that's how it is. It looks like I was overthinking." At the same time, a loud dragon roar came from the seals used to suppress the dragon veins in the 5 great empires 5,000 kilometers away. The 9 dragon veins roared in unison, resonating with each other. The sound pierced through space and time and gathered in Dragon's sealing city, causing the ground to shake even more intensely. Above the hole, Xiaochun had already moved to the side. He looked down at the deep hole and revealed a doubtful expression. After a long time, the roar containing Boundless Dragon might slowly faded into the air. The entire dueling ground regained its calm. That was definitely dragon might earlier. The dragon veins have awakened. This is too shocking. There were a total of 4 dragon roars. All 4 dragon veins have awakened. One of these 2 must be a monarch-grade true dragon. You heard wrong. There were 9 dragon roars, not 4. Only a king-grade true dragon can cause such a huge commotion. Controlling the 9 dragon veins, a king-tier true dragon. Isn't that as famous as the Thunder Emperor back then? Could it be that one of them will be the future Thunder Emperor? After the crowd calmed down and understood what had happened, the fear in their hearts naturally disappeared. They looked at Xiaochun and Xianxia with a fervent gaze. What kind of person was the Thunder King? He was the strongest Emperor Wu after the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty. He was unrivaled in his era. Even in the Kunlun realm, where there were many emperors, he ranked highly. Ever since the 9 dragons escaped and the spirit veins fell into chaos, he was the only true expert in the Tianwu continent who could stand firm in the Kunlun realm. In the Tianwu continent, Xianxia was a legend. His story was a legend. Now, these 2 people before Xiaochun might one day be as famous as the Thunder King. Holding his sword with one hand, Chu Chaoyun smiled gently and said, "I forgot to tell you. There is no earth-ranked martial technique that can break the defense of the inextinguishable divine light, not even the cycle of seasons." Xiaochun smiled faintly and said indifferently, "Since I am confident of defeating you, naturally, I will not speak carelessly. Just make your move." Without saying anything more, a golden light reappeared on Chu Chaoyun's body. Then, he pointed his sword at the sky. A divine voice came from the sky. That was the voice of a deity. It contained the might of an ancient deity. As it spread out, everyone felt a boundless pressure. Xiao, a circular golden pillar of light, descended from the sky and encased Chu Chaoyan. The light instantly turned solid. Divine might flowed out, making that pillar of light look like an eternal pillar supporting the heavens. However, Chu Chaoyan, who was in the pillar of light, did not passively defend. He shouted ferociously and held his sword above his head with both hands. Then, he used the might of an ancient deity and hacked at Xiaochun. The solid pillar of divine might connected the sky and earth. Unexpectedly, it turned into a huge, unparalleled sword light, chopping down the world. I never said that the inextinguishable divine light can only be used for defense. Fall for me. Chu Chaoyan looked coldly at Xiaochun. No matter what, he had to obtain the king-grade True Dragon's luck. Such a strong martial technique can be used for offense. This is too heaven-defying. Such a startling sword strike tore space into countless pieces like it was a piece of cloth. Everyone was horrified, not daring to imagine it. When the sword light arrived, Xiaochun was as insignificant as an ant. It felt like he could be squashed to death. Xiaochun, who had been holding his saber with one hand, placed his left hand on his saber's hilt. His expression was calm as he said, "An Earth-ranked martial technique cannot break it. Unfortunately, I am not using an Earth-ranked martial technique. The Heaven-ranked martial technique exclusive to the Blue Dragon martial spirit. The dragon subduing slash's first move, the return of the Blue Dragon, circulated quickly in Xiaochun's body. A boundless sea materialized behind Xiaochun. This sea was even vaster than Xinyuan Zhantian's state of water. All Xiaochun saw was the vast sea. The water was boundless and boundless, giving off a spirit of swallowing up the world. What is he doing? Why is he not executing the cycle of seasons and resisting the inextinguishable divine light? What is the mysterious phenomenon of the sea? Indeed, the inextinguishable divine light is such a strong martial technique. If he uses the cycle of seasons, he might still have a chance of survival. If he does not use it, isn't he just seeking death? The many cultivators in the spectator stands could not understand what Xiaochun was doing. The hearts of the elders and brothers of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion leaped to their throats. At such a crucial moment, how could Xiaochun be so rash? Shen Manjun, who had been silent all this while, frowned heavily. Suddenly, she said to Xianxia and the others, "Later, Xiaochun might be severely injured or killed in one move. I am preparing to catch Xiaochun in advance." Jiangqi's expression changed drastically as he said, "Is it that serious?" Shen Manjun sighed softly and said that Chu Chaoyan used a secret technique to raise his state of light to the will of light in a short time. Whether I can catch Xiaochun or not is a question mark. While the two of them were conversing rapidly, the sky-raising sword had already swept over with a sword light that reached the heavens. The void shattered and cracks spread out. The dark night was chopped into pieces by this sword, and space became chaotic. Xiaochun's expression remained calm. At this critical moment, he did not panic at all. He only spread out the crystal-like essence in his body, maintaining the vast and boundless sea. Blue Dragon goes to sea. When the startling sword light was within 100 meters of Xiaochun, the aura that Xiaochun had been storing up erupted with a loud roar. Bang! 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 A chain of explosions resounded in the vast sea behind Xiaochun. 3,000 pillars of water soared into the sky. Each pillar of water contained boundless energy, tearing 3,000 black holes in space. All the sounds merged together, and the sky paused. At this moment, the world suddenly fell silent. The whistling of the sword light, the howling of the strong wind, and the discussions of the crowd all fell strangely silent. Suddenly, a clear dragon roar resounded in this silent world. A blue dragon leaped out of the sea under Xiaochun. A horrifying dragon might spread out. It was no weaker than the might of the dragon vein. Dragons lurked in the deep abyss, kings of the four seas. They soared into the 9 heavens, lords of the sky, omnipotent. Chapter 6, 07. Do not bully a blue dragon when it is trapped in a shallow pool. Do not bully a ferocious tiger when it is on the plain. One day, the water of the dragon will cause the rivers to flow in reverse. When the winds and clouds gathered again, the blue dragon leaped out of the sea. Heaven-ranked martial technique. This is a heaven-ranked martial technique. The hundreds of thousands of people present all cried out and stood up at the same time. Shock filled their eyes. They had not expected Xianxia to be able to execute a heaven-ranked martial technique as a half-step martial monarch. This completely surpassed everyone's expectations. Shen Manjun, who had been preparing to make a move at any moment, was stunned as well. She muttered, "What fortuitous encounter did this child have?" The pitch-black lunar shadow, saber, burst forth with a 3-kilometer-long light. The light turned solid, containing a boundless dragon might. Standing on the blue dragon, the silent Xianxia soared into the air. As the dragon roared, he sent out a 3-kilometer-long saber light before everyone's eyes. Bang! 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 The blue dragon clashed with the inextinguishable divine light. The saber light clashed with the sword light. The dragon might clashed with the divine might. An inconceivably strong force burst forth in an instant. The surrounding shattered space immediately turned into a mess like fallen leaves. Spatial tears littered the place. The two pillars of light clashed intensely. The dragon roar and the divine sound turned into azure and golden rings of light. They spread out for 500 kilometers, spreading out like ripples on water. The clash of the dragon gods resounded in the sky and ground, tormenting the cultivators with lower cultivations below. They all circulated their energies to shut off their sense of hearing or work together to resist the two auras. Xianxia, the saber light and the sword light, which were 3,000 meters long, shattered and scattered into thousands of splendor. The expressions of the 12 martial monarchs below changed drastically. They all executed their best moves and flickered in the air, shattering the beams of light in advance. The light exploded, and in that instant, the night sky gave off a bright purple light. It was as beautiful as fireworks. However, the cultivators below were pale. They covered their entire bodies with essence to protect themselves. Everyone knew that this beautiful thing could easily take the life of a martial saint if it landed on their body. In the gorgeous night sky, Xianxia and Chu Chaoyan, who were at the center of the storm, were pale. Their weapons clashed with each other, neither giving way to the other. Blood trickled down the corner of Chu Chaoyan's mouth. He gripped his sword with both hands and blocked Xianxia's blade. Then, he pushed forward, forcing Xianxia to step back in the void. Chu Chaoyan's lips curled up slightly. He smiled gently and said, "Forcefully executing a heaven-ranked martial technique must be very painful, right? If you give up now, you might still be able to keep your life. My light has already transformed into my will, and you will definitely collapse before me. Even if you struggle to hold on, you will only taste the bitter fruit of failure." The after effects of executing the blue dragon returns to the sea had already started to show. Xiaoqian's bones, flesh, and blood felt like they were being drilled by knives. His skin burst open, revealing thin wounds. Chu Chaoyan's strength surpassed Xiaoqian's expectations. Unexpectedly, the blue dragon returns to the sea did not defeat him instantly. Chu Chaoyan's words seemed to have a magical power. I might as well admit defeat and forget the pain of being pierced by thousands of arrows. Never. The other party forcefully raised the state of light to a will. How can the pain he has to endure be any less than mine? As long as I have a saber in my hand, I will never admit defeat. Xiaoqian clenched his teeth and endured silently. The blue dragon returns to the sea, felt Xiaoqian's will, and let out a long roar. Its slightly weakened aura arose again, preventing Xiaoqian from retreating. Unexpectedly, another force came from the saber. Never admit defeat. Even if you are trapped in a shallow pool without water, being mocked by the world, being humiliated by the weak, do not give up the pride in your heart, because you are a dragon among men. However, a worm is a worm. No matter how cocky it is, it will never become a dragon. When the tide rises and falls, a dragon will eventually soar into the world. Xianxia rejoiced in his heart. Never admit defeat. So this is the true meaning of the blue dragon returns to the sea. Only by comprehending the true meaning could one bring out the greatest might of the blue dragon returns to the sea. Otherwise, it would just be for show. The 3-kilometer-long light on the saber condensed again. There was a move within a move, a saber within a saber. Xianxia smiled softly and said, "Chu Chaoyun, you are the one who will lose." Once he comprehended it, the winds and clouds rose again. The saber light that condensed again was twice as powerful as the initial one. Its aura flourished, vast and boundless. Chu Chaoyun's calm expression suddenly changed. Bang! Xianxia grasped his saber with both hands and pressed it forward. The blue dragon roared, and the golden light on Chu Chaoyun's sword broke. The scattered golden light fell like rain. The area where the golden light fell was too wide. The 12 martial monarch old men were not strong enough. Some of the golden light fell towards the spectator stands. The cultivators below immediately soared into the air and fled in all directions. Rumble! The golden light landed and blasted deep holes in the spectator stands outside the dueling ring. It was a ghastly sight. Defeat! Xianxia shouted, and the saber light hacked at Chu Chaoyun, who was flying back. Bang! Chu Chaoyun could not dodge in time. He vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground like a willow catkin. The light on his body turned into thousands of tiny golden lines and quickly left his body. This final ray of light reflected a magnificent sea of light in the night sky. Chu Chaoyun looked like a deity that had fallen to the mundane world. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his handsome face was filled with a loneliness that was hard to understand. The moment Chu Chaoyun was defeated, he lost his divine might. When the light completely vanished from his body, the deity-like Chu Chaoyun finally became an ordinary person. As Xianxia gazed at Xianxia, a golden flame burned in the depths of Chu Chaoyun's eyes. However, after a while, Chu Chaoyun gave up on resisting. The golden flame in his eyes vanished, and his body drifted downwards. Once Chu Chaoyun executed the heavenly flame, his identity would be exposed. Furthermore, with only a tenth of the heavenly flame, he might not be able to defeat the imposing Xianxia. This is just the beginning of the story. The ending is already decided. However, the process is somewhat unexpected. The 12 martial monarchs attacked together and shattered the remaining golden light, creating countless fireworks. Chu Chaoyun closed his eyes amid the fireworks filling the sky. Then, he slowly disappeared into the night. Xianxia quickly swallowed up the golden dragon formed by Chu Chaoyun's luck. After he finished swallowing, Xianxia's golden dragon finally reached 23 meters. The 30-meter-long golden dragon gave off a bright light. Layers of golden scales quickly grew on its body, and 2 horns grew on its head. It seemed like it had turned into a living creature. Xiao! 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 The 4 dragon veins under the wind cloud platform each shot out a strand of golden dragon chi at the 30-meter-long golden dragon. At the same time, the seal that the 5 great empires' royal courts used to suppress the dragon veins loosened. A strand of golden dragon chi seeped out and transcended time and space, heading for the golden dragon above Xianxia's head. When the 9 strands of golden dragon chi poured into the golden dragon's light immediately became extremely resplendent, as dazzling as the blazing sun in the night sky. A dragon roar resounded, and the king gray dragon's might spread out. Some of the weaker cultivators below suddenly felt fear in their hearts. Their bodies moved out uncontrollably. With Jinlin's body and 2 horns on his head, he controls 9 dragons. He even forcefully snatched a portion of the luck of the various royal courts. This is indeed a king-grade true dragon. Seeing that the golden dragon's might did not scatter, the crowd exclaimed. In the night sky, everyone watched the white-robed bladesman standing in the air. A king-grade true dragon, an outstanding talent that could rival the Thunder King. The main character of this age of the Sky Dome realm was finally born. The other genius cultivators by Qi, Sima Lingxian, Yu Qinxi, Xianyuan Zhantian, Lu Xiaoyun, and Gong Yangyu all revealed sad expressions. If not for this age of geniuses, they would all be the main characters of their age. Unfortunately, in this age of geniuses, when facing an outstanding talent like Xiao Chun, no matter how strong a genius was, they could only feel sad. There were as many geniuses as the carps in the river, endless. The heroes were like the stars in the night sky, innumerable. This was the best age and also the worst age. This was because there could only be one main character in an age. In the air, the after effects of the blue dragon's return to the sea had already erupted. His entire body was in incredible pain. His bones gave off cracking sounds, and his skin cracked. His complexion was very frightening. Endure a little longer. With the true dragon's body, all your injuries will recover immediately. Inside the lunar shadow saber, Ao Jiao clenched her fist tightly. Anxiety filled her pretty face, but she still spoke up to encourage Xiao Chun. Back then, on the lone peak outside Dragon Sealing City, Xiao Chun had asked Xiao Chun if he could execute the blue dragon's return to the sea one more time before he advanced to Martial Monarch. Ao Jiao's answer was yes. However, the prerequisite was that Xiao Chun obtain the final victory. With the 30-meter-long true dragon's body, no matter how severe his injuries were, he would be able to recover instantly. This was the case for the Thunder King back then. However, if Xiao Chun failed, not only would he suffer damage from his opponent's killing move, but he would also have to forcefully execute the blue dragon's return to the sea 3 times in a row. No matter how strong his body was, it would still crumble. Others could only see Xiao Chun's splendor at this moment. They could not see the price and effort he had put in. When Xiao Chun was young, he was mocked and mocked. The noble clans of the great Qi nation ordered him to be killed outside Whitewater City. He cultivated day and night on Qinyan Peak. He went through many tests in the ancient desolate tower. He went through endless massacres in the deep sea battlefield. In the final battle, he gambled his life on the killing move. Xiao Chun was the white-robed bladesman who would never admit defeat. He hid his pride in his heart and walked step by step. He tasted the bitterness of the world and endured the loneliness. After falling behind others by 16 years, Xiao Chun finally reached the peak of the Sky Dome realm. The 30-meter-long king-grade true dragon with 2 horns on its head roared and turned into a beam of light. Then, it entered Xiao Chun's sea of consciousness through his forehead. Whoosh! Instantly, countless warm, golden energy flowed through Xiao Chun's body, quickly healing his injuries. With the help of the warm, golden energy, Xiao Chun's external and internal injuries, as well as many hidden injuries that were hard to detect, instantly healed. All sorts of comfortable feelings were indescribable. They made Xiao Chun look brand new. The wounds on his skin vanished, and his face regained its luster. He did not look fatigued at all. The most important thing was that with the healing of this warm, golden energy, Xiao Chun felt his physical body grow stronger. He directly reached the peak of the firmament body tempering art's 5th layer. Vaguely, Xiao Chun gained a new understanding of his various martial techniques. Finally, all the warm energy gathered in the Qi whirlpool in Xiao Chun's dantian. His cultivation soared, going from small perfection, half-step martial monarch, to peak great perfection, half-step martial monarch. He was now only a step away from peak consummation. The benefits brought to him by the true dragon in an instant were equivalent to more than 2 years of bitter cultivation. Chapter 608. Everything happened in the space of a single breath. Even Xiao Chun was astonished by the sudden change. The nervous Ao Jiao, who was in the lunar shadow saber, heaved a sigh of relief. She smiled and said, "Hee, don't be so shocked. This is the benefit of a king-grade true dragon. As the previous champion, Sima Lingxian did not even have 20% of your effect. You and the Thunder King are second only to the Tianwu Emperor." When Xiao Chun heard this, he smiled faintly and sheathed his saber. His figure flickered in the air, and he landed in front of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's people in high spirits. When Shin Manjun saw the uninjured Xiao Chun, she said in astonishment, "Strange, why are you not injured at all? Even if that inextinguishable divine light did not injure you, your final move should have injured you significantly." Xiao Chun did not hide anything. He told Shin Manjun about the various benefits of a king grade true dragon. Only then did she reveal an expression of relief. When Xiao Chun looked around, he discovered that everyone else had an expression of reverence for him. They did not dare to meet his gaze. Even Xianxia and the other half-step martial monarchs did not dare to. Only Shin Manjun was not affected, able to speak to him freely. At this moment, the scarlet mark on Xiao Chen's forehead had been baptized by the king grade true dragon. The original demonic aura had vanished, leaving behind an even stronger aura of a king. Now, Xiao Chen's aura was completely different from the original Xiao Chun. After thinking about it, Xiao Chen understood. With a thought, he withdrew the aura of a king. With the king grade true dragon, Xiao Chun could control his aura as he pleased. He no longer needed to wear the blue strip of cloth. However, out of habit, he still wore another strip of cloth, making it look no different from usual. Xiao Chun performed a cupped fist salute to the elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and said, "Fortunately, I did not fail." Xiao Chun obtained the first rank for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Only now did everyone reveal a sincere smile. In the end, Xiao Chun had not changed. Even though he obtained the first rank, he did not show any arrogance to his friends and seniors. Even though he maintained some distance, he was polite and didn't put on any airs. Xianxia laughed loudly and said, "Let's not talk about this first. Let's go celebrate after we return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The True Dragon ranking will be released in 3 days. You will be very busy for the next few days. Go back and rest first." From sunrise until midnight, everyone was a little tired. After congratulating Xiao Chun, they prepared to return home. The other spectating cultivators all said that this trip was not in vain. Their surging emotions could not calm down for a long time. But the banquet would eventually come to an end. Since the competition was over, it was time to go back. Wuxia. Just as everyone was preparing to leave, the thick, never-dissipating clouds 10 kilometers above Dragon Ceiling City suddenly split in half. A gentle white light shone down from the sky, turning the entire Dragon Ceiling City into day. The night completely disappeared. Amidst the sounds of celestial music, a ship that was as white as jade and glowing with extraordinary splendor appeared before everyone's eyes. As the jade ship descended, a myriad of rainbow-colored lights drifted down like snowflakes. The cultivators preparing to leave all stopped. After being stunned for a while, someone cheered excitedly. "It's an auspicious sign. Auspicious signs fill the sky. The person on the jade ship must be an envoy from the Kunlun realm." Wuxia. Wuxia. In that instant, countless figures soared into the air, their faces filled with excitement as they flew towards the auspicious signs descending from the sky. The auspicious signs contained abundant spiritual energy. Furthermore, these were auspicious signs from the Kunlun realm. Just obtaining a few of them would allow one to increase their cultivation significantly. A handsome man in embroidered clothes stood on the bow of the ship. He was no more than 24 years old and looked very handsome. He gave off an elegant air and a dignified air. Coupled with his innate elegance, he exuded a boundless charm just by standing there quietly. When a man in embroidered clothes saw everyone fighting for the auspicious signs below, he revealed a mocking smile. He said indifferently, "Just a grain of light, and they are fighting so hard. No wonder the Sky Dome realm is ranked last among the 3,000 great realms." Xiao, a figure moved at lightning speed. Just a moment ago, he was a kilometer away. In an instant, he stood on the bow of the ship. It was Dragon Ceiling City's city lord, Zongliang. Zongliang glanced at the man in embroidered clothes on the bow and felt that he was too young. He asked uncertainly, "Are you the envoy that Bushin Palace sent to receive us?" Not just anyone could become an envoy. Coming and going would result in a relatively high reward. If one could receive a super genius, the benefits would be even more unimaginable. The man in embroidered clothes nodded slightly. He was only an inferior grade martial monarch, but did not show any respect to a peak martial monarch, Zhong Liang. He said softly, I don't seem to sense the presence of a martial monarch. It looks like the Sky Dome realm is still the same as before. I will give you 3 months. I will not wait for you if you are late. Zhong Liang was not in a rush to refute the other party's words. He frowned slightly and said, according to the previous rules, don't we have to wait for half a year? When the participants obtained luck, it would not show its effects immediately. Hence, before going to the upper realm, there would be at least half a year to bring out the effects of luck to its fullest. The Bushan Palace controlled more than 600 great realms. There would be many geniuses in each realm. With so many geniuses and the geniuses of the Kunlun realm itself, the intensity of the competition was easy to imagine. Only by raising one's strength to the peak would one be able to obtain more resources and have more initiative in making their own choices. 3 months was not enough time for Zhong Liang to bring out the full effect of luck, which was why he asked this question. The man in embroidered clothes said impatiently, is the insignificant Sky Dome realm worthy of me waiting for half a year? Ha ha ha. Wan Feng, you made a mistake this time. The Sky Dome realm has completely turned things around. They have produced a king-grade, true dragon genius. Vigorous laughter came from the warships, hold as a white-haired old man slowly walked out. The expression of the man in embroidered clothes changed slightly. He said in astonishment, Master, the Bushan Palace controls 600 great realms. In this once-in-5,000-year great age, less than 10 king-grade true dragons appeared. How can the Sky Dome realm have a king-grade true dragon? The white-haired old man smiled and said, Haha, this Sky Dome realm is not simple in the first place. In the previous great age, a person like the Thunder King appeared. Furthermore, if you think about it carefully, your roots are in this Sky Dome realm. Don't underestimate this Sky Dome realm. Who knows? Naturally, Wan Feng did not believe that he would be defeated in this insignificant Sky Dome realm. However, this old man was his master. Wan Feng's strength was unfathomable. This old man was considered a top character in the Kunlun realm. He had obtained the position of welcoming envoy only because of this old man's help. Hence, Wan Feng did not dare to show any disrespect on the surface. The white-haired old man went over and patted Zhong Liang's shoulder. He smiled and said, Let's go. Bring me to meet your great-grandfather. I have not seen this old fellow for several hundred years. After saying that, the white-haired old man waved his hand, and a pitch-black spatial tunnel appeared in space. Then, he leaped into it with Zhong Liang. When the spatial tunnel slowly closed, the two of them were already 500 kilometers away. Wan Feng casually looked down and saw several cultivators fighting over the auspicious signs. He revealed an expression of disdain as he waved his hand and returned to the warship's hold. At this moment, Xiao Chun, who was on the ground, withdrew his gaze from the Jade warship. There was a barrier around the Jade warship, preventing Xiao Chen's spiritual sense from listening in on their conversation. However, he could clearly see the expression of the man in embroidered clothes. A sense of disgust appeared in Xiao Chen's heart. He said to Xianxia, First Elder, this auspicious sign is useless to me. I'll go back first. Xianxia nodded and smiled. In that case, you go first. For now, you will not be able to meet with the envoys of the upper realm. If there is any news, I will let you know. 3 days later, Xiao Chun practiced his saber techniques alone in an elegant courtyard, digesting the insights he gained from the consecutive intense battles. In these close to 200 battles, Xiao Chun had met with all sorts of opponents. No matter how strong or weak they were, as long as they had something special, Xiao Chun would remember them. For example, the Divine Saber Gate's Blood Shadow Saber technique, Gong Yangyu's Everlasting Heaven and Earth, Lin Fei's Earth Vein Saber technique, and Xinyuan Zhantian's Unending to the End of Time. These people's martial techniques all had their own strengths. When Xiao Chun compared their martial techniques with his, he would discover some areas where he was lacking. Now that he calmed down and thought about it, it was of great help to him. Xiao Chun had never treated the five-nation youth competition as the end. His goal had always been clear: to follow in the Thunder King's footsteps and climb to the peak of the martial way. There was still a long way to go. There were still countless experts in the Kunlun realm waiting for him to challenge. Who defeated the Thunder King, Sang Mu, in the Kunlun realm back then? What kind of existence did the three holy masters' holy land have in the Kunlun realm? Was the ancestor of the Shao clan one of the Holy Lands? These were all questions waiting for Xiao Chun to find out. However, if Xiao Chun wanted to solve these mysteries, he would not be able to do so with his current strength. He needed to continue working hard and could not relax for even a moment. Thunder Shadow Chop. Xiao Chun shouted and took 7 steps in the spacious courtyard. With each step, an afterimage appeared on the ground. Each afterimage sent out a saber strike. Their expressions were all different: rage, sorrow, agitation, or excitement. A scarlet electric light leaped on the saber's edge. It contained a cold, killing intent amidst the berserk. When one looked at it, it seemed to have many similarities to Gong Yangyu's Everlasting Universe staff technique, but there were also some differences. Gong Yangyu's Everlasting Heaven and Earth staff technique did not merge his state into it. However, not only did Xiao Chun merge his 2 states into it, he even added his own understanding. This was mental state. Xiao Chun's mental state was different with every saber strike. 7 steps, 7 saber strikes. Every saber strike gave off a completely different feeling. If Gong Yangyu were here, he would be so shocked that his jaw would fall off. Being able to send out 7 sabers in 7 steps already required extremely high comprehension ability. Furthermore, Xiao Chun could merge 2 states into each saber strike. Furthermore, his mental state was different. This talent could only be described as demonic. Pu Ci. The 7 afterimages merged together. Xiao Chun swung his saber at the air. The formless space was like an invisible wall. With a Qi La sound, the saber light split it in half. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and sheathed his saber. He was very satisfied with the might of this saber strike. This was the Thunder Shadow Chop that Xiao Chun comprehended from Gong Yangyu. He did not materialize his essence. Instead, he only used half of it. To be able to achieve such might, splitting space in half, was something that Xiao Chun could not do before he came here. Chapter 609. Xianxia, who rushed over from outside the courtyard, happened to see this scene. He was startled and thought to himself, "This Xiao Chun is becoming more and more unfathomable." Xiao Chun had noticed Xianxia long ago. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and walked over. "First Elder, are you looking for me?" Xianxia recovered his wits and smiled. "Yes, let me tell you about the Kunlun realm first. This time, the top 20 of the True Dragon ranking are all qualified to enter the upper realm. After cultivating for half a year, they can follow the envoy to the Kunlun realm." A contemplative look appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes as he muttered to himself, "There is only half a year. I wonder if I can break through to Martial Monarch?" Although Xiao Chen's cultivation was only a step away from peak consummation half-step Martial Monarch, he felt that it was still very far away. His essence did not feel like it was reaching a bottleneck. Xianxia took out a few more things and said, "This is the True Dragon ranking list. You could take a look. The remaining ones are the invitations of the 10 great sections. Aside from the Evil Moon Pavilion, the other 9 great sects have been requesting to meet you. In the past 3 days, there have been an endless stream of people seeking to meet Xiao Chun. Aside from the invitations of the 10 great sects, Xianxia rejected all the others. If Xianxia wanted to meet everyone, Xiao Chun would not be able to rest in peace. As for the Evil Moon Pavilion, there was too much enmity between them and Xiao Chun. Even though Xiao Chun was a king-grade true dragon genius, he could not lower himself to meet the Evil Moon Pavilion. However, Xiao Chun did not care about this. He first held the True Dragon ranking list in his hand and looked at the invitations of the other great sections. Xiao Chun was not in a rush to receive them. After thinking for a while, he accepted the invitation of the Haotian sect. He had no desire to look at the invitations of the other great sections. Seeing that Xiao Chun had made his choice, Xianxia did not linger any longer. He took his leave after saying goodbye. The True Dragon ranking list had golden borders. The main body was scarlet, and the words True Dragon Ranking were written on the front. Xiaochen opened it and took a look. There were not many words on the first page, only a drawing. The background of the drawing was the deep night sky. A white-robed person stood in the air. This was Xiaochen himself. A 30-meter-long golden dragon hovered above his head. The painter's skill was very high. He managed to vividly portray Xiaochen's king's aura at that time. The atmosphere was rendered to perfection. It was obvious that the entire painting was meticulously crafted. The artist was very skilled. He managed to bring out Xiaochen's king very well. The atmosphere was very perfect. Xiaochen, the champion of this five-nation youth competition, a disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Qingyan Peak. He became famous in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion with one battle, defeating the disciples of the Holy Lands and the noble clans of the Great Qi Nation by himself. Xiaochen had not lost to anyone of had Xiaochen's Qi, had not lost. Since the start of the elimination rounds of this five-nation youth competition, Xiaochen had won all the way, never tasting defeat. Be it sect geniuses or noble clan scions, he defeated them all. Xiaochen smiled faintly and continued reading. Needless to say, the second rank was Chu Chaoyan, so he skipped to the third rank. The third rank was somewhat strange. It was held by Xianyuan Zhantian and Sima Lingxian. The two of them had only lost 3 matches in the ranking matches. Hence, they had the same number of points. However, this was not too surprising. There have been similar cases in the past five-nation youth competitions. Aside from the champion, the other rankings were all the same. As for the previous runner-up, Bai Qi, he only obtained the 5th rank. Close behind him were the Haoyan sects Yu Chenxi, 7th and 8th, Wang Quan, and Li Tianhua. Gong Yangyu and Lu Xiaoyan were the most interesting. Their rankings were the same as the previous five-nation youth competition, 9th and 10th respectively. Xiaochen carefully looked at the top 10 rankings. The 8 noble clans' monopoly on the top 8 had been broken this time. Xiaochen and Chu Chaoyan were the biggest dark horses. The two of them were from small sects in the Great Qi Nation. However, they had been in the limelight in the competition, taking 1st and 2nd place. After the top 10, the name list only had 4 people on it. It did not have the same treatment as the top 10. Even so, when the cultivators from the various corners of the Tianwu continent spread the name list, the cultivators with their names on it would gain some fame. In the future, they would most likely become the first elder of a sect or hero. This small name list recorded all the people who could do anything in the Tianwu continent in the future. For example, Morong Chong. His name was ranked 87th. If he was willing, the position of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Jiangqi would definitely be his. After memorizing the names of Bai, Kim Taeho, and the others, Xiaochen put away the name list. Then, he focused his gaze on the Haoyan sect's name list. Xiaochen could roughly guess why the 10 great sects of the Great Qi Nation came to look for him. The 10 great sects of the Great Qi Nation were called super sections. One of the main reasons was that these sects still had their main sect in the Kunlun realm. The Tianwu continent was just a branch of their main sect, used to gather geniuses and expand the strength of their main sect. Back when Xiaochen was on the island in the western shallow sea, the supreme elder of the Haoyan sect had already extended an invitation to Xiaochen, giving him a small Haoyan medallion. However, Xiaochen had not been in a rush to pick a side back then. Hence, he did not immediately agree. Now, Xiaochen's strength had been thoroughly verified. He was a king-grade true dragon genius. If they could send Xiaochen to the main sect of the Haoyan sect in the Kunlun realm, it would undoubtedly strengthen the Haoyan sect. The branch of the Haoyan sect in the Tianwu continent would also gain many benefits. The sect master and elders would also receive many benefits. Xiaochen, if you go, just agree to the other party. If Sangmu had a strong backer back then, he would not have it up like that. Ao Jiao said softly from the lunar shadow saber. Her tone was filled with helplessness. When Xiaochen heard this, he was slightly stunned. He asked, who exactly did the Thunder King offend in the past? Ao Jiao shook her head slightly and said, "You don't have to care about this. You are not strong enough. Knowing will not do you any good. In the Kunlun realm, no matter how talented you are or how extraordinary your luck is, it is best not to be a lone ranger. I don't know about the other sects, but the Haotian sect has already become one of the 9 ranks of the great families, second only to the 3 holy masters 3,000 years ago. It is definitely not an ordinary small sect." After carefully considering Ao Jiao's words, Xiao Chun made a decision. He grasped the name card in his hand and said, "In that case, let's go and take a look first." After the true dragon ranking list was released, Dragon Sealing City would close its gates the next day. The next time it would open for guests would be 3 years later. On the last night of Xiao Chen's stay in Dragon Sealing City, it was even livelier than usual. The streets and alleys were filled with people in groups of 3 to 5, touring the countless historical sites in the city. After putting on a black cloak, Xiao Chun slowly walked through the crowd. Occasionally, he heard discussions about the true dragon ranking list. His name was mentioned time and time again in an admiring tone. All sorts of praises rang out. Under the hood, the shadow of Xiao Chen's face was hidden. He withdrew his aura. No one knew that the person they were talking about had just passed by them. When Xiao Chun arrived at Ignorant About Tea, he stopped for 9 steps. The interior of the tea house was brightly lit. There was an endless stream of people going in and out. The hall on the first floor did not have many rules. The people who came here were not true tea drinkers. As they drank, they did not stop talking at all. Participants from 2 small nations obtained first and second place at the same time. TSK. This is probably the first time in the history of the 5-nation youth competition. It is indeed the first time. The Great Chu Nation is indeed a nation with an expert like the Thunder King. After 5,000 years, a king-grade true dragon has appeared in the Great Qi Nation again. Haha, the elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will probably be grinning from ear to ear. The rise of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is already predictable. That's right, just based on Xiao Chen's name. Who knows how many bladesmen will be attracted to join? The bladesmen of the other nations will probably fight to join as well, to see if they can catch up to Xiao Chen's luck. The most discussed topic in the hall was the same as the one on the street. It was still the true dragon ranking list. Furthermore, it was much more lively here. "Sir, are you here to drink some tea? Unfortunately, we are already full. How about you go over there and wait for a while?" The moment Xiao Chun appeared at the entrance, an enthusiastic waiter walked over with a smile on his face. After handing over the Haotian sect's name card, Xiao Chun said calmly, "I already have an appointment. Lead the way." The waiter received the name card. When he saw the inscription and the contents of the name card, he immediately knew who Xiao Chun was. He revealed an extremely shocked expression. He could not recover his wits for a long time. Xiao Chun frowned and said, "The name card says that we will meet tonight. Could it be that the Haotian sect's people have already left?" The waiter reacted and suppressed the excitement in his heart. He quickly said, No, please follow me." Under the waiter's lead, Xiao Chun arrived at a booth on the top floor. Then, he casually pushed the door open and entered. A fragrance wafted in the elegant booth. Xianxia and an old man in his 70s sat at the table, quietly drinking tea. That old man wore simple linen clothes. His long hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyebrows were white. However, his eyes sparkled with a divine light. He did not look old at all. Xiao Chen used his spiritual sense to check the other party's cultivation. He could not help but feel slightly shocked. Unexpectedly, the other party was just an ordinary person who did not practice martial arts. Returning to one's natural state. This was a peak martial sage expert. Ordinary martial sages could not compare to him. "You are here. Have a seat." The old man had noticed Xiao Chen's arrival long ago. However, he took a leisurely sip of tea before turning his head to greet Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun removed his cloak and sat across from the old man. Xianxia leaned over and whispered, "Xiao Chun, this is the sect master of our Haotian sect. For the sake of meeting you, he ended his closed-door cultivation early." A strange look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. A peak martial sage was willing to give up his closed-door cultivation to meet him. The Haotian sect was very sincere. Many thanks, Senior, for taking the time out of your busy schedule. The other party was very strong and could easily crush Xianxia to death with one finger. He spent a lot of time comprehending the great Tao. Given his limited lifespan, he had to cultivate bitterly at all times, hoping to reach the peak of cultivation. To them, time was extremely precious. They were definitely worthy of Xiaoqian's words. The hemp-robed old man's deep eyes flickered with an intelligent light. He smiled gently and said, "Little friend, don't overthink. Since you already rejected the invitations of the other sects, my Haotian sect naturally has to give you the highest reception." Chapter 610. Furthermore, I will probably never be able to enter Emperor Wu's gate in this lifetime. So, I'm not busy or not. Who knows? I might need your help in the future. If you do not mind my old bones, you could just call me Old Feng. We are of the same generation. Xiao Chan felt embarrassed in his heart. The other party was much older than him, and his cultivation was many times higher. How could he dare to be so unbridled? Senior Feng must be joking. No one knows what will happen in the future. How can I compare my future accomplishments with Senior? Old Feng saw that Xiao Chen's attitude was sincere, his tone neither servile nor overbearing. He did not have the arrogance of a king-grade true dragon genius or the fawning attitude of a senior expert. Xiao Chun controlled his attitude very well. That aura was definitely not something he faked. Normally, without a strong mental state, he would not be able to achieve such an effect. Old man Feng nodded in his heart. Only with such a state of mind could one go further. He had said those words on purpose. In his long life, Old man Feng had not been able to go far. In his long life, he had seen many geniuses, even emperor-grade true dragon geniuses who were stronger than Xiao Chun. There were many proud people who set their sights high, but were not capable. They died prematurely, no matter how good their talent was. Old Feng put down the teacup in his hand and smiled faintly. As long as the king-grade true dragon geniuses did not die prematurely, they would definitely reach peak martial sage. Actually, I am not exaggerating. The conversation with the old man was not as formal as Xiao Chen imagined. Old Feng did not put on any airs. He even answered several of Xiao Chen's questions about martial cultivation. Xiao Chen, do you know why the Bushin Palace wants to bring you people to the Kunlun realm? Old Feng started to bring up the main topic of the day. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen answered, the Bushin Palace might have competitors in the Kunlun realm, so they need to replenish their youth generation genius cultivators to strengthen themselves. Old Feng smiled faintly and said, it is pretty good that you can think of this. However, aside from this, there is another reason. This Sky Dome realm cannot afford to raise geniuses like you. Xiao Chen looked at the old man and asked doubtfully, you can't remember? That's right, we can't afford it. Old Feng pointed at Xianxia and said, take Xianxia as an example. Once her talent reaches the martial monarch realm, she still wants to maintain a fast cultivation speed. She probably consumes at least 10,000 superior grade spirit stones a year. In less than 50 years, she will use up all the superior grade spirit stones that the Haotian sect accumulated. Xiao Chun was quick-witted as he thought about it. If it were not the age of geniuses, it would be fine to nurture a genius cultivator like this. This was because if the other sects did not have a worthy opponent, Xianxia would definitely be able to fight for more benefits for the Haotian sect after he grew stronger, and he would be able to plunder many other sects' spiritual veins and resources. However, in the golden age of martial artists, there were countless geniuses like her. If she didn't grow up to be an invincible existence, it would be impossible for the sect to recover the resources that they had spent on cultivating her. When Old Feng saw Xiao Chen's expression, he knew that Xiao Chen understood. He nodded and said, hence, she has to enter the Kunlun realm. Only the resources of the Kunlun realm can nurture geniuses like you. Furthermore, the resources of the Kunlun realm are not in the hands of the Bushin Palace. They are still in the hands of the strong sections. Xiao Chen said, in that case, what does the Bushin Palace do? Old Feng explained, the Kunlun realm is boundless. It is not just filled with cultivators. The Bushin Palace represents all the cultivators. It fights for all sorts of resources in the Kunlun realm and fights against the other strong factions. I cannot explain it to you in a few words. If you really want to compare it, it is like the Heavenly Extermination Union in the ancient desolate land. However, it is much larger. You will understand when you go to the Kunlun realm. Xianxia remained calm and collected. He knew that the other party was about to get to the main topic, so he waited quietly for him to continue. Indeed, Old Feng smiled and said, "When the 20 of you go to the Bushin Palace, your bone age will be tested and your talent will be redetermined. After that, there will be countless sects waiting for you to choose. The stronger you are, the more choices you will have. However, with your talent, there is no need to worry. There will definitely be many large sects fighting to pull you in. These are the conditions that the Haoyan sect can offer you. You take a look first. There is no rush to reply to me." The other party handed over a stack of envelopes. Xiaochen was not in a rush to open them. Instead, he carefully put them away. Old Feng smiled faintly and said, "I will take my leave first. No matter what choice you make, the Haoyan sect will never make things difficult for you. The little Haoyan medallion that you once obtained will always be effective." Regardless of the strength of the Haoyan sect, just Old Feng's bearing and the way he spoke were already very admirable to Xiaochen. "Xiao." Right after Old Feng spoke, a spatial whirlpool appeared behind him. With a schwa sound, it sucked him in. When the whirlpool vanished, it was like the old man had never been there. "Xiaochen, what do you think?" Xianxia, who was at the side, asked with some anticipation. Xiaochen smiled and said, "Perhaps after we go to the Kunlun realm, you will have to address me as senior brother." Xiaochen did not know anyone from the 9 great sections. At the very least, there was Xianxia in the Haoyan sect. Although the two had only known each other for a short time, they understood each other's characters. Furthermore, Ao Jiao also approved of Xiaochen going to the Haoyan sect. Choosing the Haoyan sect might not be the best outcome for Xiaochen, but it was definitely not the worst choice. At the same time, as Xiaochen was chatting with the Haoyan sect's sect master, Kim Taeho was also meeting with a major character. That major character was none other than the welcoming envoy, Wan Feng. Wan Feng fiddled with a spirit core brimming with light and spiritual energy in his hand. An azure flaming bird could be vaguely seen in the spirit core, flapping its wings and crying out loud like it was alive. After Wan Feng put away the spirit core, he said, "Not bad. The spirit core of a rank 10 spirit beast, Azure Wan. Even in the Kunlun realm, it is still somewhat valuable." Kim Taeho cursed in his heart. "What do you mean by somewhat valuable? This thing would be a priceless treasure even in the Kunlun realm. Do you think this fat lord does not know anything?" Furthermore, Wan Feng cultivated a fire-attributed cultivation technique. The value of this Azure Wan spirit core could no longer be measured in terms of value. However, Kim Taeho could not lose his temper since he had a favor to ask of the other party. He smiled and said, "In that case, can you leave the business in Dragon Sealing City to our Golden Rock Merchant Association to manage in the future?" Fatso did not lie to Xiaochen. He was indeed here to discuss business. Furthermore, he was very ambitious. He wanted to swallow up all the business in Dragon Sealing City in one go. Although Dragon Sealing City had only been open for a month, the people who came this month were all peak cultivators of the continent. The income from spending 1 million peak cultivators was equivalent to a year's worth of business for the Golden Rock Merchant Association. It was definitely worth fighting for. Right now, all the business in Dragon Sealing City was in the hands of the top merchant association, the Wan clan. However, with just a word from Wan Feng, the owner could be changed to him, Kim Taeho. When Wan Feng heard this, his expression suddenly turned cold. He said in a frosty voice, "Scram. Don't mention this topic. Who do you think this young master is?" Kim Taeho was somewhat stunned. He could not understand why the other party suddenly turned hostile. It was clearly the other party who released the news first. That was why he brought the Azure Wan Spirit Core over. "Cousin, are you receiving a guest?" Just at this moment, laughter rang out. Kim Taeho turned his head and saw the Wan Clan Merchant Association's young master, Wan Shan, walking in with a smile. "Cousin?" Wan Feng Wan Clan Merchant Association, both surnamed Wan. Kim Tae-ho suddenly understood something. He said angrily, "You two bastards! How dare you gang up on me? Return my Azure Luan Spirit Core to me." "Did you not hear me? I already told you to scram." Wan Feng snorted coldly and sent out a strand of quintessence with a flick of his finger. A pitch-black crack appeared in space as it flew towards Kim Tae-ho. Kim Tae-ho was startled. He quickly took out the coffin lid and placed it in front of him. Ding dang. The huge force knocked Kim Tae-ho back by 10 steps. "Hey!" Seeing that the coffin lid was undamaged, Wan Feng's eyes lit up. He said, "There's actually an emperor's might spreading out." This time, Kim Tae-ho learned his lesson. He quickly put away the coffin lid and ran away as fast as he could. Then, he said, "You two brats, this fat lord will remember you this time. There's no one else in this world who can take advantage of me. Kim Tae-ho." Wan Shan laughed loudly and said, "How delightful. I finally managed to mess with this fatso. He has snatched away a lot of our Wan clan's business in the Great G Nation." However, Wan Feng, who was seated, had an incredibly calm expression. He said indifferently, "He is just a minor character. There is no need to bother with him. However, this Azure Luan Spirit Core is really good stuff." After chatting with Xianxia about some irrelevant matters, Xiao Chun prepared to take his leave. Xianxia stood up to send Xiao Chun off. She smiled and said, "We will meet again in half a year. If you're willing, you can come with me to the Hao Yin sect now. With the spirit vein that the Hao Yin sect controls, it will be easier for you to break through to Martial Monarch." Xiao Chun understood what she meant. The Kunlun Realm's Hao Yin sect definitely had its own geniuses. They would also absorb geniuses from other realms. At that time, there would be competition. Once they reached Martial Monarch, they would be able to avoid some unnecessary trouble. They would also receive more resources. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion only controlled one spirit vein. Naturally, it could not compare to the Hao Yin sect. However, to Xiao Chun, there was no difference between the two. The Purple Thunder Divine incantation that Xiao Chun cultivated required a vast amount of essence, at least 10 times that of a regular genius cultivator. Be it the Hao Yin sect or the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiao Chun would not be able to advance to Martial Monarch within half a year. The former would be faster than the latter, but it would still take at least a year. If Xiao Chun wanted to advance to Martial Monarch within half a year, he could only think of other methods. Xiao Chun thanked him politely and rejected the other party's invitation. After 15 minutes, Xiao Chun returned to the courtyard of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and opened the letter that Old Feng gave him. The contents of the letter gave a rough introduction of the Hao Yin sect situation in the Kunlun realm. Xiao Chun explained it to Ao Jiao and left it for her to decide. Ao Jiao muttered, "Your choice was not wrong. I did not expect that after 5,000 years, the Hao Yin sect's sectmaster would advance to the greater Heavenly Emperor Wu. In that case, the Hao Yin sect's position in the 9 ranks of the great families will definitely rise." That was good. At least when Xiao Chun went to the Hao Yin sect, he would not have to worry about the resources the sect controlled. There was a black spatial ring in the letter. Xiao Chun scanned it with his spiritual sense and saw all the treasures in the spatial ring. There were more than 50,000 superior grade spirit stones. This was very shocking. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion was unable to do this. Chapter 611. Back then, when Xiao Chun agreed to fight for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xianxia had taken out nearly half of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion savings and only managed to gather 10,000 superior grade spirit stones. However, the Hao Yin sect casually gave out 50,000 superior grade spirit stones. Aside from that, there were all sorts of natural treasures and 1,000-year-old spirit herbs for nourishing qi. There were at least 100 of them, each of them more than 2,000 years old. There was also a faint blue inner vest at the back. Based on the flickering light and spiritual energy, it should be a defensive superior grade secret treasure. It would probably increase Xiao Chun's defense by at least 20%. Haha, Brother Xiao Chun, these are just a small greeting gift. 50,000 superior grade spirit stones should be enough for you to use for half a year. If you go to the upper realm, there will be even more generous gifts waiting for you. This was the last line of Old Feng's introduction letter, showing the strong accumulations of the Haotian sect. Early the next morning, the Heavenly Saber Pavilions group made their preparations and prepared to return. Everyone was in a good mood. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion could be said to have a bountiful harvest in this five-nation youth competition. They achieved an unimaginable goal. Not only did Murong Chong and Yun Kursen enter the True Dragon ranking, but Xiaochen also obtained the first rank for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Furthermore, Xiaochen obtained the first rank for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. With the King Grade True Dragon luck, there was no doubt that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would rise in the future. After the group left the city, they boarded Jade Maiden Peak's Golden Jade glazed ship and soared into the air, heading back to the Great Qin Nation. When the group looked around, the sky was filled with warships and crowds. As these people left, the grand occasion of this True Dragon ranking would spread to every corner of the continent. The names of the geniuses on the five-nation youth competition would spread far and wide. Many years later, when people recalled this five-nation youth competition, it would be a legend. On the bow of the warship, Xiao Chun explained his promise to the Haotian sect to the first elder, Xianxia, in detail. Xianxia was not surprised. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion did not have a faction in the Kunlun realm. They would not be able to trap a true dragon like Xiao Chun. Being able to help the Heavenly Saber Pavilion obtain the first rank was already a pleasant surprise for Jiangxi. How could he ask for more? A gentle breeze blew as the Golden Jade glazed ship moved through the clouds. Although it looked slow, it was actually moving at an incredible speed. 5 days later, in the sky above a mountain range at the border of the Jin State and the Qin State, a group of rank 8 spirit beasts, demonic flame eagles, 3,000 meters in front of them blocked their way. A rank 8 spirit beast was as strong as a great perfection half-step martial monarch. Furthermore, it was much faster than a regular cultivator. When fighting a rank 8 spirit beast in the air, a cultivator of the same rank would find it hard to defeat it. Jiangxi frowned slightly and counted carefully. There were a total of 8 demonic raging flame eagles. The one in the middle was the largest, and its aura was much denser. This is problematic. There is actually a demonic raging flame eagle leader here. Even a peak consummation half-step martial monarch would not be a match for it. Jiangxi said to Lu Suifeng, who was behind him, "Suifeng, go and ask Martial Uncle Shan to come out. If we take a detour, it will take us another half a day." Xiao Chun walked over and looked at the demonic raging flame eagles in front. He said, "Wait, let me give it a try first." Right after Xiao Chun spoke, the others looked over in shock. There were 8 spirit beasts in front that were even stronger than a great perfection half-step martial monarch. Among them, the leader of the demonic raging flame eagles was a peak consummation half-step martial monarch. A regular inferior grade martial monarch would find it hard to subdue it. Jiangxi said worriedly, "Xiao Chun, it is better to let Martial Uncle Shun make a move. Don't be too rash." Xiao Chun wanted to test his strength after the true dragon merged with him. He smiled and said, "First Elder, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. If I cannot defeat them, I will immediately retreat. I will not be rash." Seeing Xiao Chun so insistent, Jiangxi could not say anything more. He said, "In that case, be careful. Second Elder, bring some people and follow behind. If anything happens, you can rush over immediately." Xiao Chun gently pushed off the bow of the warship, and his figure drifted, kicking up a strong wind in the air. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chun arrived within 500 meters of the demonic raging flame eagles. Black flames burned on the broad wings of the demonic raging flame eagles. Their hook-like beaks flickered with a cold light. When their cold eyes discovered Xiao Chun, they immediately flapped their wings and let out a shrill cry, sending out a surging heat wave. Xiao Chun placed his right hand on the saber hilt and quickly scanned the 8 demonic raging flame eagles. After he clearly saw their flight trajectory, he attacked with lightning speed. Thunder Shadow Chop. Because Xiao Chun was worried that he would cause too much damage, He did not use his full essence to execute this move. At this moment, there were no more worries in the air. The surging crystalline essence surged towards the lunar shadow saber like a river. In that instant, it gave off a dazzling purple electric light. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Xiao Chun took 7 steps, leaving behind 7 realistic afterimages in the air. Each afterimage sent out a saber strike. With the true dragon, Xiao Chen's cultivation instantly rose from small perfection, half-step martial monarch, to great perfection. When he unleashed his essence at full power, its might was startling. Boom! 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 7 miserable cries resounded. The saber lights that Xiao Chan sent out from the afterimages split the 7 demonic raging flame eagles in half. The elders behind, who were preparing to make a move, were all dumbfounded. Merge! The 7 afterimages merged. An electric light burst out from Xiao Chen's body. His aura surged, making him look like a thunder god descending from the sky. Saber chi surged out and tore a long crack in space. The leader of the demonic raging flame eagles was startled. It flapped its wings anxiously and tried to flee. It did not dare to face the might of this saber strike head-on. Wuxia. However, the crack extended too quickly. Even though the demonic raging flame eagle did its best to dodge, the crack still tore its right wing in half. The strong defense of the demonic raging flame eagle became mere decoration. It cried out miserably and fell to the ground. Xiao Chun killed 8 demonic raging flame eagles in the blink of an eye with 1 thunder shadow chop. This stunned Xianxia and the others on the warship. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber. However, he was not satisfied. This was because his final attack had not instantly chopped the leader of the demonic raging flame eagles in half. This proved that this thunder shadow chop still had many improvements. When the group landed back on the deck, Xianxia and the others exchanged glances. They discovered that they could not see through Xiao Chun at all. With such strength, even a regular inferior grade martial monarch would not be able to match him. Suddenly, Xiao Chun said, "There is a warship behind us. It is heading in our direction at Mach 5. Xianxia and the others were slightly stunned. They soared into the air and quickly looked back. Indeed, a huge black warship tore through the air and headed in their direction. Its target was very clear. It wanted to stop Xiao Chun and the others before they could leave the Great G Nation. After the group landed, Xianxia said with an unsightly expression, "They are coming with ill intentions. It is the Bai clan's warship." Xiao. Just as the group was about to cross the border, the huge black warship of the Bai clan overtook them. The warship swept through the air and tyrannically blocked the path of Xiao Chun and the others. Shen Manjun walked out of the warship's hold and looked at the Bai clan's warship. She asked doubtfully, "Xianxia, what's going on?" "I'm not sure. The Bai clan's people did not say anything and just stopped us." When Xianxia saw Shen Manjun walk out, he calmed down. After all, the other party was a half-sage. As long as the Bai clan's clan head did not come, it would not be easy for the others to stop them. "Everyone, there is no need to be anxious. I am Bai Feng, the current Bai clan's clan head. I just want to meet the white-robed bladesman you all speak of." A middle-aged man wearing light blue robes appeared on the warship's bow. He was like a treasured saber drawn from its scabbard, radiating a sharp light. The moment he appeared, everyone in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion felt a huge pressure. When the other party looked down, it was like a sharp saber hanging above everyone's heads. Saber Sage, a sage of the saber. Only a martial sage who had comprehended saber intent to the limit could be called a saber sage. Regular martial sages would not be a match for them. A saber sage could easily deal with 10 martial sages of the same cultivation. This Bai clan's clan head, Bai Feng, was such a person. Bai Feng smiled faintly and said, "I remember handing over my name card. However, it seems like little brother does not think highly of me, so I can only use such a presumptuous method." As Xiao Chun looked at the other party, a yearning appeared in his heart. A sage of the saber. Xiao Chun wondered when he would be able to reach such a level. After calming himself, Xiao Chun took a step forward and asked, "I wonder why Senior is looking for me." Bai Feng smiled and said, "Come up and speak." It is not convenient to be down there. Senior brother Xiao Chun, don't go up. They are definitely up to no good, Yin Kursin said from behind. Yin Kursin said from behind. Lu Sui Feng and the others did not say anything, but the meaning in their eyes was the same. Xiao Chun said softly, "It's fine. Given his status, he will not go so far as to make a move against a junior like me. Everyone will laugh at him." Xiao. After Xiao Chun spoke, he pushed off the ground and boarded the Bai clan's black warship. He stood across from Bai Feng and looked straight at him without any fear. Bai Feng smiled gently and said, "Young man, you are rather courageous. I'll get straight to the point. Where did you learn the four-season saber technique? This concerns the foundation of my Bai clan. I have to figure it out." Xiao Chen had expected the other party to say this long ago. He replied, "I once met Senior Bai Shuehe in the ancient desolate tower. He was the one who taught me the four-season saber technique. However, don't worry. I already swore on my heart demon that the four-season saber technique will not leak out." Bai Feng revealed an expression of "as I expected." He said, "It is as I expected. I have a presumptuous request. Little brother, can you write down your comprehension of the four-season saber technique that you comprehended and give me a copy?" Xiao Chun said straightforwardly, "Sure." Bai Feng was slightly stunned. He had not expected Xiao Chun to agree to his request so easily, not bargaining at all. After all, the secret manual that Xiao Chun wanted to write down was priceless. The four-season saber technique had been studied by the Bai clan for thousands of years. With this, the number of Bai clan juniors who could learn the four-season saber technique would increase significantly. Given this, Bai Feng felt somewhat embarrassed. He asked, "Little brother, do you have any requests?" "There is no need. The four-season saber technique belongs to your Bai clan in the first place. Since you have requested it, I will return it." Xiao Chen maintained a calm expression and did not say much. The white paper floated in front of him as he focused on writing down the four-season saber technique he comprehended. Chapter 612. Xiao Chun was not afraid that the Bai clan would learn his four-season saber technique and threaten him. The four-season saber technique could only bring out its strongest might when it was compatible with the cultivator's state. Xiao Chun was able to bring out the might of the four-season saber technique. If others followed his method, they would be able to bring out a tenth of his might. The Bai clan had taken a wrong path. Since that was the case, there was no harm in giving it to him. Before a saber sage, he did not have much of a choice. Thousands of meters above the Bai clan's warship, a small warship was hidden in the clouds. A few elders of the Sima clan stood on the bow of the warship, looking suspiciously at Xiao Chun and Bai Chi's actions. First elder, the Bai clan and Xiao Chun seemed to have reached some sort of agreement. "I'm afraid we no longer have a chance to make a move," a gray-robed old man said sullenly. "If they enter the Great Qi nation's borders and we make a move, we will attract some unnecessary trouble," another person said. The Sima clan's first elder muttered to himself for a while before saying, "In that case, let's return first. I did not expect this Bai Feng to spoil our plans at such a crucial moment. However, there is still half a year. There will be plenty of opportunities." Without anyone noticing, the Sima clan's small warship quietly turned around and returned to where it came from. 15 minutes later, Bai Chi put away the secret manual that Xiao Chen handed him. He felt many emotions in his heart. It was hard to imagine that there could be such a talented person. Before the age of 22, Bai Chi had already created such a powerful martial technique. Compared to the ancient sages, he was not inferior. Little brother's talent and bearing are truly admirable. If you need this Bai's help in the future, just a word from me will do. The Bai clan owes you a favor. Bai Feng used his status as the Bai clan's clan head to make a promise to Xiao Chun. This surprised Xiao Chun somewhat. Without the Bai clan obstructing them, their journey was smooth sailing. 3 days later, Xiao Chen's group returned to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When the news of Xiao Chen obtaining the first rank spread, the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion erupted with excitement. The 5,000-odd inner disciples were all extremely excited. Many disciples would be attracted to the foot of Qingyun Peak every day. Without exception, all of them hoped to join Qingyun Peak. The only reason was that Xianxia had the luck of a king-grade true dragon. Of the heavenly saber pavilion's Qingyun Peak, Xianxia would definitely obtain the most luck. Luck was ethereal, but comprehension ability. However, its usefulness to cultivators was sometimes even more important than talent. Everyone wanted to benefit from it and obtain more luck. Xianxia handed all these trifling matters to Lu Suifeng to handle. As for himself, he and Lu stayed in the back mountains, living a simple world of the two of them, enjoying the rare leisure time. 1 week later, as more and more cultivators returned from Dragon Sealing City, the True Dragon ranking became popular in every corner of the Great Qi Nation. The news of the Great Qi Nation's Bladesman, Xianxia, becoming the champion of this 5-nation youth competition spread like wildfire. The reputation of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion Sword. There was an endless stream of people coming to learn from them. There were even people who did not practice the saber in the first place who started practicing the saber all over again. They only wanted to join the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The first elder, Xianxia, was extremely busy every day. However, the smile on his face never faded. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's accumulations were not bad. However, they lacked an opportunity. Now that they were using Xiaoqian's reputation to recruit disciples, their foundation would be even firmer. The luck that Xiaoqian brought would affect the Heavenly Saber Pavilion invisibly. For the next 500 years, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would continue to prosper, gaining a place in the Great Age. The bustling outside did not affect Xiaoqian's mental state. After spending half a month with Lu Ruyue, he resumed his bitter cultivation. The road was still very long. This was only the beginning of the great path of cultivation. He had to work even harder. He could not relax at all. This was especially so after Xiaoqian met by phone. This feeling in his heart became even stronger. Only when he became truly strong could he firmly grasp his fate in his own hands. If Xiaoqian had a choice, why would he hand over the saber technique he comprehended? However, before absolute strength, even if he was extremely intelligent, it would be useless. Wuxia, the 4 superior grade spirit stones in his hand shattered. Xiaoqian recovered from his cultivation and looked at the exhausted spirit stones. He shook his head slightly and casually tossed them aside. After spending half a month, Xiaoqian thoroughly summarized the insights he gained from the 5-nation youth competition. Then, he spent all his time on cultivation. Even though Xiaoqian consumed 10 superior grade spirit stones every day, his progress was still very slow. He was still a long way from reaching the bottleneck of half-step martial monarch. Xiaoqian felt somewhat vexed. He asked Ao Jiao, is there any way for me to reach the bottleneck of half-step martial monarch within half a year? Ao Jiao smiled gently and said, I've been waiting for you to ask. There is definitely a way. It just depends on whether you dare to take this risk or not. Everything in the world had its risks. It was impossible to reap without sowing and easily achieve success. Naturally, Xiaoqian understood this principle. He asked, what is the method? Ao Jiao did not answer him directly. Instead, she said, you know about the spirit veins origin under the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, right? Back then, even the Heavenly Wolf race's Fiend King wanted that. The spirit veins origin was the foundation of a spirit vein. It contained an immeasurable amount of spiritual energy. Naturally, Xiaoqian knew about the spirit veins origin in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Back then, he had personally experienced it in the underground world of the Spirit Stone Mine. However, the energy contained in the spirit veins origin was simply too vast. It was not something that Xiaoqian could do anything to. If he tried to swallow it forcefully, he might explode from the energy if he was not careful. Lung Liusu could cultivate on it because the founder of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had placed restrictions on it, limiting the amount of energy she could absorb from it. Otherwise, with Lung Liusu's cultivation back then, she would not have been able to cultivate on it. Thinking of this, Xiaoqian shook his head slightly and said, could this be the method you are talking about? The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's spirit veins origin has restrictions placed on it, limiting the amount of energy it can absorb. Furthermore, Only the descendants of the founder can use that spirit vein. Ao Jiao smiled gently and said, "Naturally not. I am just giving an example. There is more than one spirit vein in this world." Xiao Chan reacted and said, "Are you saying that there are other spirit veins that have not been discovered by anyone? That is impossible. The existing spirit veins have already been divided up by the various sections. There was no way to hide a spirit vein. The spiritual energy that it gave off could be felt from 5 kilometers away. Its value is immeasurable. There would always be spirit stone mines around spirit veins. Spirit stones were the currency of cultivators. One could easily imagine the wealth that came from controlling a spirit vein. Sometimes the number of spirit veins described a sect. It was a sign of how strong it was. It was the foundation of a sect. Without a spirit vein, the sect would automatically disband. The 3 great sects of the Great Qi nation were able to exist for 10,000 years because they each controlled a spirit vein. The various powers had already divided up the spirit veins many years ago. Any sect that possessed a spirit vein was not something that Xiao Qian could afford to offend. Ao Jiao scolded jokingly. "Idiot, since I said there is definitely. There is no need for you to doubt it. However, with your current cultivation, there is a 70% chance that you will fail to absorb the spirit vein's origin. Once you fail, your body will explode and you will die. A 70% chance of failure. The risk was too high." Xiao Qian thought for a while and made a decision after a while. He said, "I could take a gamble if I have a 50% chance. 70% is too high. It is not worth it." Xiao Qian had already opened his sea of consciousness long ago. Once his cultivation reached that level, he would advance to martial monarch. There was no need to risk his life for the sake of advancing to martial monarch within half a year. Ao Jiao smiled gently and said, "I have not finished speaking yet. If you can cultivate the firmament body tempering art to the 6th layer, your success rate will increase to 50%. "I'll take the gamble," Xiao Chan said without hesitation, revealing a decisive look in his eyes. In Dragon Sealing City, the instant the true dragon appeared, Xiao Chen's firmament body tempering art reached peak consummation of the 5th layer. If he focused, he would be able to break through to the 6th layer in less than half a month. After Xiao Chan made up his mind, it was time to take action. After saying goodbye to Lu Ruyue, Xiao Chan prepared to embark on a new journey. The spirit vein that Ao Jiao spoke of was in the ancient desolate lands Heavenly Extermination Lake's mountain range at the bottom of the Heavenly Extermination Lake. The environment there was very dangerous, and demonic beasts roamed about. Entering it would be very difficult. The spirit vein was discovered by the Thunder King in the past. Because no one cared for it, its spiritual energy had been leaking out for thousands of years. It was hard to say how much energy the spirit vein's origin still had. It had already been 5,000 years. It was possible that the spirit vein had already been abandoned. For the sake of not wasting time, Xiao Chen only made 3 days of preparations. The entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion was still in an excited and bustling state. Xiao Chen left silently. Aside from Lu Ruyue, no one knew where he went. 10,000 meters above the Great Qi nation, there was an insignificant scarlet cloud compared to the vast sky. It turned into a scarlet line as it moved forward quickly. Underground, even a cultivator with good eyesight would not be able to discover the existence of that scarlet cloud. When the strong spirit beasts in the sky felt the surging, killing qi from the scarlet cloud, they could not avoid it in time, not daring to clash with it. There was a scarlet throne above the scarlet cloud. Xiao Chan sat on it, cultivating the firmament body-tempering art with his eyes closed. Xiao Chen's long hair fluttered in the wind. The tyrannical air of a king appeared indistinctly. Due to the scarlet throne, even though Xiao Chen withdrew his aura, that might still spread out, unable to leak out. In reality, from the moment the true dragon appeared, Xiao Chen discovered that his mentality had changed at some point in time. In the past, peak martial monarchs like the half-sage Shen Manjun could give him a lot of pressure. However, Xiao Chen could remain indifferent to them. He even felt that they were nothing much. The king-grade true dragon silently broadened Xianxia's horizons, allowing him to slowly recognize his identity as a future king. The silence did not allow Xianxia to reject it. Whether he was willing or not, his future path would be filled with thorns, blood, and wind. It would not be peaceful. A king would not settle for second place. If Xianxia advanced to martial monarch, he had to be the strongest among martial monarchs. If he advanced to martial sage, he had to be the strongest martial sage. If he advanced to Emperor Wu, he had to be the king of emperors. Chapter 613. The people who originally occupied the first rank would definitely be dissatisfied. There would also be the king-grade true dragons of the other great thousand realms. Gee! A sharp bird cry resounded. A black demonic beast with a leopard's head and eagle's body appeared in front of the throne. A berserk aura spread out as it sized up Xianxia with malicious intent. It was a demonic beast, not a spirit beast. It was not frightened by the killing intent coming from the throne. Instead, it was eager to try, wondering if eating Xianxia would increase its strength. Xianxia opened his eyes and punched calmly. An azure dragon head formed on his fist as he executed the berserk dragon stance of the dragon claw fist. Bang! The fist exploded and the berserk dragon roared. The leopard-headed eagle did not even have a chance to dodge before the punch blasted it into a bloody mist. You overestimate yourself. You are just a mere peak rank 7 demonic beast, and you dare to block my path? Xianxia closed his eyes again. The Scarlet Throne did not stop at all. It broke through the bloody mist and continued flying forward. Half a month later, Xianxia successfully broke through the bottleneck of the Firmament Body Tempering Art's 5th layer, reaching the 6th layer. Now, he could deliver 500 tons of force with a casual punch. With just the strength of his physical body, Xianxia was able to secure a spot among half-step martial monarchs. Xianxia could already see the vast and boundless heavenly extermination lake below. The islands on the lake looked like they were dotted with stars. The number of people in the sky slowly increased. Not wanting to attract too much attention, Xianxia put away the throne long ago. Then, he used his essence to fly in the air. From time to time, the martial kings that passed by him would feel a huge pressure and subconsciously move away. What a strong aura! When did such a strong youth come to the ancient desolate land? Everyone's gazes filled with doubt. They could not understand what was going on. Right now, Xiaoqian's aura was so strong that even some of the older generation experts sighed. He was truly an unrivaled existence among half-step martial monarchs. 1,000 meters northeast of the island in front, then dive straight down, and you will reach the place I said. Ao Jiao's voice sounded in his mind. Xiaoqian glanced around and sped up. He turned into a purple line and landed on the surface of the water in a few breaths, splashing into the water with a splash. Gulp, gulp. Circulating his vital qi, Xiaoqian continuously increased the gravity around him. His entire body was like a lead ball that had fallen into the water. He dove down at an extremely fast speed, and bubbles kept appearing around him. At first, he could still see some light, but after a kilometer, the bottom of the lake became dark. Even with Xiaoqian's eyesight, he couldn't see beyond 100 meters. Due to the refraction of the water, what Xiaoqian saw with his spiritual sense was hazy. He could only make out a rough idea. At this moment, Xiaoqian frowned slightly and let out a soft cry of surprise. There was a large patch of blood floating in the lake in front of him, giving off a pungent smell. As he continued to dive deeper, there was more and more blood. However, he did not see any of the beasts that Ao Jiao mentioned. It seemed like this place had been swept by someone in advance. Bang! Xiaoqian's body trembled slightly. He finally reached the bottom of this heavenly extermination lake, and his feet touched solid ground. When he scanned the area with his spiritual sense, he could roughly tell that there was a majestic mountain range at the bottom of the lake about 500 meters in front of him. It was 1,000 meters tall and looked very vast. The mountain range at the bottom of the lake was actually several times wider than the Lingyun mountain range, where the heavenly saber pavilion was. The blood was also the densest in this place. When Xiao Chun looked around, all he could see was dark red blood. It was viscous and did not melt for a long time. It gave off an extremely disgusting stench. Occasionally, he could see the remains of some wandering, demonic beasts. It was easy to tell that these were the worthless parts of the demonic beasts. Seeing this, Xiao Chun was certain that someone had swept through this place before Xiao Chun. Ao Jiao, does anyone else know about this place? Xiao Chun asked somewhat worriedly. If someone had gotten here before him, then he would have wasted a lot of time. Ao Jiao shook her head slightly and said, "There is no need to worry. Those people should have some other purpose. This place is the birthplace of the extreme Yin underworld flame. 5,000 years ago, the Thunder King discovered the spirit vein by chance when he was retrieving the flame seed. He laid down some restrictions, making it very difficult for others to discover the spirit vein. Firmament flame? Xiao Chun entered deep thought. His lunar true flame had already formed an origin flame. However, it had not absorbed any Yin-attributed flames. Compared to the purple thunder true fire, its might was much weaker. If he had an opportunity to strengthen the lunar true flame, he might be able to execute the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram that he used in the Trial of Desire. However, the purpose of this trip was still the spirit vein's origin. There was no need to think too much about the lunar true flame. He would act according to the situation. Xiao Chun stretched out his right hand, and a surging essence formed a suction force on his palm. The black blood mixed with the lake water quickly gathered in his hand. Huqi, Huqi, a scarlet whirlpool formed on Xiao Chun's palm. The surrounding lake water slowly turned clear. After a while, all the blood condensed into a ball of blood that had been compressed countless times. Xiao Chun casually waved his hand, and the ball of blood flew up at an extremely fast speed. After a long time, it formed a pillar of water on the surface of the heavenly extermination lake. The ball of blood exploded and turned into a rain of blood. As it fell, the cultivators passing by were astonished. While in the clear lake water, Xiao Chun used his vision and discovered a crack in the mountain range in front. That was the entrance that Ao Jiao mentioned. Xiao Chun pushed off the bottom of the lake and moved like lightning. He entered that crack with a shio sound. At first, the crack was very narrow. After walking for 10 minutes, it widened. Clear footprints could be seen on the ground. Based on the shape and number of footprints, there were quite a lot of people, at least 100 of them. Xiao Chun did not know which faction of the ancient desolate land did this. 10 minutes later, the lake water in the crack had completely receded. The area in front suddenly opened up, and a vast world appeared in Xiao Chun's vision. Stone pillars of all shapes and sizes hung upside down a kilometer above him. Cracks extended for 500 kilometers on the ground. Occasionally, strands of Yin-attributed flames wafted out of the cracks. Xiao Chun revealed a shocked expression. It was hard to imagine that there was such a miraculous scene in the mountain range at the bottom of the lake. Halt! The Holy Fire Manor is conducting business here. Would you please leave for now? Suddenly, two middle-aged cultivators leaped out from above. They wore the same clothes and held sharp sabers in their hands. They looked at Xiao Chun cautiously. Because spiritual sense was not very useful in the heavenly extermination lake, Xiao Chun had not released it at all times. He only discovered these two people after they jumped out. When Xiao Chun looked around, he immediately made out the cultivation of these two people. They were peak superior grade martial kings. Their auras were not weak, and their cultivation techniques would not be weak either. They would be considered experts in the ancient desolate land. However, in Xiao Chun's eyes, they were far from sufficient. The Holy Fire Manor. Xiao Chun had a good impression of this sect. Back then, he and Bai Lishi had uprooted their branch in Desolate City. The two of them had also killed their young manor lord and an inner sect elder. Xiao Chun had not expected to meet them here today. In order to obtain the Netherworld Flame, we need a martial monarch expert to hold the line. Xiao Chun needs to deal with these two people quickly. We cannot drag this out. Ao Jiao reminded him. Don't be unable to tell good from bad. Our first Manor Lord and second Manor Lord are here. With your half-step martial monarch cultivation, they can destroy you with one finger. Be smart and scram. When the person on the right saw that Xiao Chun did not move, he pointed at Xiao Chun and shouted. The Holy Fire Manor had two martial monarch experts. Xiao Chun had heard about them long ago. It looked like they were both here. Regardless of the cultivation of these two martial monarchs, if they worked together, Xiao Chun would not be a match for them. However, since he was already here, there was no reason for him to retreat. Xiao Chun squinted and suddenly made a move. He stomped heavily on the ground, leaving a 3-inch deep footprint. He executed the Blue Dragon Cloud soaring art. A resonant dragon roar came from behind him. The person who spoke felt like a blue dragon was flying at him, breaking armor. When Xiao Chun punched, a sharp shockwave formed above his fist. It tore through this person's defense like it was made of paper and left a bloody hole the size of a bowl on his chest. Seizing the heart, Xiao Chun's right hand turned into a claw, and in the time it took for a spark to fly, he pierced through the second person's chest. However, before this person died, he shot out a short arrow he had hidden in his sleeve. The arrow was coated with a special kind of fuel, and it quickly burned in the air. Xiao Chun flicked his right finger and fired out a strand of purple flame. When the arrow was halfway up, he intercepted it. However, when the arrow exploded, it gave off a sharp, ear-piercing sound. The sound waves could be heard clearly within 5 kilometers. Let's go. Xiao Chun had not expected the arrow to be so effective. His expression changed, and he quickly fled in another direction. A kilometer away, the 100-man team of the Holy Fire Manor was currently fighting a large group of flame giants. These flame giants were fire spirits formed from flames lingering in the air for a long time. They did not have a physical body and did not feel pain. Furthermore, there were many of them, making them very difficult to deal with. 2 old men hovered quietly above the group. Extremely powerful auras radiated from their bodies. Every now and then, they would strike down a fire spirit that was blocking their way. When the 2 old men heard the ear-piercing sound, their expressions changed at the same time. The gray-robed old man on the right said, "Big brother, unexpectedly, aside from us, there's someone else who knows the location of the netherworld flame." The blue-robed old man on the left said sullenly, "I am very fast. I will go take a look first. I'll leave this place to you." Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. Right after the blue-robed old man spoke, he quickly flew over. He was simply too fast. It was to the extent that the space around him was unable to endure it, and numerous mottled fissures appeared on it. Xiao Chun was unlucky. The Holy Fire Manor's team happened to be blocked by the fire spirits, so they did not manage to get far. To the blue-robed old man, he crossed the distance of 1 kilometer in a few breaths of time. After he arrived, he squinted and immediately saw Xiao Chun flying. The blue-robed old man's expression relaxed, and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He smiled coldly and said, "You are just a half-step martial monarch, and you dare to come here to join the fun? You are too bold." Chi. The blue-robed old man raised his speed to the limit, and a pitch-black crack appeared behind him. Then, he chased after Xiao Chun. After executing the Blue Dragon Cloud soaring art, Xiao Chun became like a flood dragon leaping about. He had already activated the blood flame shoes long ago, but he still could not shake off the blue-robed old man's pursuit. Chapter 6:14. The distance between them slowly decreased. After 15 minutes, the old man was less than 500 meters away from Xiao Chun. The blue-robed old man's gaze turned cold as he used his palm as a saber. Vast quintessence gathered in his palm. His figure flashed, and he arrived above Xiao Chun's head. Then, he hacked down with his palm. The palm wind howled, and tiny cracks appeared in space. If this palm strike landed, Xiao Chun would definitely suffer. The difference in speed was too great. One used quintessence while the other used essence. There was no way to compete. Since that was the case, there was no point in running. Thunder Shadow Chop. Xiao Chun drew the Lunar Shadow Saber at lightning speed. He turned around and retreated 7 steps, leaving behind 7 afterimages on the ground. Each afterimage had a saber, sending out 7 dazzling saber lights. Merge! The afterimages merged, and the saber lit up with a dazzling light. The peak saber technique that was infused with sevenfold might clashed with the blue-robed old man's horrifying palm saber. Bang! The two moves collided head-on without any fancy moves. Powerful energy ripples burst out and spread out in waves. The void was refracted layer by layer. Xianxia retreated 3 steps, but the blue-robed old man retreated 10 steps. After the blue-robed old man stabilized himself, his expression changed greatly. He had been too careless with his palm strike. He had used only a quarter of his quintessence. Even so, he should have been able to injure a half-step martial monarch easily. Even if he could not injure the other party severely, he should not have lost to him in a clash of strength and even suffered a small loss. The blue-robed old man looked up and saw Xianxia's face. He was slightly stunned, and rage appeared in his eyes. He clenched his teeth and shouted, "It's you, white-robed bladesman, Xianxia." Sparks of electricity leaped around the saber. Xianxia held his saber with one hand. He remained expressionless, not showing much fear. The other party had not reached peak inferior grade martial monarch. As long as 2 martial monarchs did not make a move, even if Xianxia could not defeat the other party, he would be able to leave easily. Xianxia said calmly, "I am not here for your netherworld flame. If you do not stop me, I will not interfere. How about we not interfere?" "Ha ha!" The blue-robed old man laughed loudly. "Not interfere? What qualifications do you have to say that? You were the one who destroyed the Holy Fire Manor's branch in Desolate City, right? Without evidence, old sir, please do not speak nonsense," Xianxia said unhurriedly. His calm eyes showed no fluctuations. The blue-robed old man's pupils constricted, and a murderous intent spread in his eyes. He snorted coldly. "This place is desolate and uninhabited. No one will know if I kill you." The Holy Fire Manor's Desolate City branch had been destroyed, and his son had been killed. The blue-robed old man had investigated for a long time, and Xianxia was the most suspicious. As long as there was this suspicion, Xianxia deserved to die. "It looks like you really think that you are unrivaled after becoming the champion of the 5-Nation Youth Competition. Today, I will show you the difference between you and a martial monarch." The blue-robed old man snored his cold frost. Vast quintessence gathered on Xianxia's right palm. He casually threw a palm strike, and space trembled violently. It was like a mountain covered his head. Wuxia, the essence in Xianxia's body, instantly solidified. Thousands of purple lights shot out from all over his body. His pitch-black eyes turned deep purple as well, giving off a bright light in this dark underground. Clouds move everywhere, wind and lightning gather. Strong winds blew from all directions, and the clouds churned in the sky. Xianxia instantly executed the starting moves of the lightning tribulation saber technique. Dang! The saber and palm clashed, and a surging shock wave exploded out. The charred ground instantly exploded. Countless black rocks flew up into the air, driven by the shock wave. Bang! 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 Amid the thousands of floating rocks, the two exchanged moves at lightning speed. Thunder roared, and the killing intent surged. The palm wind infused with strong quintessence caused space to tremble. Countless cracks appeared. The shockwaves from the fight between the two caused the huge rocks floating in the surroundings to scatter like snowflakes. Along with the strong wind, the rocks scattered into the air, filling the air with dust. Earthly lightning tribulation. Wind and lightning gathered, and his aura reached its peak. Xianxia completely unleashed the state of massacre from the throne. The berserk saber technique in his hand instantly gained an additional state of massacre. The might of the lightning tribulation immediately soared. Mountain pushing palm. The blue-robed old man was slightly startled. He circulated 70% of his quintessence, and a resplendent jade-like light surged on his right palm. When the blue-robed old man pushed his palm out, it was like a mountain moved, pushing all the wind over. Bang! A loud sound rang out, and a huge pit appeared under the two. The white inattributed flame hidden in it flew out like thousands of catkins. The blue-robed old man took a step back, moving 100 meters with each step. When he landed, he left a dent in the ground. Heavenly lightning tribulation. Xianxia's aura flourished. He did not take a single step back. He turned into the heavenly Tao and laid down a second lightning tribulation. The blue-robed old man's aura weakened, and he was knocked back another 100 meters. Divine lightning tribulation. When the final lightning tribulation descended, the blue-robed old man retreated 500 meters with a pale complexion. He had not expected that, even after using 70% of his quintessence, he still could not block Xiaochen. Chi! Xiaochen looked up and discovered that the blue-robed old man's body was covered in burning quintessence at some point in time. In that instant, the blue-robed old man's aura soared wildly, reaching peak inferior grade martial monarch. A strong wind blew behind him, kicking up wind everywhere. Quickly run, Xiaochen. He is burning his quintessence. Furthermore, he is using the extreme Yin flame to burn it. You are definitely not a match for him, Ao Jiao said quickly from the lunar shadow saber. Burning quintessence was a technique that only martial monarchs could grasp. It drained their quintessence several times faster to increase their strength. Martial monarchs would not burn their quintessence unless they had no other choice. Furthermore, if the other party used the extreme Yin flame to burn his quintessence, his strength would increase even more. Xiaochen understood the severity of the situation. He sheathed his saber and quickly retreated. You're still thinking of running at this time? The blue-robed old man snorted coldly, and his figure flashed. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to Xiaochen. Everywhere he passed, the quintessence flames on his body burned a large patch of empty space. The blue-robed old man's palm wind was like thunder, pressing towards Xiaochen's back. A sense of extreme danger appeared in Xiaochen's heart. His face sank, and he quickly turned around. Then, he crossed his arms and materialized the stance of a dragon and a tiger. A dragon in the left hand and a tiger in the right. The dragon roared and the tiger roared. Crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Bang! The palm strike landed on Xiaochen's arms, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. He tumbled a few times in the air before landing firmly on the ground after twisting his body. Xiaochen's chi and blood surged. The blue-robed old man's burning quintessence surged through his meridians. His internal organs were instantly damaged, and he felt intense pain. After wiping off the blood from his lips, Xiaochen knelt on one knee and smiled at the blue-robed old man. He said, "You truly are a martial monarch expert. You can injure me to such an extent with just one palm strike. I will exchange pointers with you in the future. I will definitely return this palm strike." The blue-robed old man knew Xiaochen and mocked him for bullying the weak. He said in a cold voice, "Even at death's door, you still dare to be stubborn. Even if you're a king-grade true dragon, you'll have to kneel here today." Boom! However, just at this moment, a blazing fire suddenly surged out from Xiaochen's right eye. The purple thunder true fire covered the sky as it moved towards the old man. Its aura was very horrifying. Insignificant skill. This old man has played with fire all my life. A large clump of pale white flames appeared on the blue-robed old man's right hand. There was an origin flame the size of a chicken egg in that flame, looking as resplendent as a star. The blue-robed old man casually waved his hand, and this clump of flames blasted apart the purple flames that covered Xiaochen. They turned into sparks, drifting down. The blue-robed old man revealed a cocky expression. He had cultivated his extreme Yin flame for 50 years. His origin flame was even stronger. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen dared to play with fire with him. However, the instant the flames scattered, the blue-robed old man's complexion turned green. He saw 81 figures of Xiaochen in front of him. It was hard to tell which one was the real one. All of them flew in 81 different directions. If the blue-robed old man had personally seen Xiaochen execute the roaming dragon's 9 transformations, he might have been able to tell which one was the real one. However, now that he faced 81 figures, how could he tell which was the real one? Damn it! The rage on the Holy Fire Manor's first Manor Lord's face was indescribable. A bona fide martial monarch expert had used the extreme flame to burn his quintessence. Unexpectedly, a half-step martial monarch brat managed to escape. It was already embarrassing enough for the first Manor Lord to make a move against a junior. In the end, he failed to stop the other party, which was even more embarrassing. Fortunately, there were no outsiders here. Otherwise, if word of this spread, he would not be able to keep his old face. Bang! The blue-robed old man stomped heavily on the ground. He infused all his remaining quintessence and rage into this stomp. A long crack appeared in the ground. The energy in the crack was like a knife. As the crack extended, it even cut the air in half. "Big brother, what's going on?" A voice came from behind the blue-robed old man. It was the Holy Fire Manor's second Manor Lord rushing over. He had felt the blue-robed old man burn his quintessence and thought that the blue-robed old man had run into a strong opponent. The blue-robed old man calmed himself and said, "That person is Xianxia." The gray-robed old man suddenly understood. He said, "The first rank of the true dragon ranking, the white-robed bladesman Xianxia, is the prime suspect for killing the first young master. Isn't he only a half-step martial monarch? How?" Seeing the blue-robed old man's hostile expression, the gray-robed old man quickly shut up. He said, "He ran off just like that? Will he come and cause trouble when we are hunting the Netherworld fire spirit?" The first Manor Lord said coldly, "If he dares, it would be fine if he does not come. If he does, we can kill him as well. We will be able to obtain some of the king's luck he has. Send people to guard the exit. I don't believe that he will not come out. After we subdue the Netherworld Flame Seed, we will come and settle the score with him. Don't be so rash in the future. Those who can become martial monarchs are definitely not mediocre. I have never seen anyone use essence to clash with quintessence. That is suicide," Ao Jiao, who was in the Lunar Shadow Saber, chided. Xianxia had just consumed a 1,000-year-old spirit herb for treating injuries. He refined it for a while, allowing the medicinal energy to seep into his internal organs even faster. After a while, he vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion looked much better. When Xianxia heard Ao Jiao's words, he stood up and smiled. "It's fine. I know what I'm doing." After exchanging moves with that person, I gained a better understanding of my own strength. After the five-nation youth competition, Xiaoqian's strength had soared. However, he had not found a suitable opponent. Among the half-step martial monarchs, no one could interest him. The blue-robed old man happened to be an inferior grade martial monarch. By exchanging moves with him, Xiaoqian could gain a better understanding of his own strength. Chapter 615. With Xiaoqian's current combat prowess, a regular inferior grade martial monarch would not be a match for him if he did not burn his quintessence. If Xiaoqian encountered an inferior grade martial monarch like the blue-robed old man who could use the extreme flame to burn his quintessence, there would be a gap. If Xiaoqian could advance to martial monarch and refine his essence into quintessence, the blue-robed old man would not last more than 10 moves against him, even if he burned his quintessence. Compared to Xiaoqian, aside from having an advantage in quintessence, the blue-robed old man's martial techniques, cultivation techniques, and combat techniques were inferior. If Xiaoqian used the Purple Thunder True Fire to burn his quintessence, the blue-robed old man would not even be able to last 3 moves. A fervent look flashed in Xiaoqian's eyes as he looked around. Then, he said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Where's Ao Jiao's spirit vein's origin? I can't wait to see it. Head northeast. Walk 10 kilometers. You should be able to see a small hill. There's a restriction that the Thunder King left there. I'll help you open it." 10 kilometers was not too far. Xiaoqian looked around. Although he felt a strong urge to rush over, he was not that rash. Xiaoqian sat cross-legged on the ground again and continued to treat his injuries. He ensured that he would not sustain any injuries and rushed over in his best state. After 1 hour, Xiaoqian opened his eyes. He felt energized. He pushed off the ground and turned into a flood dragon rushing over. However, before Xianxia got far, he ran into some trouble. 10 odd ferocious fire spirits blocked his way. Xianxia had seen fire spirits in the Scarlet Blood Prison, so he did not panic. He knew how to deal with these inattributed fire spirits that did not feel pain. A clump of purple thunder true fire appeared with Xianxia's right hand. A purple light flickered in his eyes, and the flame on his palm glowed with a dazzling light. Xianxia had taken out his origin flame. The might of the purple thunder true fire, which contained the origin flame, was completely different from before. When Xianxia saw the fire spirits flying over, he shouted, "Life bestow spell." The flames immediately took shape and eventually turned into 10 sharp short swords. Xianxia swung his right hand, and the short sword shot out. Bang, 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 bang. The purple flame short swords of extreme yang stabbed into the hearts of these fire spirits and immediately exploded. The 10 troublesome fire spirits were instantly blown into countless sparks. Xianxia smiled faintly, and a purple light flickered in his right eye. The short swords in the air turned into 10 beams of light and returned to his right eye. Relying on the short sword formed by the purple thunder true fire, Xianxia swept his way forward. After 15 minutes, he arrived at the hill that Jiao mentioned. The hill was not large, not more than 200 meters tall and stretching for 300 meters. It was black in color and looked extremely ordinary. There were countless similar hills in this underground world. The source of the spiritual vein is below here. Xianxia walked around the hill and did not feel anything special about the spirit chi here. No matter how he looked at it, it was just an ordinary hill. Jiao nodded and said, "In this spiritual vein's origin isn't suppressed by a spiritual gathering array, so the spiritual energy is leaking all year round." The Thunder King took half of it back then. He was afraid that someone would discover this place, so he casually laid down a restriction. "Wait for me for a while." "Xiao." Right after Xianxia spoke, Jiao flew out of the lunar shadow saber. The glow of the saber immediately dimmed significantly. It had been a long time since Xianxia had seen Jiao in person. He sized her up carefully and discovered that she had not changed at all. She was a head shorter than Xianxia. She looked like a little girl, and her sexy figure was the same as before. Looking at the mound in front of her, Jiao revealed a nostalgic expression. She sighed and quickly formed hand seals with her hands. When she was done, she pointed with her dainty right hand and said, "Open." Before Xianxia's astonished gaze, the solid hill split in half. A surging spiritual energy surged out. "Don't just stand there. Quickly go in." If the 2 people from the Holy Fire Manor sense this spiritual energy, we will be in big trouble. Xianxia understood this principle. His figure flashed, and he turned into a purple light. Then, he instantly entered the tunnel at the foot of the hill. Jiao entered after him. She formed hand seals again, and the hill closed up, returning to its ordinary state. The blue-robed old man and the gray-robed old man, who were heading for the netherworld flame seed in the distance, frowned at the same time. After advancing to Martial Monarch, cultivators would start cultivating mental energy. They were extremely sensitive to the changes in spiritual energy. At that moment, both of them sensed an abnormally powerful spirit chi gushing out abruptly. The gray-robed old man said, "Big brother, should we go and take a look?" The Heavenly Extermination Lake is where the Tianwu dynasty's imperial capital used to be. A strange treasure might have appeared there. I'll go and take a look. Later, you can deal with the netherworld fire spirit, the blue-robed old man said after some thought. The tunnel was dark and gloomy. A dense spiritual fog lingered in the surroundings. The walls were covered in dew formed from spiritual energy. It looked like they had not dissipated even after thousands of years. There was no need to cultivate here. All one had to do was open their mouth and inhale, and their cultivation would increase instantly. However, Xianxia did not dare to inhale. The spiritual fog contained many impurities. The cave was not ventilated all year round. These impurities would cause significant harm to the physical body. Xianxia could only watch helplessly. As Xiao Chan walked forward, the spiritual fog dissipated at the end of the tunnel. An underground river appeared before his eyes. The water gushed, and a fragrant spiritual energy assaulted his nose. The entire river was actually made of spiritual liquid. Xiao Chan sighed and said, "This is really an extraordinary waste. How much spiritual energy has been wasted after 5,000 years, allowing a spirit river to flow continuously?" Ao Jiao, who was following behind Xiao Chun, smiled slightly. She said, "How ignorant. It is just the lowest grade spirit vein. You will know when you go to the Kunlun realm. When you see the heavenly spring ancient river, you will know what a true spirit river is." After being looked down upon by Ao Jiao, Xiao Chun smiled embarrassedly. He could not refute her. He knew that spirit veins were divided into different grades. However, he was not clear on how they were divided. The end of the spirit river was where the spirit veins' origin was. The two of them walked forward. Along the way, Ao Jiao explained the different grades of spirit veins to Xiao Chun. Spirit veins were divided into 5 ranks, from lowest to highest. Rank 1 spirit veins were the most ordinary. There would not even be any spirit stone mines around them. Only rank 2 spirit veins would have spirit stones. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion had a rank 2 spirit vein. However, the spirit stones that a rank 2 spirit vein produced were mostly inferior grade spirit stones. Medial grade spirit stones were rare. Only rank 4 spirit veins could produce large amounts of superior grade spirit stones. Rank 4 spirit veins were also known as peak spirit veins. There were less than 5 peak spirit veins in the Tianwu continent. Furthermore, they were in a state of near exhaustion. They could no longer produce large amounts of superior grade spirit stones. Rank 5 spirit veins were known as holy spirit veins. There was not a single one in the Tianwu continent. Even in the Kunlun realm, they were extremely precious. As they spoke, the two of them reached the end of the spirit river. When Xiao Chan saw the spirit veins' origin floating in the air, he frowned slightly. As they spoke, the two of them reached the end of the spirit river. When Xiao Chan saw the spirit veins' origin floating in the air, he frowned slightly. Spiritual rain fell continuously in the spiritual fog, providing a sufficient source of water for the spirit river on the ground. In the middle of the spiritual fog, there was an azure ball of light floating quietly. Layers of comprehension spread out from the ball of light. An azure ball of light floated quietly in the center of the spiritual fog. Layers of comprehension spread out from the ball of light. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly and said, "I'm afraid we made a wasted trip this time. My impression of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's spirit veins' origin is boundless, like I'm in the middle of a vast sea." However, Ao Jiao smiled happily and said, "Hee, idiot master. You picked up a treasure, and you still don't know anything? You are even stupider than Master Blockhead." Xiao Chan felt suspicious and asked, "What do you mean?" "With one look, I can tell that you have not seen the Heavenly Saber Pavilion spirit veins' origin. Even the peak spirit veins' origin is only 10 meters wide. How can it be boundless?" After thinking back, Xiao Chen remembered that he had indeed not seen the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's spirit veins' origin. Back then, he had only sat on the prayer mat for an instant. The boundless feeling was a scene that appeared in his mind. Ao Jiao continued, "No matter how well a spirit vein is maintained, as time passes, it will slowly weaken. I estimate the Heavenly Saber Pavilion spirit veins' origin is only 10 times larger than this spirit veins' origin." You came at the right time. The spirit veins' origin here is the limit of what your body can endure. This way, the risk of your body exploding is greatly reduced. Xiao Chun looked at the spirit veins' origin with a fiery gaze. He could not help but feel excited. After advancing to Martial Monarch, he had refined his essence into quintessence. Another door on the path of cultivation was about to open to him. Ao Jiao stretched out her hand and asked Xiao Chun for some superior grade spirit stones. She said with a calm expression, "Although the risk has been greatly reduced, it is not without risk. Remember this, don't be greedy. Don't let power cloud your rationality." When I am done laying the spirit sealing formation, you can go and swallow the spirit vein's origin. Remember what I said, don't ever forget it. Xianxia nodded and said, go ahead and lay the formation. Ao Jiao waved her right hand, and a strong wind blew, clearing away the dense spiritual fog. Only the beautiful azure spirit vein's origin could be seen floating quietly in the air. Xiao! Xiao! Spirit stones flew out from Ao Jiao's hands. After she tossed out a total of 108 superior great spirit stones, she started to form hand seals. Finally, she pointed at the spirit stones one by one. The spirit stones immediately gave off a faint glow. Lines shot out from them and linked all the spirit stones together. An extremely complicated formation immediately appeared above the spirit vein's origin. Each of the 18 corners of the formation shone with a dazzling brilliance, sealing a part of the world inside. Ao Jiao said softly, the spirit sealing formation is already laid. The spiritual energy in the spirit vein's origin will not leak out. Go ahead. Success or failure depended on this. Xiaoqian took a deep breath and floated up. He flew to the center of the formation and sat down cross-legged. The spirit sealing formation formed a formless plane in the air. Xiaoqian did not need to move it. He could make it float. That palm-sized rank 1 spirit vein's origin floated quietly above Xiaoqian's head. Boom! The instant he sat down, a surging river appeared in Xiaoqian's mind. The river was vast and mighty, as though it could destroy everything in the world. Xiaoqian's heart sank. He finally understood that what Ao Jiao said was true. The spiritual energy contained in this palm-sized spirit vein was at least 1/10 of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion spirit veins. Chapter 6:16. Maintaining his calm, Xiaoqian circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 6th layer calmly. He slowly absorbed the surging spiritual energy from the spirit origin. As the river flowed, the crystalline chi whirlpool above his dantian quickly filled up. A strong energy spread throughout his body. In the time it took to breathe, Xiaoqian's cultivation soared rapidly. Normally, cultivating for 10 days to half a month would not even compare to 1 breath of time. This kind of instant increase in strength caused all the muscles in Xiaoqian's body to swell and his blood to surge. As his strength swelled, it put a lot of pressure on Xiaoqian's flesh and bones. The benefits of the firmament body tempering art's 6th layer manifested itself. Xiaoqian's muscles swelled and his blood vessels surged. However, it was still within his control. His skin did not burst from the swelling blood vessels. Cultivators had an innate desire for strength. When their strength increased, they would unconsciously feel an intense sense of excitement and satisfaction. As long as one was human, they would not be able to avoid it. Having excitement and satisfaction was not a bad thing. It could motivate cultivators to work harder. However, there was a limit to everything. Once there was too much, it would become a bad thing. At this moment, this excitement and satisfaction surged into Xiaoqian's mind 100-fold, 1,000-fold. It made him feel like his entire body was filled with energy, like it could increase endlessly. Faster, faster, faster. Xiaoqian's heart roared loudly. His face flushed red, clearly excited. Kassier. When Xiaoqian's spirit origin was drained by 2/3, the purple crystalline chi whirlpool in his body doubled in size. The bottleneck he had been waiting for finally arrived. However, that boundless energy continued to pour in endlessly. That sense of excitement filled Xiaoqian's mind. It seemed like he could still increase it slightly. It would be a pity to waste so much spiritual energy. Don't be greedy. Don't let power cloud your rationality. Just as this thought appeared in Xiaoqian's mind, Ao Jiao's words rang out in his mind. He immediately came to his senses and stopped circulating the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. The spirit sealing formation was filled with spiritual energy. The mist was extremely dense, but it was locked by the light curtain around the base of the formation. Not a single bit of it leaked out. Ao Jiao's gaze pierced through the light screen. When she saw the remaining spirit veins origin above Xiao Chen's head, she heaved a sigh of relief. She smiled and said, "Since you managed to overcome the stage of desire in the ancient desolate tower, I knew that my stupid master would not be blinded by strength." The situation just now was extremely thrilling. If Xiao Chun didn't stop, his body would have been instantly burst by the skyrocketing spiritual energy, and he would have died without any chance of survival. The crystalline cyclone above his dantian had already swelled to its limit. Its spinning speed gradually slowed down, and in the end, it completely stopped moving. Xiao! The instant the crystal cyclone came to a stop, the mental power within his sea of wisdom abruptly surged. It flowed through the Tianmen acupoint on the top of his head to the main meridian in his dantian, and a powerful mental power flowed forth like a waterfall. The mental power started to refine the essence into quintessence. This was a very difficult stage for ordinary people. However, it was very easy for Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun had already opened his sea of consciousness long ago. His vast mental power was much stronger than his essence. Refining quintessence was very easy. As the mental power entered the crystal cyclone, it slowly melted. Dida, Dida. A melodious sound rang out in Xiao Chen's body. A purple liquid that was purer and stronger than the solidified essence appeared above Xiao Chen's dantian drop by drop. After that, it flowed through all the meridians in Xiao Chen's body. When Xiao Chun felt the purer and denser energy, he rejoiced. He muttered to himself, "Is this quintessence?" Originally, with Xiao Chen's vast essence, the process of refining quintessence would take at least 2 months. However, his mental power was more than 100 times stronger than others. This time was greatly reduced. After 1 hour, all the essence had been refined into quintessence. The purple quintessence circulated in the main meridians and minor meridians for a great cycle before returning to the dantian and forming 99 drops of purple liquid. Bang! Xiao Chen opened his eyes. The instant he stopped, the strong energy in his body spread out uncontrollably. The entire ground started to tremble. The blue-robed old man on the ground searched for a long time, but could not find the source of the strange spiritual energy. Just as he was about to leave, the mound behind him suddenly trembled. The blue-robed old man soared into the air and cautiously sized up the unremarkable mound. Strong self-confidence flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes. He circulated a drop of purple quintessence and casually sent out a strand of saber chi formed from quintessence. In that instant, a long, pitch-black crack appeared in space. Sensing that the drop of quintessence was far from exhausted, Xiao Chen's right hand did not stop moving. He sent out 130 strands of saber chi in succession. The space in front of him was like a piece of cloth, shattering into pieces. Quintessence was quintessence. In the past, Xiao Chun had to use the Thunder Shadow Chop to shatter space. Now, he could tear space with a casual strike. I finally advanced to Martial Monarch. Unable to contain the excitement in his heart, Xiao Chun landed beside Ao Jiao with a so sound. He smiled and said, "Ao Jiao, I advanced to Martial Monarch." Ao Jiao was happy for Xiao Chun in her heart. However, she maintained a calm expression and said, "Go back first and stabilize your cultivation. You still cannot control your quintessence perfectly." The two of them returned the way they came. When the mound above them opened up again, a ferocious palm wind pressed down. After waiting for so long, it turns out that it is you, little bastard, who caused this commotion. Quickly take out the treasures that you obtained. The blue-robed old man had a ferocious expression. Quintessence covered his palm as he sent a ferocious palm wind at Xiao Chen's head. When faced with the sudden appearance of the blue-robed old man, Xiao Chun was startled at first. After all, anyone who was not mentally prepared would be shocked when suddenly attacked. After a while, Xiao Chun smiled gently. He had just advanced to Martial Monarch and had not had the time to test out his strength. The blue-robed old man had arrived at the right time. With a thought, the 3 drops of purple liquid in his dantian instantly poured into his meridians and turned into surging quintessence. Then, Xianxia sent out a punch. Bang! When the fist and palm met, a strong shockwave exploded out. In that instant, the two halves of the mound were shattered by the quintessence from the two, kicking up a cloud of dust. Wuxia! Wuxia! The energy from Xiaoqian's fist was boundless and shockingly pure. The blue-robed old man was knocked back several dozen steps in the air before he could stabilize himself. When the blue-robed old man saw the light flickering on Xiaoqian's fist, he said in astonishment, "This is quintessence. How did you advance to martial monarch in just half a day?" The blue-robed old man could not be blamed for being astonished. When a regular cultivator reached the bottleneck of half-step martial monarch, they would open their sea of consciousness. Then, they would cultivate their mental energy and refine their essence. Only when they finished refining their essence would they be considered martial monarchs. Cultivators with strong talent for mental energy would need at least 3 months to do this. Those with weak talent for mental energy would need at least 2 or 3 years. Very few people could be like Xiaoqian. From the very start, his cultivation technique tempered his mental energy. Furthermore, he managed to open his sea of consciousness when he was a martial king. Mental energy was much stronger than essence. Even though Xiaoqian had reached the bottleneck of half-step martial monarch, his mental energy was still stronger than his essence. Hence, the speed at which he refined quintessence was astonishingly fast. Xiaoqian said calmly, "There is no need for a person who is about to die to know so much. Earlier, you gave me a palm strike. Now, I will return the favor with a fist strike." However, the blue-robed old man laughed loudly. "So what if you advance to martial monarch? I became a martial monarch 10 years ago. My control of quintessence is incomparable to yours. This place is where the imperial capital of the Tianwu dynasty used to be. You must have obtained some miraculous medicinal pill. Otherwise, you would not have advanced to martial monarch so quickly. You just consumed the medicinal pill. Your body will not be able to digest it completely. After I capture you, I will extract your blood, skin you, and refine you again. My cultivation will definitely reach peak inferior grade martial monarch." Chi. Right after the blue-robed old man spoke, a faint blue quintessence appeared on his body. As the extreme Yin flame burned, the quintessence turned into a pale white halo that surrounded him. His aura soared as he prepared to take down Xiaoqian in one move. Mountain pushing palm. After the blue-robed old man burned his quintessence, he sent out a palm strike. The air flowed in reverse. The force of his palm strike seemed to push the entire space. A strong pressure pressed down on Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian felt a slight pain in his bones, flesh, and skin. A regular cultivator would have been crushed into a meat patty before the palm strike arrived. Xiaoqian circulated his vital qi, and his strong physical body immediately became as hard as frost iron. He stood there like a mountain, allowing the wind to press down on him without moving. When the other party's palm strike was about 100 meters away, Xiaoqian circulated all 99 drops of purple liquid in his body. He finally made his move. He instantly drew the lunar shadow saber, giving off a dazzling light. Thunder shadow chop. Xiaoqian's aura flourished as he took 7 steps forward. With each step, he swung his saber. The quintessence on the saber surged, and every saber strike easily tore a tear in space. When he finished taking 7 steps, his aura reached its peak. The 7 afterimages merged, and Xiaoqian swung his saber. The immortal state of thunder made the electric light on the saber eternal and inextinguishable. Furthermore, it worked with his 60% comprehended saber intent. The might of this saber strike was unimaginably great. The electric light exploded and broke through the blue-robed old man's palm strike. Xiaoqian searched for an opening and pressed his saber forward. The other party's protective quintessence blocked for a while before it broke. Wuxia. The quintessence contained in the saber light knocked the blue-robed old man back a kilometer. It left a bloody wound on his chest. It was so deep that bones could be seen. The purple quintessence was like a berserk bolt of lightning as it surged through the old man's body. It shattered the quintessence coming out of the other party's dantian. It was simply unblockable. The blue-robed old man vomited a mouthful of blood. He paled as he looked at Xianxia in horror. He muttered, "That's impossible. You just advanced to martial monarch. How is it that even after I burn my quintessence, I still cannot block your quintessence?" A heaven-ranked cultivation technique. He must be cultivating a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Otherwise, he would not have such strong quintessence after advancing. When the blue-robed old man thought of this possibility, he no longer hesitated. He turned around and fled. The other party possessed a heaven-ranked cultivation technique and was an absolute genius. After he advanced to martial monarch, even inferior-grade martial monarchs would not be a match for him. The first rank of the true dragon ranking could not be judged with common sense. Xiaochen continued flying. As Xiaochen watched the blue-robed old man flee, he sheathed his saber and stood still. He was not in a rush to give chase. The quintessence in his body surged, and dragon roars came from his abdomen. A strong wind howled, and boundless shock waves spread out. Chapter 617. Blue Dragon Tail Whip. Xiaochen shouted, and an ancient blue dragon appeared under his feet. The blue dragon tail swung gently, and an overwhelming force surged out. The blue dragon tail whip sent Xiaochen's body flying in a long arc in the air, disappearing in an instant. Xiaochen had cultivated the blue dragon cloud soaring art to small perfection long ago. However, he had always been limited by his cultivation, unable to bring out the true might of this heaven-ranked movement technique. Now that Xiaochen had advanced to martial monarch, his quintessence surged. When the blue dragon tail whip was executed, its aura was extremely horrifying. A strong wind blew, and it arrived at the blue-robed old man's side. Spring Thunder Chop Die. Accompanying the strong wind was the first move of Xiaochen's four-season saber technique. Spring thunder roared in the sky. Xiaochen used his quintessence to drive the cycle of seasons. When the saber chopped down, it gave off an unparalleled sharpness. The blue-robed old man felt a chill in his heart. Extreme flame explode. The blue-robed old man knew he was no match for this unparalleled saber light. A pale white flame appeared in his palm. A white light as resplendent and dazzling as a star appeared in the center of the flame. This was the origin flame that the blue-robed old man had refined for decades. At the moment of life and death, he planned to explode this origin flame to buy time to escape. Who? The star-like origin flame flickered with light continuously. A horrifying energy spread out from it. Xiaochen's face sank. That origin heart was already the size of a chicken egg. If it exploded, the power it would create would be terrifying. At such a close distance, Xiaochen would definitely be injured. However, if he retreated, it would be difficult for him to catch up to the blue-robed old man. This person was a martial monarch. Furthermore, he was certain that Xiaochen killed his son. Even if Xiaochen was not afraid, he would still hurt his friends and family. If the other party became ruthless and hurt his friends and family, then it would be too late for regrets. This person must not be allowed to live. He had to stabilize this extreme flame first. After making up his mind, Xiaochen quickly sheathed his saber and dissipated the force of this spring thunder chop. However, because he had just advanced to martial monarch, he had not reached the level where he could control his quintessence as he pleased. Some of his quintessence leaked out unavoidably, digging deep holes in the ground. Extreme flames go. He casually tore off the blue strip of cloth in front of his forehead, and an even paler flame floated out from between his eyebrows. In the center of the flame, there was also a speck of white light that was as bright as a star. It was the lunar flame's origin core. It was only the size of a grain of rice, but when it flew out and collided with the egg-sized origin core, the extreme flame, which had been extremely restless and violent and was about to explode at any moment, instantly calmed down. The rice grain-sized origin flame ignored the origin flame, which was countless times larger than it, and climbed up to devour it greedily. The lunar flame was the flame of the highest grade among the Yin-attributed flames. No matter how much the extreme Yin flame resisted, it would only be swallowed up. Xianxia didn't even look at them. He leaped over the two tangled flames and continued chasing after the blue-robed old man. Damn it! How'd he catch up to us again? The blue-robed old man's face was ashen, and he sped up once more. Blue Dragon Tail Whip. No matter how fast he was, it was impossible for him to escape from Xianxia, who had unleashed the true might of the Blue Dragon Cloud soaring art. Spring Thunderchop. Burning to desolation, Xianxia caught up to the blue-robed old man. This time, he did not give the blue-robed old man a chance to use his trump card. He executed both the spring and summer sabers consecutively. He used his quintessence to drive the power of the cycle of seasons. Heaven and earth trembled violently. Xianxia sheathed his saber. With these two sabers, the blue-robed old man's body turned into a pool of blood, his bones shattered. Amid the blood rain, a spatial ring flickering with a dim light appeared. Xianxia casually waved his hand, and the spatial ring flew over. Then, he tossed it into his universe ring and ignored it. Xianxia looked around and saw saber chi, made of purple quintessence, filling the air. They pierced thousands of holes in space, leaving pitch-black holes in it. Xianxia frowned slightly and said, I just advanced to inferior grade martial monarch. I need to spend more time to control my quintessence. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome to fight a medial grade martial monarch like this. Xianxia calmly summarized the earlier battle. He did not feel any pride from defeating an inferior grade martial monarch. He was a king grade true dragon. He would not be inferior to anyone of the same cultivation. After cultivating a heaven-ranked cultivation technique and advancing to martial monarch by swallowing a spirit vein's origin, it would be strange if he could not deal with an ordinary inferior grade martial monarch. Boom! 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 At the same time, an intense battle took place in the lava in the distance. All sorts of explosions resounded without end. The lava did not have surging heat waves or boundless smoke. On the contrary, it was dark and gloomy, filled with a cold chi. It was incredibly gloomy, looking very strange. A green flower bloomed in the center of the lava. Its petals were jade green and crystalline. A gloomy green flame in the center of the flower gave off a dazzling light and a boundless chill. Needless to say, this green flame was the Netherworld Flame Seed. There were two 10-meter-tall black fire spirits in front of the petals. The black fire spirits were different from regular fire spirits. They already had eyes, a mouth, and a nose on their faces. Their eyes flickered with light. Clearly, they had some intelligence. There was also a layer of black cuticle on the surface of their bodies, looking like solid, natural armor. The people of the Holy Fire Manor fought the two Netherworld fire spirits intensely. The gray-robed old man faced one Netherworld fire spirit alone. The remaining half-step martial monarchs and peak martial kings of the Holy Fire Manor worked together to deal with the other. Based on the situation of the two sides, one could easily see the huge difference between a half-step martial monarch and a martial monarch. The gray-robed old man faced the Netherworld fire spirit alone. Not only did he not lose, but he even held the upper hand. After another few hundred moves, the Netherworld fire spirit would definitely lose. On the other hand, the group of 100 people with 10 half-step martial monarchs could only barely block the attacks of the Netherworld fire spirit. They could only wait for the gray-robed old man to finish and come over to help. I wonder how long Big Brother will be gone for. If he were here, we would have been able to take away the Netherworld Flame Seed long ago, the gray-robed old man thought to himself. However, he was not worried about the blue-robed old man's safety. Given his understanding of the blue-robed old man's strength, even if the blue-robed old man met a troublesome demonic beast, he should be able to escape easily. After Xianxia dealt with his opponent, he returned to where the extreme Yin Flame and the Lunar True Flame were fighting. As the lunar true flame swallowed the extreme Yin flame's origin flame, it had shrunk significantly. However, it continued to resist tenaciously. The lunar true flame's origin flame was still too weak. If the blue-robed old man were still here, the extreme Yin flame might have been able to devour the lunar true flame under his control. However, the blue-robed old man was already dead, and Xiaochun had rushed back. No matter how the extreme Yin flame resisted, it could not avoid its fate of being devoured. Xiaochun's gaze sank slightly. He extended out his spiritual sense and took the initiative to control the lunar true flame. Chi-Chi. One had a master, and the other had no master. The lunar true flame swallowed the lunar true flame at a much faster rate. Time slowly went by. After 1 hour, the last strand of light of the extreme Yin flame faded away. Xiaochun's lunar true flame finally swallowed it all. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xiaochun said softly, actively swallowing it like this really exhausted a lot of mental energy. However, the result is still satisfactory. The lunar true flame's origin flame in the air in front of Xiaochun had already expanded from its original size of a grain of rice to the size of a pearl. Xiaochun pointed casually, and the palm-sized lunar true flame crashed into a stone pillar. Wuxia. The stone pillar silently burned into a pile of rubble. The destructive power of the lunar true flame was a stark contrast to the berserk purple thunder true fire. Xiaochun entered deep thought. Now that the lunar true flame already possessed some combat prowess, it would be very inconvenient to fight with it in the sea of consciousness. I already have the purple thunder true fire in my right eye. I'll put this lunar true flame in my left eye then. Xiao. A light flashed, and the lunar true flame, together with the lunar true flame's origin flame, entered his left eye. Xiaochun closed his eyes and familiarized himself with the lunar true flame in his left eye. After a while, Xiaochun opened his eyes. A purple light spread out from his right eye, and a fierce flame burned endlessly. His left eye flickered with a white light, and a cold chi spread out. It looked much weaker than his right eye. With a thought, the mysterious phenomenon in his eyes disappeared. Xiaochun muttered, "If I want to execute the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram in the stage of desire, I need to achieve a balance between yin and yang. The lunar true flame is still too weak. Even if the might of the purple thunder true fire is reduced by half, it will not achieve a balance between yin and yang." Boom! At this moment, a muffled explosion resounded at the end of their line of sight. At the end of their line of sight, a cold flame soared into the sky, illuminating the dark underground space with a deathly white light. It should be another martial monarch of the Holy Fire Manor preparing to retrieve the Netherworld Flame Seed. Let's go take a look. Circulating the blue dragon cloud's soaring art, Xiaochun immediately soared into the air. Quintessence circulated in his body, and dragon roars came from his body. An indistinct blue dragon appeared under Xiaochun's feet, carrying Xiaochun. Xiaochun's feet did not touch the ground as he moved up and down. His speed reached Mach 5. Xiaochun's body tore through space, creating a long shock wave behind him. It was like two formless waves moving up and down. In less than 10 minutes, Xiaochun arrived at the scene of the commotion. A vast expanse of lava filled his vision. Under the gray-robed old man's lead, the Holy Fire Manor's people attacked the final Netherworld Fire Spirit in an orderly fashion. Under the gray-robed old man's strong attacks, the Netherworld Fire Spirit was forced back. The morale of the Holy Fire Manor's people soared, and they were filled with vigor. On a mound, Xiaochun's white robes fluttered as he looked at everything in front of him. Looking up, Xiaochun saw the green flower petals behind the Netherworld Fire Spirit. There was a clump of green flame in the flower petals, giving off a boundless cold light. That is the Netherworld flower. However, the Netherworld Flame Seed does not seem to have matured yet. The Holy Fire Manor's people were too anxious. Back then, the mature flame seed that the Thunder King took away was orange, Ao Jiao said softly from the lunar shadow saber. Xiaochun felt somewhat disappointed. An immature flame seed was like an unripe fruit. No matter how precious it was, its value would be greatly reduced. Let's go. There's no need to remain here. The flame seed had not matured yet, so Xiao Chun lost interest in fighting for it. He gave the blooming netherworld flower one last glance before turning to leave. Wait a moment. If the immature flame seed is taken away, the netherworld flower will immediately wither. From then on, there will no longer be a netherworld flame. Rather than letting these people waste it, you might as well uproot the netherworld flower and preserve the flame seed temporarily. Chapter 618. Xiao Chun stopped and muttered, "However, without the nourishment of Yin energy, even if I uproot it, this netherworld flower will wither soon." Ao Jiao smiled and said, "It's fine. Just store all the land in the universe ring. This netherworld flower should be able to survive for about a year. When you go to the Kunlun realm, there is an immortal spirit ring for storing natural treasures. If you place this netherworld flower in there, it will continue to grow. Furthermore, it looks like the netherworld flower will mature soon. The Holy Fire Manor's people probably do not know much about the netherworld flower. That's why they were so rash." Xiao Chun had always done things in a straightforward manner, swift and decisive. If there was no value, he would leave immediately. If there was value in preserving it, the moment Ao Jiao spoke, he took action. A dragon roar came from Xiao Chen's body, and an indistinct blue dragon appeared under his feet. In that instant, he leaped over everyone's heads and landed beside the netherworld flower. Boom! When the Holy Fire Manor's people, who had just defeated the last netherworld fire spirit, saw Xiao Chen suddenly appear, they were all startled, their faces filled with rage. The gray-robed old man looked at Xiao Chun, who had his back to them. His heart immediately sank as he stared at Xiao Chun. The quintessence in his body surged, causing the gray-robed old man's clothes to flutter. The surrounding people all felt a significant pressure. "Who are you? Why are you snatching my Holy Fire Manor's netherworld flame seed?" The gray-robed old man's aura pressed down on Xiao Chun like a strong wind. His pupils constricted, and a murderous intent spread out. He clenched his right fist tightly, preparing to attack at any moment. Xiao Chen's back faced the crowd. Under the pressure of the gray-robed old man's aura, he remained calm and collected. He said softly, "The netherworld flower is nurtured by nature. How can it be your Holy Fire Manors? I want the flame seed. You all can go." "Ha! What a nurtured by nature. Well, my Holy Fire Manor naturally belongs to my Holy Fire Manor. How is it your Holy Fire Manor's turn to speak? You can stay as well." The gray-robed old man sneered. The aura that he had been accumulating for a long time suddenly erupted, and the shockwave caused dust to fill the sky. Stomping heavily on the ground, the gray-robed old man soared into the sky like a ferocious tiger, throwing a punch at Xiao Chun. The wind howled, and quintessence covered his fist, giving off a faint glow. Hearing the sound of the wind, Xiao Chun turned around and faced the ferocious punch. Unfazed, Xianxia clenched his fist and drove half of the Jinqi in his body before sending a punch of his own. Bang! When the two fists collided, Xiao Chun did not move at all. On the other hand, the gray-robed old man, who rushed over like a ferocious tiger, flew back. The aura in his body turned chaotic, and he felt his arm go slightly numb. He looked at Xiao Chun with a strange expression. He clearly felt that Xiao Chun had just advanced to martial monarch. However, the surging quintessence far surpassed his. "It's you, white-robed bladesman Xiao Chun. I have seen the True Dragon rankings name list before. It really is him, the first rank of this True Dragon ranking. Furthermore, he is a king-grade True Dragon genius. Even the geniuses of the 10 great sects and 8 noble clans lost to him. Isn't he only a half-step martial monarch? How did he advance to martial monarch in less than a month?" When the gray-robed old man saw Xiao Chen's appearance, his expression changed drastically. The Holy Fire Manor's people behind him also started discussing this matter. The gray-robed old man's expression sank completely. He said, I only used 60% of my strength earlier. If you think you can defeat me with that, you are too naive." The gray-robed old man shouted and circulated all the quintessence in his body. Then he instantly burned it with an extreme flame. A blazing quintessence flame appeared on his body. The gray-robed old man's aura rose to peak inferior grade martial monarch, forcing the surrounding cultivators to take a few steps back. That oppressive aura was not something they could endure. Tiger roaring mountains and rivers. A huge ferocious tiger image materialized behind the gray-robed old man as he charged over again. He circulated all 99 drops of quintessence in his body and circulated his vital chi as well. Quintessence and vital chi merged as Xiao Chun executed the first move of the Dragon Claw Fist, Berserk Dragon. A realistic dragon head appeared on Xiao Chun's fist. The Berserk Dragon roared ferociously as it punched. Boom! The tiger and dragon clashed, roaring continuously. The instant the fists clashed, the tiger image behind the gray-robed old man crumbled. He vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. I never said that I would use my full power. Xiao Chun leaped forward and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. A blue dragon image flickered under his feet. In a breath, he caught up to the gray-robed old man. Berserk Dragon Claw. Xiao Chun formed his left hand into a claw and swung it back. 5 azure-colored claw marks appeared and knocked the gray-robed old man back again. A dragon roar resounded in Xiao Chun's chest. He brought out his small perfection blue dragon cloud soaring art to its limits. Xiao Chun stood on the blue dragon image and moved up and down in midair, alternating between punches and claws. Bang! 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 At first, the gray-robed old man could still keep up with Xiao Chun's rhythm. After exchanging a few moves, he slowly fell into a passive state, getting beaten up. Quintessence exploded on the gray-robed old man's body. The sound of bones breaking rang out continuously. The fists and claws did not stop. In midair, Xiao Chun sent the old man flying like a sandbag. He only stopped after flying for 1,000 meters. The group of Holy Fire Manor's elders and elite members were all dumbfounded. They could not believe what they saw. Normally, the second Manor Lord was an undefeatable existence in their eyes. Unexpectedly, he was beaten up by a youth to the point where he could not retaliate. It was extremely tragic. A king grade true dragon genius is not something we can imagine. He is already so powerful when he just advanced to martial monarch. Indeed, the second Manor Lord has already advanced to martial monarch for almost 5 years. However, he could not retaliate at all. This operation is probably going to fail. Even if the first Manor Lord comes, he will not be a match for him. Berserk Dragon Break. Xiao Chun roared ferociously. The azure dragon head on his right hand and the dragon claw on his left merged, forming a complete blue dragon. Then, it soared towards the gray-robed old man. Bang! The gray-robed old man, who had just gotten up, vomited a large mouthful of blood. He could no longer get up. The surrounding Holy Fire Manor cultivators were all frightened. No one dared to make a sound. No one dared to go over and help. The strength that Xiao Chun displayed was not something that people of their level could interfere with. The gray-robed old man was severely injured. When he saw Xiao Chun walking over, he said hatefully, "The first Manor Lord will be rushing over soon. White-robed brat, you will not be able to escape death in the end." Xiao Chun said softly, "Sorry to disappoint you. He will never be coming." "You killed him," the gray-robed old man exclaimed in extreme shock, his final hope dashed. Xiao Chun did not answer the gray-robed old man's question. He casually flicked a strand of purple flame through the gray-robed old man's forehead and took away his spatial ring. Just as Xiao Chun was about to leave, he discovered a pale white flame coming out of the gray-robed old man's corpse. There was an origin flame the size of half a chicken egg in the flame. Xiao Chun was slightly stunned. He said, "This is a pleasant surprise." The lunar true flame surged out from Xiao Chun's left eye. After it swallowed up the origin flame, The lunar true flame's origin flame expanded once again. The lunar flame, which had been extremely weak all this while, finally had some killing power. After Xiao Chan finished doing all this, he turned around and discovered that the other elders of the Holy Fire Manor and the many martial king elites had all scattered, disappearing without a trace. Xiao Chan could not be bothered with you. He gently waved his right hand, and the lunar shadow saber appeared in his grasp. Then he slowly floated above the netherworld flower. Xiao Chen lowered his head and looked at the lava below. Then he looked around and felt confident. Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber and swung it at the ground 4 times. 4 strands of purple saber chi shot out from the saber's edge. Ka-cha! Ka-cha! 4 cracks connected to each other appeared on the ground. It was like a piece of tofu. Xiao Chen's saber chi carved out a perfect square. The netherworld flower bloomed quietly in the center. Rise! Xiao Chen leaped down and smacked the ground heavily with his palm. The ground trembled violently. The square piece of land, separated by the crack, slowly rose up under the force of this palm. After it rose to a height of 100 meters, Xiao Chen circulated all the quintessence in his body and chopped it in half. Xiao Chen separated the huge piece of lava, which contained the netherworld flower, just like that. A dim light flashed in the universe ring. Xiao Chen moved the piece of lava into the universe ring. I'll leave from above. I just advanced to Martial Monarch. I have to find a place to familiarize myself with my current strength. After Xiao Chen did all this, he looked up at the rock a kilometer above him. He could feel that the rock was not particularly hard. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and leaped up. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched upwards. A hole immediately appeared in the rock. Boom! After an unknown period of time, Xiao Chen punched a hole in the mountain range at the bottom of the lake. Then, he reappeared in the lake. After a while, he was like a flood dragon coming out of the water. He kicked up huge waves, and the fresh air that he had not experienced in a long time blew over. After flying around, Xiao Chen found an uninhabited island. He immediately landed and took out the spatial rings of the 2 martial monarchs. There was some anticipation in his eyes as he smiled faintly. The spatial rings of martial monarchs should not be too poor. I hope there will be some gains. First, Xiao Chen opened the spatial ring of the gray-robed old man. Then, he looked around and immediately discovered more than 5,000 superior Great Spirit stones filled with spiritual energy. What Xiao Chen lacked now were superior Great Spirit stones. Naturally, he accepted them without standing on ceremony. There were very few superior Great Spirit stones. However, there were a frightening number of medial Great Spirit stones, a total of 3 million. However, when Xiao Chen thought about it, it made sense. There were only a few rank 4 spirit veins that could produce superior Great Spirit stones in the Qianwu continent. It was easy to imagine how many superior Great Spirit stones they produced every year. On the other hand, there were many rank 3 spirit veins that produced medial Great Spirit stones in the Qianwu continent. Given the gray-robed old man status, it was not strange for him to obtain such a large number of medial Great Spirit stones. As for the miscellaneous items, such as a few inferior grade secret treasures and some earth-rank spirit weapons, Xiao Chen did not have much interest in them. He casually tossed them aside. After that, Xiao Chen opened the spatial ring of the blue-robed old man. As the first manor lord of the Holy Fire Manor, he should have more wealth than the gray-robed old man. Indeed, after Xiao Chen opened the spatial ring, he counted the number of superior Great Spirit stones. There were more than 10,000 medial Great Spirit stones. There were even more medial Great Spirit stones, a total of 5 million. In total, Xiao Chen had a total of 8 million medial Great Spirit stones. Chapter 619. Unfortunately, now that Xiao Chen had advanced to Martial Monarch, he could only use so many medial Great Spirit stones as currency. They were of no use to him. Martial Monarchs could only cultivate with superior Great Spirit stones. The effects of medial Great Spirit stones were almost negligible. Everyone knew this principle. However, there were very few martial monarchs in the Qianwu continent who could use superior grade spirit stones to cultivate every day. This was because superior grade spirit stones were too rare in the Sky Dome realm. Regular martial monarchs could only use superior grade spirit stones once in a while. They could only use medial grade spirit stones to cultivate. This was the case for the gray-robed old man and the blue-robed old man. Otherwise, they would have exhausted all the superior grade spirit stones in their rings long ago. Xianxia gained a deeper understanding of what Old Feng said about the Tianwu continent not being able to support so many geniuses. At this moment, Xianxia understood that if he wanted to maintain his previous cultivation speed, he had to go to the Kunlun realm. Remaining in the Sky Dome realm would only be a waste of his talent. Collecting his thoughts, Xianxia shifted his gaze to the netherworld flower in the universe ring. This was his greatest gain on this trip. If the lunar true flame consumed the netherworld flame seed after it matured, the lunar true flame's origin flame would definitely improve rapidly. The pile of lava in the universe ring occupied half the space. He could see the netherworld flower's core withering at an extremely slow pace. If I cannot find an immortal spirit ring in 1 year, this netherworld flower will probably die, Xianxia muttered as he withdrew his gaze. Ao Jiao smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. Although an immortal spirit ring is precious, unless it is a peak immortal spirit ring, you will definitely be able to handle it." Xianxia smiled faintly and did not bother with this matter. He looked around and found a suitable empty space to start cultivating in. There was a huge difference between quintessence and essence. The former was more than 100 times stronger. This was the first time Xianxia grasped such a strong force. He needed to cultivate for a while before he could control it perfectly. Otherwise, when he fought, his quintessence would leak out uncontrollably, and he would not be able to control it properly. There were also some martial techniques that he could bring out after advancing to Martial Monarch, such as the Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art, the Dragon Subduing Slash, and the Battle Sage's Origin Strength character formula. He needed to comprehend these properly before he could execute them as he wished. The sun rose and set, one day at a time. Xianxia cultivated alone on the desolate island. Xianxia slowly familiarized himself with his control of quintessence. The might of the small perfection Azure Dragon Cloud Soaring Art reached perfection. He could already use the first move of the Dragon Subduing Slash. His quintessence to himself, and King Qin's much more. Qin's Sovereign Qin's SS, Tion. The Qin's Mini Qin could too. To the King now, that the much to Spirit King. Qin's Mini to Chun that. He, King Mini, Spirit, he that he, Spirit, that Qin's, Chun to the Spirit had now. Many with kings. The sequelae of the Dragon Subduing Slash's 4-season saber technique were much better than before. When Xianxia used his quintessence, his might was several times stronger than before. When Xianxia used his quintessence, the peak Earth-ranked 4-season saber technique increased the various mysterious phenomena of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The most powerful was the Battle Sage's Origin Strength character formula. Once he used it, it could increase the combat prowess of any martial technique by 33 times. However, the quintessence that it exhausted was too heaven-defying. Even the vast 99 drops of quintessence in Xianxia's body were insufficient. Xianxia used it once, and it even overdrew on his body. Furthermore, this was only for an ordinary martial technique. If he used it on the Dragon Subduing Slash, it would suck out all his flesh. No wonder Ao Jiao said that no one under Martial Monarch would be able to execute the strength character formula. The quintessence required was simply too horrifying. It could only be used as a trump card. After Xianxia advanced to Martial Monarch, all the accumulations that he had accumulated before becoming a Martial Monarch erupted out tenfold or even 100-fold. With Xianxia's current strength, he could truly be called a king-grade true dragon genius. He was unrivaled within the same cultivation realm, a king among martial monarchs. Xianxia could casually squish a regular inferior grade martial monarch to death. He would need to put in some effort to deal with a medial grade martial monarch. If he ran into a peak medial grade martial monarch, his chances of victory were at least 70%. He might even be able to hold his own against a superior grade martial monarch. Of course, this only referred to the martial monarchs of the Tianwu continent. As for the situation in the Kunlun realm, Xianxia did not know, so he could not comment on it. When facing the geniuses of the other 3,000 great realms, the situation might be different. Their accumulations and talent might not be weaker than his. Furthermore, the situation would be unpredictable for the native geniuses of the Kunlun realm. Hence, Xianxia did not feel arrogant or complacent about his current strength. He still had a long way to go. This was just the beginning. On this particular day, Xianxia woke up from his cultivation. He casually tossed aside the 2 exhausted superior grade spirit stones and opened his eyes. A purple flame burned in his right eye, burning endlessly. A white light flickered in his left eye, giving off an overwhelming cold chi. In the depths of his eyes, there was a speck of purple light and a speck of white light. They gave off a light that was even more dazzling than the stars. For the past few days, Xianxia had been trying to recall how he executed the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram in the space of desire. Now, he finally had some ideas, so he decided to execute it and test it out. The purple origin flame in his right eye flew out first. For the sake of maintaining balance, Xianxia only drew out a portion of the purple Thunder True Fire's origin flame. After that, the Lunar True Fire's origin flame also flew out. It stood side by side with the purple origin flame in the air, separated by about 1 centimeter. Even though only half of the Lunar True Fire's origin flame was gone, it was still larger than the Lunar True Fire's. However, the Lunar True Fire's grade was higher than the purple Thunder True Fire's. If it could reach the size of the purple Thunder True Fire's origin flame, its might would definitely surpass the Lunar True Fire's. The extreme of Yin was the Lunar True Fire, and the extreme of Yang was the Solar True Fire. Only the Solar True Fire could match the Lunar True Fire. Although the purple Thunder True Fire was the purest of Yang, it was still inferior in grade. The Solar True Fire was too far away. It was not something that Xianxia could think about for now. So, he looked at the 2 clumps of origin flame in front. Xianxia started to carefully test the might of the 2. He had to achieve an absolute balance. Yin and Yang intersected. Neither was stronger than the other. They could not reach a state where Yin and Yang could not coexist. Bang! 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 The purple flame and white flame crashed into the ground repeatedly. Xianxia patiently checked the destructive power of the 2. Repeating this, Xianxia increased and decreased the purple origin flame's power. After thousands of tests, he finally confirmed that the 2 reached the absolute balance that he wanted. At this moment, the sky had already turned dark. The night sky was dark, and the sun could not be seen. Only 2 clumps of light could be seen in the pitch-black night sky. Yin and Yang move, Xianxia shouted. His spiritual sense controlled the 2 clumps of origin flame, and they moved quickly between the 2 clumps of light. 1 purple and 1 white. The 2 clumps of light chased each other like fishes. However, there seemed to be an invisible curve between the 2, separating them. Even if they chased each other for 10,000 years, neither would catch up to the other. Xianxia's face lit up in joy. Slowly, he found a feeling. Everything that he experienced in the space of desire appeared in his mind, guiding him on what to do next. Yin and Yang merge. Xianxia shouted again, and a ring appeared around the 2 chasing fishes, tightly encircling them. Finally, a Taiji diagram appeared. Xianxia smiled faintly and felt even more at ease. His sea of consciousness surged as he infused even more mental energy into it. Boom! Yin-Yang, the 4 divisions, and the 8 trigrams appeared around the ring. 2 gentle tornadoes appeared around Xianxia, chasing each other and rushing into the clouds. Yin and Yang break. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram finally took shape. Xianxia shouted and pointed at the mountain in front. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram flew over. The Taiji diagram moved quickly and pressed down on the mountain. Bang! 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 The mountain exploded from top to bottom. When the entire Taiji yin-yang flame diagram landed on the ground, it completely flattened the mountain. Boundless dust quickly scattered in all directions. Joy flashed in Xianxia's eyes. The might of the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram far surpassed his expectations. Although it could not achieve the effect of severely injuring a peak martial monarch in the space of desire, the current Taiji yin-yang flame diagram still had a lot of room for improvement. If the Purple Thunder True Fire and Lunar True Flame improved further one day, killing a peak martial monarch might not be a dream. Withdraw. Xiaochun gently waved his right hand, and the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram on the ground returned to Xiaochun with a shio sound. The purple and white origin flames swam around happily. The 8 trigrams and 4 divisions appeared around the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. As the lights circulated, the mental energy in Xiaochun's sea of consciousness drained quickly. Aside from the energy of the 2 flames, the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram drained mental energy as well. However, it was still within Xiaochun's limits. With his surging mental energy, he should be able to execute this Taiji yin-yang flame diagram 10 times in one day with ease. Xiaochun, why does your Taiji yin-yang flame diagram have the shadow of an immortal technique in it? Ao Jiao, who was in the lunar shadow saber, asked doubtfully. Xiaochun raised his eyebrows and asked, "Why do you say so?" Ao Jiao replied, "Disregarding the martial techniques of the few body-tempering cultivators, the creation of any martial technique uses quintessence as a foundation. Only immortal techniques use mental energy as a foundation. Of course, the mental energy of immortal cultivators is refined. They call it magic energy." A thought occurred to Xiaochun. He recalled what Lung Yu had said about immortal techniques. He asked, "Ao Jiao, are there people in the Kunlun realm who cultivate immortal techniques?" "There are, but there are very few of them. Immortal techniques are a cultivation system from the previous epoch. After the destruction of the previous epoch, the laws of heaven and earth changed. It is no longer suitable for cultivating immortal techniques. The complete cultivation system for immortal techniques has already lost its inheritance long ago. Now, the cultivation system reigns supreme over the martial Tao. Furthermore, immortal techniques are not something that just anyone can cultivate. They are very profound and depend on one's immortal affinity." Since Xiaochun asked, Ao Jiao told him what she knew. However, what she knew was limited, and Xiaochun did not learn anything useful. However, there are many immortal sect remnants in the Kunlun realm. I think you're someone with an immortal affinity. You might be able to gain something if you go there. Xiaochun smiled embarrassedly and avoided this topic. He said, "Ao Jiao, come out and help me test the defense of this Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. See how strong it is." Compared to the offensive capabilities of the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram, Xiaochun valued its defense more. Although his physical body was strong, he lacked a strong defensive martial technique. Chapter 620. Ao Jiao flew out of the lunar shadow saber and looked at the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram in front of Xiaochun. She said interestedly, "I am now as strong as a peak martial monarch. How much of my strength are you going to use?" Xiaochun muttered, "Use half first." A peak martial monarch, that kind of person had refined their quintessence to the limit. Xiaochun could not underestimate them, nor did he dare to be careless. Right after Xiaochun spoke, Ao Jiao charged over. Her petite figure flickered in the air and punched the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Bang! The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram gave off a bright light. Shock waves surged out, kicking up a strong wind in all directions. Amid the light, Ao Jiao somersaulted 3 times in the air before she managed to dissipate the force of the rebound. When Xiaochun saw the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram glowing brightly with the 8 trigrams and 4 divisions, a look of astonishment flashed at her eyes. Her playful attitude from earlier diminished significantly. Xiaochun felt somewhat dizzy. After enduring half of Ao Jiao's strength, only half of the mental energy in his sea of consciousness remained. Use your full power. Xiao Chan said with a grave expression as he clenched his teeth. Ao Jiao nodded, and her aura soared for some reason. She was clearly petite and cute, but she gave off a vast and majestic aura. This time, Xiao Chen's eyes did not capture Ao Jiao's figure. Her attack landed on the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Boom! The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram exploded with light. The 8 trigrams and 4 divisions shattered one after another. Blood leaked out of the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth. The shockwave from the fist force knocked him back 8 steps before he could stabilize himself. Xiao Chen's qi and blood surged, and his internal organs trembled. However, he revealed a joyful smile. I succeeded. Peak martial monarch, only half a step away from martial sage. This was the cultivation of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Shun Manjun. A newly advanced martial monarch was able to block the full power strike of a peak martial monarch and suffer only minor injuries. No one would believe this. Ao Jiao, who was in the air, had an unsightly expression. The instant the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram exploded, the force of the rebound was doubled, which was equivalent to her taking on twice the force of the punch alone. Xiao Chen hurried over and asked, "Are you all right?" Ao Jiao regulated her breathing for a while and smiled. She said, "It's fine. If you had endured an attack twice as strong, you would have died for sure. The endurance of a peak martial monarch is greater than you think. So, if you meet a peak martial monarch, even if the other party is severely injured, do not let your guard down." The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram could attack and defend, advance and retreat. Xiao Chen finally had a trump card that belonged to him. It did not originate from the Blue Dragon martial technique, nor did it originate from the Bai clan's 4-season saber technique, nor did it originate from the various secret techniques of the Battle Sage origins. In the 3,000 Great Realms, only Xiao Chen knew the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. In the future, if he could collect both the Silver Titanium flame and the Sun flame, this move would definitely become famous in the Kunlun realm. After resting on the small island for a few more days, Xiao Chen started his journey back to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. On the way here, he still needed to use the Scarlet Throne. On the way back, Xiao Chen directly used Quintessence to travel. His speed was even faster than the Scarlet Throne. However, it exhausted Quintessence. The Scarlet Throne did not exhaust much, so it could be used in many situations. 5 days later, the undulating Lingyun mountain range appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. The moment Xiao Chen landed at the foot of the mountain, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples on guard immediately recognized him. "Senior brother Xiao Chen, you finally returned. The First Elder is looking for you everywhere," 2 disciples said respectfully when they saw Xiao Chen. By now, Xiao Chen was already a legendary figure in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. As word of mouth spread, he became someone who surpassed the Thunder King. Previously, Xiao Chen wanted to explain himself. However, the more he said it, the more ridiculous it became. He could only smile bitterly and accept it helplessly. Why is the First Elder looking for me? Under normal circumstances, the First Elder would not be in such a rush to look for him. The 2 disciples shook their heads and said, "I'm not sure. Go directly to the main hall of the Heaven Viewing Platform. I heard that an incredible person is coming." Xiao Chen nodded gently. He no longer hesitated and flew to the Heaven Viewing Platform. Xiao Chen stood on a blue dragon image and moved up and down in the air. Then, he disappeared from the eyes of the 2 disciples on guard. As the 2 disciples watched Xiao Chen leave, an envious look flashed in their eyes. Senior brother Xiao Chen is becoming more and more powerful. I feel like his aura is no different from those Supreme Elders. There is nothing to be envious about. When we cultivate in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, senior brother Xiao Chen's king's luck will more or less be affected. In the future, while we might not reach senior brother's level, there is no doubt that we will surpass the others. That's right, King Grade True Dragon Luck. Right now, there are many people fighting to enter our Heavenly Saber Pavilion. After a few breaths, Xiao Chen landed outside the main hall and walked in. When he looked around, Xianxia discovered that something was wrong with the atmosphere in the main hall. All the supreme elders who were martial monarchs of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion were gathered here. Shinmanjun, who normally did not care about worldly matters, was also seated on a wooden chair. Everyone had a cautious expression on their faces. They all focused their gazes on a middle-aged man in purple robes in the main hall. That purple-robed man's aura was unfathomable. His aura was even stronger than Shinmanjun's. He was a martial sage expert. "Xiaoqun, you are back." When Xianxia saw Xiaoqun, he quickly stood up to welcome him. He could feel Xiaoqun's aura. When he felt Xiaoqun's aura, Xianxia revealed an extremely joyful smile. The other supreme elders all revealed faint smiles as well. However, there was still worry lingering on their faces. Xiaoqun nodded and said, "First Elder, why are you in such a rush to find me?" Xianxia looked carefully at the purple-robed man and said, "That is the great Ji Nation's Sima clan's clan head, Sima Hong. He has brought a challenge letter, challenging you on behalf of Sima Lingxian." Xiaoqun smiled faintly and said, "I will accept the challenge letter. Just come." Sima Hong stood up and looked at Xiaoqun. An oppressive aura pressed down on him like a mountain. He smiled faintly and said, "Not only do you have to accept this challenge letter, but I also want you to lose to Lingxian. Remember, you must lose. Otherwise, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will be destroyed because of your decision, suffering the rage of a martial sage." The aura of a martial sage pressed down on Xiaoqun. It was like a mountain pressing down on his back, forcing him to bend his back and lower his head. Xiaoqun clenched his teeth and remained silent. He stored up the aura of a king-grade true dragon genius to resist the aura of a martial sage. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the floor under Xiaoqun's feet and spread out in all directions. Bang! 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 The martial sage had already misunderstood the power of the world. The pressure of his aura was already a formless attack. The floor of the hall cracked with a rumble. Broken rocks soared into the air and crashed into the ceiling. A surging shock wave spread out. Aside from Shinmanjun, all the martial monarch supreme elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion were forced back a few steps. "Don't yield, don't bend." Blood leaked out of a corner of Xiaoqun's mouth. He refused to bend his back as he stared at Sima Hong. At this moment, the satisfaction he felt from advancing to martial monarch vanished. It turned out that a so-called martial monarch was so weak before martial sage. Even though the other party was just an inferior grade martial sage, just his aura alone was not something Xiaoqun could resist. "Xiaoqun, you absolutely cannot agree to this old thing. He is so shameless. Your king-grade true dragon luck will vanish if you lose to someone of the same generation. It will become an ordinary true dragon luck." Ao Jiao, who was in the lunar shadow saber, said angrily, "At worst, I will fight it out with him. He is just an inferior grade martial sage. Don't be rash. I have a way to deal with him," Xiaoqun said calmly to himself as he stopped Ao Jiao. "Not bad. Under my pressure, you can still last for a long time." Sima Hong laughed loudly and withdrew his aura. "You better think it through. Do you agree or not?" The strength that Sima Hong displayed horrified the surrounding elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Even if all the martial monarchs in the hall worked together, they would not be a match for him. It would even be difficult for them to injure him. The pressure on Xiaoqun lessened significantly. However, he did not relax. He said sullenly, "I will accept the challenge. However, I cannot lose without fighting." Sima Hong smiled coldly and tossed out a spatial ring. He said, "Sima Lingxian will be here 10 days from now. There are 10,000 superior grade spirit stones in here. I will not let you lose for nothing. It is just a show. Not only will you not suffer any losses, but you will also gain a large sum of superior grade spirit stones for nothing. I believe you will change your mind." After saying that, Sima Hong laughed and strode out of the palace with his head held high. Shinmanjun walked over and said, "Xiaoqun, don't worry. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion will not make things difficult for you. One martial sage is not enough to scare us. Currently, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion did not have any martial sages. If Xiao Chun really offended Sima Hong, he would not be exaggerating. Actually, Shin Manjun was not very confident in her words. Xiao Chun wiped away the blood on his lips and said softly, "Senior, there is no need to say that. Xiao Chun is in Qingyan Peak. Naturally, I will not sit back and watch as the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is threatened. I will write a letter to the Haotian sect, and at most 7 days, they will definitely send out a martial sage to hold the fort. At that time, this Sima Hong will not be able to do anything. Because the noble clans had produced martial emperors before, the quality of their bloodline geniuses was higher than that of the 10 great sections. However, in terms of overall strength, they could not compare to the 10 great sections. Furthermore, the Haotian sect had an even stronger main sect in the Kunlun realm. With the Haotian sect supporting them, the Sima clan would not dare to act recklessly. When the other supreme elders in the hall heard what Xiao Chun said, they all heaved a sigh of relief. The worry on their faces disappeared. When Xiao Chun saw this, he did not say anything. Sima Hong's strength was clear for all to see. It would be too much to ask them to help him. The strong reigned supreme. Since ancient times, this had been the only rule in the Tianwu continent. Xiao Chun was already very satisfied that these supreme elders did not make things difficult for him under Sima Hong's pressure. Qingyan Peak, Lu Ruyue's courtyard. Smoke spread everywhere. Xiao Chun and Lu Ruyue sat at a tea table, drinking tea and chatting. As the peak master of Qingyan Peak, Lu Ruyue already knew everything that happened in the hall. Worry appeared on her face. Chapter 621. When Xiao Chun saw the situation, he smiled faintly and grabbed the other party's hand. He said, "Don't worry. Sima Lingxian is definitely not a match for me now. The martial sages of the Haotian sect should arrive in 7 days." That's right. Xiao Chun thought of something and took out 10 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls from the universe ring. He handed them to Lu Ruyue and said, "You are now a half-step martial monarch. When you break through to martial monarch, you can use these spirit gathering pearls." When Lu Ruyue saw Xiao Chun's strong confidence in his words, she did not say anything more. As for the spirit gathering pearls, she did not take them. Lu Ruyue revealed a smile on her charming face. She said, "There's no need. It will not be difficult for me to break through to martial monarch. It is just a matter of time. The spirit gathering pearls will probably be precious even in the Kunlun realm. You should keep them." When Xiao Chun mentioned the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chun revealed a sad expression. He had to go to the Kunlun realm. However, once he went, if he could not become Emperor Wu, it would be very difficult for him to return. After parting like this, he did not know how many years it would be before he could see Lu Ruyue again. Lu Ruyue was in her prime. She was very pretty and in the prime of her youth. This was the best time of a girl's life. She placed all her love on him, whom she might never see again. The bitterness was hard to describe with words. Lu Ruyue could tell what Xiao Chun was thinking. She smiled sweetly, like 100 flowers blooming. She gently grasped Xiao Chun's right hand and said softly, "Don't overthink for me. When I first saw you many years ago, I knew that this insignificant Qingyan Peak would not be able to hold you back. You're lying dormant here just to fly higher. To me, the further you can go, the happier I'll be. Just don't forget about Qingyan Peak. There is Lu Ruyue waiting for you." A tender feeling appeared in Xiao Chun's heart. He enunciated every word clearly. "I will never forget in this life. I will definitely become a martial emperor in the Kunlun realm and return." The two of them stared at each other, speechless. In the remaining days, Xiao Chun did not immediately enter bitter cultivation. Sima Lingxian was no match for him. If they fought again now, even if the other party had reached the martial monarch realm, he would only be humiliating himself. He was collecting some ingredients for alchemy. In the compendium of cultivation, there was an alchemy recipe called the Beauty Retaining Pill. It could ensure that a woman's appearance would not change for 1,000 years. The ingredients required for the pill recipe were extremely complicated. Xiao Chun planned to use the remaining half a year to refine this pill and give it to Lu Ruyue. In the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed. On this day, as Xiao Chun was taking inventory of the countenance halting pill ingredients, he suddenly felt a strong aura flying towards the heavenly saber pavilion without any fear. "Xiao Chun, come out and fight!" A loud shout resounded, spreading throughout the entire Lingyun mountain range. It startled all the disciples in the heavenly saber pavilion. Due to the other party's intentional support, sound waves spread out. The sound traveled further and further. All the cultivators within a radius of 250 kilometers heard this shout. Who was Xiao Chun? He was the champion of this five-nation youth competition, someone who stood at the top of the younger generation. He was a king-grade, true dragon genius. Unexpectedly, someone took the initiative to challenge him at this moment. All sorts of busybodies immediately became interested. Many figures flew towards the heavenly saber pavilion. When the elders of the heavenly saber pavilion heard Sima Hong's voice, their expressions turned unsightly. The martial sages of the Haoyan sect would arrive tomorrow at the earliest. Who would have thought that Sima Hong would arrive at the heavenly saber pavilion 5 days in advance? He was not mentally prepared at all. Bang, bang, bang. Sima Hong casually broke the restrictions in front of the gates. He brought the finely dressed Sima Lingxian and arrived before the heaven viewing platform in the blink of an eye. Xiao Chun put away the ingredients and leaped out of the window. He stood on a blue dragon image and arrived a kilometer in front of the two. Xiao Chun looked forward. Indeed, Sima Lingxian had already advanced to martial monarch. His aura was as strong as a peak inferior grade martial monarch's. Xiao Chun, there is no need for me to tell you what to do, right? If you do not lose, the heavenly saber pavilion will be destroyed because of you, Sima Hong said coldly to Xiao Chun using his voice. Xiao Chun ignored him. He looked at Sima Lingxian and said, "There are many people here. Come with me to the heaven ascending platform to fight." Sima Hong looked at Xiao Chun's departing figure and smiled coldly to himself. "I hope you're more tactful. After destroying the luck of my Sima clan for 500 years, I do not mind taking the heavenly saber pavilion down with me." "Father, I'm going," Sima Lingxian said to Sima Hong after taking a deep breath. Recollecting his thoughts, Sima Hong smiled faintly and said, "Go in peace. You have already advanced to martial monarch. The accumulations of a martial king will allow you to burst out with tenfold combat prowess. You will definitely win this battle and reclaim the king-grade true dragon's luck. Then, you will enter the Kunlun realm in your most perfect state. The Sima clan will not fall because of you." Sima Lingxuan's eyes flickered with heavy confidence. He nodded gravely and said, "Wait for my good news." Sima Lingxuan's figure flickered continuously in the air as he chased after Xiao Chun. Eventually, he arrived at the huge drill grounds of the heaven ascending platform. Xiao, Xiao. The two landed on the drill grounds, one in front and one behind. Then, they each stood in a corner, facing the wind. The taller buildings of the heaven ascending platform were already filled with heavenly saber pavilion disciples. They had never seen Xiao Chun make a move before. They also did not know that Sima Hong had pressured Xiao Chun. Their gazes were filled with excitement. They were filled with anticipation for Xiao Chun to display his might and defeat the great Jin nation's genius swordsman once again. Senior brother Xiao Chun, do your best. His father was rude. Teach his son a lesson and beat him up until he scram back. Right, that's right, scram back. Scram back. Scram back. Instantly, the entire mountain was filled with chants of scram back. The voices merged together, causing the air to tremble. As of now, Xiao Chun was like the sun in the sky in the heavenly saber pavilion. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was the idol of all the disciples. However, the moment that Sima Hong arrived, he chased Xiao Chun out. There was no lack of hot-blooded youths among the mountain disciples. Who cared if you were a martial sage or not? This was the heavenly saber pavilion, the great Qi nation's heavenly saber pavilion. This was Xiao Chun's home ground. If it had not helped Xiao Chun regain his dignity, who would? Sima Lingxuan's expression turned sullen. Even though he was only ranked third on the True Dragon ranking, no one in the great G nation dared to speak to him like that. He had never suffered such humiliation before. Boom! After Sima Lingxian advanced to martial monarch, his strong aura erupted together with the rage in his heart. A strong wind blew, and the clouds churned. The sword in Sima Lingxuan's hand hummed and infused with quintessence. He pointed it at Xiao Chun, and the sword chi made of quintessence shot out, tearing thin cracks in the air. Before Sima Lingxian made a move, he had already displayed his strength. When some of the supreme elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion saw this, they felt fear in their hearts. Just based on the strength that Sima Lingxian had displayed, some of the inferior grade martial monarchs among them would not be a match for him. Some of the medial grade martial monarchs would not have more than a 60% chance of defeating him. No one had seen Xiao Chun make a move after he advanced to martial monarch. They could not help but feel worried for Xiao Chun. Sima Lingxian said in a cold voice, "Xiao Chun, the accumulation of my cultivation as a martial king is beyond your imagination. Back then, you defeated me in 10 moves. Today, I only need 1 move to defeat you." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said unconcernedly, "You are wrong about one thing. It is not that you forced me to defeat you in 10 moves. Rather, it is that I am willing to defeat you in 10 moves. If I really wanted to defeat you, why would I need 10 moves? Let's see what ability you have to boast. The mandate of heaven is with me, the ruler of the world, the sword of kings." Sima Lingxian soared into the air. Winds blew behind him, and the sky changed color. It materialized a scene of all living things killing each other, 100 armies fighting, and a chaotic war between dynasties. Sima Lingxian was the one who would end this chaotic world. He had come with the mandate of heaven, using the sword of kings to command the world. He used the power of a dynasty to transform the state on his sword to resist Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun felt excited. No wonder Sima Lingxian was so confident this time. His state of kingship had improved by another level. Not only did it not stop because of his previous defeat, but it even improved further. However, this was still not enough. A dynasty would eventually fall. A true king would not use the power of a dynasty to fight an enemy. This was because he himself was an unrivaled king. There was no need for external help. If it were any other time, Xiao Chun would be interested in exchanging 100 moves with Sima Lingxian. After all, Sima Lingxian had his own unique side. If Xiao Chun fought with Sima Lingxian, he would definitely gain something. However, it was different now. There was an even more horrifying Sima Hong standing behind Sima Lingxian. As for losing without a fight, Xiao Chun had never thought about it. How could a king-grade true dragon lower its head and bend over in fear? If Sima Hong wanted to bury the Heavenly Saber Pavilion with him, then even if Xiao Chun had to risk his life, he would make Sima Lingxian suffer a few layers of skin. He would let Sima Lingxian know what regret was. After Xiao Chun made up his mind, 2 resplendent star-like flames, one purple and one white, flashed in his eyes. Xiao! 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 The purple lightning origin flame and the lunar origin flame flew out and turned into 2 Yu-Yin chasing each other in the air. The mental energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness drained continuously. Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. When the Taiji diagram formed, Xiao Chun shouted ferociously and pushed his right hand forward. The Yin and Yang flames formed a beautiful Taiji diagram. They intertwined and merged, turning into an unparalleled energy of primal chaos. Who cares about the mandate of heaven, materializing the power of the dynasty, or the everlasting Yin and Yang? I will break it with force. The Yin and Yang flames actually merged. How did he think of this? How did he do it? Xianxia and the other elders exclaimed in shock. What exactly is that diagram? How come I have never seen it before? Unexpectedly, the 2 extreme energies of Yin and Yang can merge in such a strange manner. The people of the Tianwu continent had never seen the Taiji diagram before. This was an eye-opener for Shun Manjun and the others, finding it incredible. Bang! 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 The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram moved very quickly. It used absolute force to break the quintessence mysterious phenomenon of Sima Lingxuan's sword strike. The new dynasty formed by the state of kingship behind Sima Lingxian fell back into the flames of war. Miserable cries resounded everywhere as the state of kingship completely crumbled. Wuxia. The Taiji Yinyang flame diagram crashed into Sima Lingxuan's body, and a surging energy erupted. Sima Lingxian vomited a large mouthful of blood as his body flew back uncontrollably. The energy far surpassed everyone's expectations. When it exploded, shock waves surged and clouds appeared. The horrifying energy knocked Sima Lingxian off the heaven-ascending platform. Chapter 622. Sima Lingxian tumbled down the slope. His entire body was pierced by the strange rocks and shrubs. It was a tragic sight. Sima Lingxuan's internal injuries were worse than his external injuries. The purple thunder true fire and the lunar true flame burned his internal organs. The quintessence from his dantian could not protect his internal organs at all when the two flames spewed out. When the Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples on the various buildings on the heaven-ascending platform saw this scene, they could not react. They did not expect the battle to end so quickly. What was more, they did not expect the casual words they shouted at the start to turn into reality. Sima Lingxian really rolled back in a sorry state. He won. Senior brother, Xiao Chun really won. He used only one move to send Sima Lingxian rolling back. How powerful! I did not dare to imagine it. Ha ha ha. Serves them right. How delightful. Let's see if they still dare to show off their might in our Heavenly Saber Pavilion. After a long time, the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers, resounding endlessly. Their gazes toward Xiao Chun became even more respectful. Such an outstanding talent was a disciple of their Heavenly Saber Pavilion. This made them feel a sense of pride that was hard to swallow. In the future, when they went out, they could say that Xiao Chun was their senior brother and that they had personally seen him fight. The disciples of the other sects in the Great Qi Nation would probably die of envy. Xiao Chun, you actually dared to make a move. No words could describe the rage in Sima Hong's heart. He had not expected Xiao Chun to really dare to defeat Sima Lingxian in front of him. Furthermore, Xiao Chun had defeated Sima Lingxian in one move. Even when Sima Hong wanted to save Sima Lingxian, he discovered that there was no chance. Sima Hong was a bona fide martial sage, one of the people at the top of the pyramid of the Tianwu continent. To him, Xiao Chun was like an ant. He could crush him easily. However, today he was slapped in the face by this ant. Furthermore, it was such a heavy slap. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. If he did not kill Xiao Chun, he would not be able to vent his anger. A sword appeared in Sima Hong's hand. It flashed in the air as though he teleported. Then, he sent a quintessence sword chi containing the power of the world at Xiao Chun. It's over. Sima Hong actually disregarded his status and made a move against the junior. All the elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion paled. They thought to themselves in a panic, how could Xiao Chun, an inferior grade martial cultivator, survive the sword strike of the martial sage? The sword energy that Sima Hong released looked ordinary and without any fancy moves. Even a medial grade martial monarch could casually send out a sword chi that could pierce space and shine with sharpness. However, this strand of sword chi, the sword chi of a martial sage, did not pierce through space. Not even a tiny crack appeared in space, giving off an inconceivable feeling. The sword chi was long and narrow, dazzling. It seemed to glide along a unique trajectory between heaven and earth. As it approached, the light on the sword chi became more and more condensed. With the support of the power of the world, the sword light was traceless. The might of the sword chi increased with every passing second. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. He did not dare to be slow. He quickly raised his left hand, and the lunar yin-yang flame diagram on the ground appeared in front of him with a shio sound. A vast and surging mental energy poured into the Taiji diagram in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. The beautiful Taiji diagram instantly gave off a dazzling golden light. The 8 trigrams, yin-yang, and 4 divisions appeared as the Taiji diagram circulated. When Xiao Chun stood on the ground, he seemed to be one with the world. Bang! The sword chi that Sima Hong sent out in rage crashed into the Taiji diagram. The yin-yang flame diagram instantly exploded, and a horrifying energy spread out. The huge drill ground was blasted into pieces in an instant. Countless rocks and boulders flew up from the sky, stirring up a cloud of dust that was blown away by the wind. A strand of sword chi shot out from the dust cloud at an even faster speed at the chasing Sima Hong. Dang! Sima Hong's expression changed slightly. He held his sword horizontally and blocked with his quintessence. Bang! There was another sound that was even more horrifying than the previous one. The dust cloud spread out again, and a vast, deep pit appeared on the ground. It extended at a visible rate. All the other buildings on the heaven-ascending platform collapsed. Using the strand of sword chi as a shield, Xiao Chen's figure flickered. He stood on the blue dragon image and soared into the air. His complexion was pale, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Xiao Chen's complexion did not look very good. Only his eyes were filled with vigor, not showing any signs of fatigue. The instant the sword chi containing the power of the world shattered the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram, the shock wave struck Xiao Chen's body, instantly shattering the quintessence in his body. The sword chi was unblockable. It was of a much higher grade than Xiao Chen's quintessence. Just a shock wave inflicted severe damage to his internal organs. If not for Xiao Chen's strong physical body, this shock wave would have severed all the meridians and shattered all the internal organs of a regular cultivator, killing them on the spot. He is not dead. When the supreme elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion saw Xiao Chen leaping out of the dust cloud, they all revealed expressions of pleasant surprise. Martial sages had already comprehended the power of the world, although it was not much. As long as a trace of the power of the world was infused into their quintessence, its might would increase by several times. Unexpectedly, with Xiao Chen's cultivation realm, he was able to receive this sword strike. Furthermore, it seemed like he could still fight and was not at the brink of death. Shen Manjuan's expression sank. Xiao Chen cannot fall here. The luck of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is already linked to his. If he dies, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will be destroyed. Xianxia, I order you to immediately gather the Divine Saber Camp and use the full strength of the sect to fight against Sima Hong. We cannot let Xiao Chen die here. Xianxia did not hesitate and said, "Disciple obeys." After Shen Manjun spoke to Xianxia, she soared into the sky and flew away. She had a sullen expression as she shielded Xiao Chen. All the quintessence in her body surged wildly. Sima Hong, how old are you? Do you not care about your status at all? Unexpectedly, you made a move against a junior, Shen Manjun said expressionlessly. Sima Hong let out a long whistle, and a strong wind blew in all directions, dispersing the dust and revealing the dilapidated drill ground. Sima Hong stared at Shen Manjun and said coldly, "Scram. I hate people who do not want face when I give them face. I already said it 6 days ago. As long as he loses to Ling Xian, everything will be fine. Today, this brat does not know what is good for him. Don't blame me for being merciless." There were already many cultivators in the surroundings of the heaven ascending platform. When they heard this, their expressions changed. Sima Hong actually ignored his status and threatened Xiao Chen to admit defeat. This was too shameless. Shen Manjun said sullenly, "Have you thought of the consequences of killing someone in my Heavenly Saber Pavilion?" Sima Hong laughed loudly and said, "What is the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Do you think you are one of the 10 great sects? I really do not care about you. Since you are not leaving, I will kill you first." Hu Chi! Hu Chi! A sword light surged and 2 strands of sword chi intersected, forming a cross-shaped sword light as it flashed toward Shen Manjun. A slender saber appeared in Shen Manjuan's hand. She brought out her 300 years of cultivation at full power. The saber light tore space apart. The cross-shaped sword light carried the might of heaven as it surged over. It broke all the saber techniques Shen Manjun executed, forcing her back 100 steps. Shen Manjun breathed out slightly. In the end, she managed to block the sword light of a martial sage. "You are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot." Sima Hong snorted coldly and appeared before Shen Manjun, who had just blocked the sword light. He brandished his sword, and a chain of sword techniques spread out. Dang! 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 The sound of sabers and swords clashing resounded in the air. With every step Sima Hong took, heaven and earth seemed to take a step forward. That boundless aura was not something Shen Manjun could block, no matter how high her cultivation was. Every time Shen Manjun blocked a sword strike, she vomited a mouthful of blood. Her complexion paled even more. Scram! After 9 sword strikes, Sima Hong shouted ferociously. His sword gave off a bright light, and its might increased. The sword light shot out and knocked Shen Manjun back. Shen Manjun's figure shot back like an arrow. She could not retaliate at all as she crashed into a mountain peak. The peak exploded and rocks fell. When Xiao Chun saw Shen Manjun's death, his eyes turned completely cold. He rushed forward and hacked down with his saber. Blue Dragon goes to sea. 99 pillars of water shot out from the vast sea behind Sima Hong. The Blue Dragon leaped out of the water, and a 3-kilometer-long saber light flickered as it tore through the air and hacked down. Sima Hong's expression was somewhat surprised. He had not expected Xiao Chun to not flee and even dare to attack him. When the saber light arrived before him, he had no choice but to execute a screen of swords to block it. Wong! Wong! Sword chi hummed, and the power of the world surged out continuously. They intertwined and formed an indestructible screen of light. It contained the might of the world and seemed eternal and inextinguishable. Battle Sage Origins, Strength Character Formula, 33 times Combat Prowess. Xiao Chun roared wildly. He did not care about the consequences and exhausted all the quintessence in his body in that instant. The moment the might of the saber light approached Sima Hong, its might soared until it reached a frightening level. Bang! The screen of swords containing the might of the world and eternally inextinguishable shattered before this Blue Dragon goes to sea infused with the Strength Character Formula. The saber light knocked Sima Hong back with a schwa sound. Sima Hong's clothes were torn, and his flesh was mangled. There was no place on him that was unscathed. He appeared to be in a sorry state. When he fell from the air, he vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. Unexpectedly, he managed to knock back an inferior-grade martial sage. Furthermore, he is so injured. The onlookers who sensed this were extremely shocked. They did not dare to imagine it. Sima Hong was a martial sage. Unexpectedly, a martial monarch's killing move knocked him back. Xiao! Sima Hong only retreated 100 meters in the air before he regained his footing. The wounds on his body healed at a visible rate. An extremely sinister look flashed in Sima Hong's eyes. Earlier, Xiao Chun managed to block his sword strike. That was already embarrassing enough. Now, Xiao Chun even injured him in front of everyone. Originally, given Sima Hong's strength, even if Xiao Chun executed the Strength Character Formula and the Blue Dragon goes to sea, he would not have been able to injure Sima Hong. However, Sima Hong had misjudged. He had used only half his strength to defend against the Blue Dragon goes to sea. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun was able to increase the might of the Blue Dragon goes to sea by 33 times in an instant. Since Sima Hong was caught off guard, he ended up in such a sorry state. Once again, he lost to Xiao Chun. Chapter 6:23. Unexpectedly, there is such a secret technique. It can instantly increase the might of one's martial technique by 33 times. If it were a regular peak martial monarch, they would have been killed by this attack. After Sima Hong calmed down, he thought with some fear in his heart, I have to get rid of this brat. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble in the future. If I let him mature, the Sima clan will fall. Seeing Sima Hong stand up again, Xiao Chun, who was lying weakly on the ground, could not help but reveal a bitter smile. Using the Strength Character Formula to activate the Blue Dragon goes to sea was already the strongest killing move that Xiao Chun could execute. Once the Strength Character Formula was activated, Any fist or leg martial technique would instantly increase its might by 33 times. The first time Xiao Chun executed the strength character formula, it was Lu Riyue's father who activated it. At that time, he was forced to execute it and could only use it. He did not know the principles behind it. After Xiao Chun advanced to Martial Monarch, he barely managed to learn this secret technique with Ao Jiao's help. Right now, Xiao Chun was not very familiar with it. His quintessence was not surging enough. When he executed it like this, not only was his quintessence drained, but his stamina was also completely drained. Without 3 to 5 days of rest, he would not be able to recover. When Xiao Chun saw Sima Hong slowly walking over like the Grim Reaper, he calmed down. Even if Xiao Chun had to choose again, he would not choose to lose without a fight. He would rather die than lower his head. One only had one breath left to live. Why should one let oneself live in such a sullen manner? That kind of life was not what Xiao Chun wanted. There was no point in living there. Xiao Chun sheathed the lunar shadow saber and prevented Ao Jiao from appearing. He did not intend to let her fight to the death. Xiao Chun had promised the Thunder King that he would not let the lunar shadow saber break again, even if he died. When a cultivator advances to martial sage, his body will be infused with spiritual energy for a long period of time. In the instant he comprehended the world, his physical body will become a sage body. He cannot look at it like a regular cultivator. A regular light injury can recover in a short time. His physical body's defense is also several times stronger than a peak martial monarch's. Although Xiao Chun managed to injure his opponent, he didn't injure his foundation, so it's all in vain. Even so, he can still be proud of himself. He's probably the only one in the past thousands of years who's managed to injure a martial saint as a martial emperor. Unfortunately, outside the Heaven Ascending platform, some of the cultivators who had rushed over to watch the show revealed expressions of regret as they sighed. Now, no one in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion could stop Sima Hong. One could easily imagine Xiao Chen's fate. Sima Hong crossed the distance of 1 kilometer and arrived before Xiao Chun in less than 100 steps. As he looked at the weakened Xiao Chun on the ground, there was no emotion in his eyes. You should be proud to die at the hands of a martial saint. With a flip of his hand, Sima Hong thrust his sword at Xiao Chen's chest at lightning speed. Bang! Just as Sima Hong's sword was about to touch Xiao Chen's chest, a strand of scarlet saber chi descended from the sky. It carried a boundless state of massacre as it pierced towards Sima Hong's forehead. That saber chi contained a surging energy. It was like the energy of thousands of people gathered together. There was even a trace of the power of heaven and earth in it. When Sima Hong felt a threat, he sheathed his sword and sent out a sword light to meet the saber chi. Dang! The sword and saber chi clashed, and Sima Hong took 3 steps back. When he looked up, he saw that Xianxia had finally arrived with the 2,000 elites of the Divine Saber Camp. These 2,000 bladesmen wore tight robes and held scarlet sabers in their hands. Their eyes were cold as they looked at Sima Hong. There was no fear in their gazes, only a boundless state of massacre. Under Jiangqi's lead, the 2,000 people formed the blood-slaughtering formation in midair. Everyone's aura merged and formed a vast aura. That strand of saber chi earlier was the result of these 2,000 people working together. This was the first time they truly forced Sima Hong back 3 steps. Jiangqi said sullenly, Sima Hong, leave now. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion will pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, even if the Heavenly Saber Pavilion fights to the death, we will make you pay a price. Sima Hong smiled coldly and said, ignorant. How can the insignificant Heavenly Saber Pavilion make me pay a price? Today, I will show you the true strength of a martial sage. Bang! Sima Hong pushed off the ground and arrived before Jiangqi. He brandished his sword, and sword lights filled the sky. Every strike infused the power of heaven and earth into the sword technique. The 2,000 Divine Saber Camp disciples drew their sabers at the same time. Relying on the energy of the formation, they focused all their energy on Jiangqi. Jiangqi did his best to block. However, when facing Sima Hong, who used his full power, he paled in comparison to the vast power of heaven and earth. Dang! 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 Sima Hong's gaze was calm as he executed all sorts of sword techniques. His speed became faster and his strength became stronger. He forced Xianxia to retreat in midair. Unexpectedly, the blood-slaughtering formation formed by 2,000 elites was unable to block the martial sage Sima Hong. You dare to be so impudent with such a dog's-hit formation? Break! Sima Hong lost his patience. He gathered all the sword lights together and thrust his sword forward. Xianxia's saber technique shattered, and the saber in his hand was knocked away. The sword lights entered Xianxia's body, and all the accumulated injuries erupted in one breath. He vomited a large mouthful of blood and fell weakly from the sky. The 2,000 Divine Saber camp bladesmen, who had been sending energy to Xianxia, could no longer hold on. They vomited mouthfuls of blood and fell from the sky like rain. After breaking the blood-slaughtering formation, Sima Hong landed once again. Then, he walked toward Xiaochun with a boundless killing intent. Fight out with him. The Supreme Elders, who originally feared Sima Hong's strength, saw Xianxia and the other 2,000 fall miserably from the sky. Their eyes filled with hatred as they executed their strongest moves. They released multicolored saber lights in the air and chopped at Sima Hong. Sima Hong revealed disdain as he said, "No matter how many ants there are, it is useless." Dang! Dang! Sword lights flickered. Sima Hong's footsteps did not stop. Even when facing these people's attacks, he did not stop. With each step, he swung his sword. With one sword strike, Sima Hong broke the martial techniques that these Supreme Elders had spent their entire lives researching. He knocked back the Heavenly Saber Pavilion Supreme Elders like they were sandbags. They could not retaliate at all. Is this the strength of a martial sage? This is too horrifying. No wonder he is at the top of the pyramid of the Tianwu continent. Even the strength of a sect cannot stop him. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion is probably going to suffer a calamity. The cultivators who rushed over to watch the excitement revealed gloating expressions. The rise of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was not a good thing for them. Stop him. We cannot let him kill senior brother Xiaochun. When the Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples gathered around the Heaven Ascending platform, saw Sima Hong getting closer to Xiaochun, their blood surged. They could no longer hold themselves back and launched themselves at Sima Hong, all for the sake of stopping Sima Hong and winning a chance for Xiaochun to survive. You are not even comparable to an ant. How dare you block my way? Sima Hong revealed an impatient expression. He could not even be bothered to swing his sword. Instead, he waved his left hand gently. Wind blew from all directions, forming a strong gust of wind. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples flying over were knocked back a kilometer by the strong wind. The sound of footsteps grew louder and louder. Sima Hong arrived before Xiaochun once again. He looked at Xiaochun and said in a cold voice, "I never boast. Now, do you know the consequences of your wrong decision?" Xiaochun's pale face was expressionless. He only said coldly, "If I don't die, I will wash the Sima clan in blood in the future. Ha ha ha, who can save you?" When Sima Hong heard this, it was like he had heard a joke. He laughed arrogantly. "Who dares to offend a martial sage to save you? You are still dreaming even at death's door. Go to hell and destroy my Sima clan." Arrogant. Just at this moment, a cold snort came from the horizon. The person who spoke seemed to be far away. However, the voice sounded like it was right beside Sima Hong's ear, speaking softly. These two conflicting feelings merged together. Sima Hong's expression immediately changed. He felt an extremely dangerous aura and quickly turned his head to look. However, before he could react, a wooden box seemed to have traveled through time and space. It suddenly flew over and crashed into Sima Hong. Wuxia. The small wooden box seemed to contain an unparalleled force. Sima Hong vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. The wooden box landed in front of Xiaochun with a shio sound. The words, like the emperor descending personally, were written on the front. No one dared to look at them directly. Sima Hong wiped off the blood from the corner of his lips and shouted angrily, acting all mysterious. The Tianwu continent no longer has Emperor Wu. Die. After Sima Hong spoke, he launched himself at Xiao Chun in an even more ferocious manner. Kassier, Kassier. The 4 wooden boards of the wooden box fell off one by one. A simple and unadorned saber floated quietly in the air. A horrifying aura spread out from the saber like it could topple mountains and flip seas. Before this aura, Sima Hong was like a drop of water in the vast ocean, unremarkable. The aura was like the vast ocean and as heavy as a mountain. When Sima Hong crashed into this aura, he bounced back in a sorry state. He rolled a few times on the ground before coming to a stop. Divine weapon. Sima Hong's eyes filled with horror. Then he thought of something. Without saying anything else, he picked up Sima Lingxuan's unconscious body and flew out without looking back. Come, saber. An aged voice rang out. Everyone looked up and saw a gray-robed old man flying over. He casually waved his hand, and the divine weapon came out of its scabbard. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's divine weapon, which had not been drawn for many years, finally saw the light of day again. While in the air, the gray-robed old man waved his hand and grasped the divine weapon, Heavenly Universe Saber. In that instant, the world seemed insignificant under his feet. If a martial sage of the same cultivation steeled himself to run, it would be hard for the other party to stop him. At this moment, Sima Hong had already carried Sima Lingxian 10 kilometers away. In the eyes of the crowd, they were like a black dot in the distant sky. It was so hazy that they could not see the other party's movements. The old man held the divine weapon and swung it at Sima Hong. The divine weapon immediately gave off a bright light, completely covering the light of the sun. Everyone saw an unimaginable scene. Night fell quietly, and countless stars twinkled. The boundless universe seemed to have formed a scroll, and at this moment, it was unfolding. Normally, the most dazzling sun in the eyes of ordinary people was just an unremarkable star among the many stars. Compared to the vast universe, it was extremely insignificant. Chapter 624. Only the beam of light on the divine weapon remained eternal. At this moment, the gray-robed old man holding the divine weapon became the center of the sky dome realm. Xiao! A miserable shriek resounded, and the light scattered. The various mysterious phenomena vanished, replaced by the blazing sun high in the sky. However, the shocking scene just now had left an indelible mark in everyone's hearts. At the end of the horizon, everyone could see the black that Sima Hong had turned into. He was like a broken kite on the verge of falling. The saber chi of the divine weapon severely injured him from 10 kilometers away. Come back! The gray-robed old man shouted ferociously. He spread open his left palm, and a huge suction force formed in the center of his palm, which contained the power of the world. A horrifying whirlpool formed in the air. Sima Hong, who was 10 kilometers away, was covered in blood as he was pulled back uncontrollably. Bang! A loud sound rang out. Sima Hong and Sima Lingxian both landed on the heaven-ascending platform. Under the vast might of the divine weapon, Sima Hong knelt on one knee. His severely injured body could not help but tremble. There was a horrifying wound on his chest from which blood flowed. When Xianxia and the other elders below saw the old man arrive, they became very excited. However, because of the might of the divine weapon, they could not go forward to speak with him. Kassier! The old man casually waved his hand, and the divine weapon returned to its scabbard. The wooden box returned to its original position and quietly stood beside Xiao Chun. Sima Hong's aura suddenly relaxed, and he fell heavily to the ground. The old man's figure flashed and landed beside Sima Hong. After injuring so many of my Heavenly Saber Pavilion's disciples, do you think that is possible? Sima Hong bowed and said in dissatisfaction, Lung Tianyun, you are just relying on the might of the divine weapon. What capabilities do you have? If you were truly capable, the position of Heavenly Saber Pavilion's pavilion master would have been yours. So, it is him, the younger brother of the previous pavilion master. Unexpectedly, he returned. 40 years ago, for the sake of vying for the position of pavilion master, he lost his elder brother and left in a huff. Unexpectedly, after not seeing him for 40 years, he actually stepped into the threshold of martial sage. Upon hearing Sima Hong's words, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. They all guessed the gray-robed old man's identity. 40 years ago, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was like the sun in the sky. Furthermore, two absolute geniuses appeared at the same time. Furthermore, they were brothers. Unfortunately, one mountain could not contain two tigers. Lung Tianyun lost to his brother in one move. He had no choice but to give up his position as pavilion master and leave the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. However, the demonic calamity 20 years ago caused the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to lose all its elites. The genius pavilion master also died. Since then, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had declined. Otherwise, Sima Hong would not dare to behave atrociously here, boasting that he could destroy the Heavenly Saber Pavilion by himself. Now, at the most critical moment for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Lung Tianyun finally rushed back. Using the divine weapon, he defeated Sima Hong in one move. When Lung Tianyun heard Sima Hong's words, he snorted coldly. "Ignorant fool. Even if your father were here, he would not dare to say such words. Junior brother Jiang, send someone to hang him at the gates of Saber City. When the Sima clan's people come to pick him up, the Sima clan will have to compensate the Heavenly Saber Pavilion 100-fold. A bona fide martial sage, someone at the top of the pyramid of the continent, was actually going to be hung at the city gates. Just thinking about it gave everyone a headache. Sima Hong got up and leaped forward. He shouted angrily, "Lung Tianyun, you dare? Why would I not dare?" Lung Tianyun kicked Sima Hong back. The force in his right leg was boundless, scattering the last bit of Sima Hong's quintessence. When Xianxia and the other elders heard Lung Tianyun's words, they quickly ordered people to capture Sima Hong. Then, they cuffed him up and dragged him away. Lung Tianyun looked up and saw the other cultivators who had taken advantage of the chaos to sneak in. He immediately came to his senses and quickly fled. Normally, this was a forbidden land. Now that the chaos was over, if they did not leave, it would be problematic if they pursued the matter. When Lung Tianyun saw that this group of people were rather tactful, he withdrew his gaze and ignored them. "Senior brother Lung, fortunately you arrived in time. Otherwise, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would have been destroyed," Xianxia and the others quickly said respectfully. Lung Tianyun muttered, "There is no need to say anything more. Although I have left the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, I will not sit back and watch as the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is destroyed." Lung Tianyun waved his hand to stop Xianxia and the others from continuing. Then, he turned his head and looked at Xiao Chun, who had already stood up. His eyes revealed deep interest. Xiao Chun performed a cup fist salute and said, "Many thanks for senior's help." Lung Tianyun smiled faintly and said, "You saved yourself. You were able to resist the temptation of the divine weapon and hand it over to me. Back then, you sowed the seed of today. If not for the divine weapon's warning, I would not have rushed over. This is the result. If you could let go of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and go directly to the Hao Ian sect, Sima Hong would not have dared to play such tricks. In the end, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is a burden to you. However, this will never happen again. I will compensate you for today's matter." Based on Lung Tianyun's words, he was planning to stay in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The surrounding elders all revealed excited expressions, clearly very happy. With such a martial sage guarding the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and able to use the divine weapon, no one in the Sky Dome realm would dare to offend the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the future. After that, Sima Hong and Sima Lingxian had their cultivation sealed and were hung above Saber City's walls. The commotion caused by the duel between Xiao Chun and Sima Lingxian came to an end just like that. Sima Hong, who had a ferocious aura and valiant strength, lost his reputation. He did not even gain any sympathy. When dawn arrived the next day, the Haotian sect's old foe arrived as well. When he saw Sima Hong above Saber City, he smiled faintly. However, he did not enter the mountain and just left. Actually, Old Feng was not particularly worried about Xiao Chun. He was a king-grade true dragon genius with great luck. In the Sky Dome realm, it would be very difficult for him to be killed. All sorts of things would happen. It was like heaven was looking after him, allowing him to escape from death's door. The result was as Old Feng expected. The hanging Sima Hong was the best proof. Who could have imagined that a martial sage who attacked a martial monarch would end up in such a state, becoming the joke of the world? But it was this unbelievable thing that really happened in front of everyone's eyes. In the Sky Dome realm, Xiao Chun was the bearer of luck. He would not die so easily. Only in the Kunlun realm, where there were many geniuses with great luck, would Xiao Chun run into some fatal danger. 10 days later, the Sima clan's old clan head, who had already retired, personally came to apologize with 200,000 superior grade spirit stones. Only then did he bring back the Sima father and son. When facing Long Tianyun, who possessed a divine weapon, and the Sima clan being in the wrong, no matter how dissatisfied and sullen he felt, he did not dare to show it. Otherwise, even if Long Tianyun said to kill the two, the old clan head would not be able to do anything. Comparing 200,000 superior grade spirit stones to a martial sage, the old clan head could still differentiate which was more valuable. Long Tianyin used half of the 200,000 superior grade spirit stones for the reconstruction of the heaven ascending platform and for the treatment and rewards of the many disciples. The remaining half, 100,000 superior grade spirit stones, were all given to Xiao Chun. Furthermore, Long Tianyin also refined the inferior grade spirit gathering pearls and gave Xiao Chun 100 of them, fulfilling his promise. Compared to superior grade spirit stones, the effects of spirit gathering pearls were much better. Not only were there more of them, but they were also pure. Given this, Xiao Chun now had 200 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls. It would not be enough for him to use them for cultivation every day. He would use them all in a few days. Xiao Chun intended to use the spirit-gathering pearls to break through bottlenecks or use them for emergencies. For example, when he suddenly ran out of essence and needed to replenish it, if he had spirit-gathering pearls, it would be much easier. In the battle with Sima Hong, Xiao Chun felt a sense of danger. He was still too weak before a martial sage. In the future, when Xiao Chun went to the Kunlun realm, his luck would not be as strong. He could not wait for others to save him at all times. He needed to have his own trump cards. The physical body of a martial sage had already become a sage body. If he did not truly injure the other party, it would be hard to deal any damage to them. Xiao Chun temporarily gave up on severely injuring a martial sage. That was not realistic. Xiao Chun's goal was to be able to leave easily when he met a martial sage. At the very least, he needed to be able to protect himself. Xiao Chun could only raise his blue dragon cloud soaring art to great perfection and see if he could snatch a chance of survival from a martial sage. If the other geniuses of the same generation knew what Xiao Chun was thinking, they would be greatly astonished. They were still thinking about how to break through to martial monarch and how to deal with a medial grade martial monarch. However, Xiao Chun's gaze was fixed on martial sage. He was much stronger than them, leaving them far behind. There was a waterfall at the back of Qingyan Peak. Below the waterfall was a lake 3 kilometers wide. In the past, when Xiao Chun was here, he had cultivated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art to consummation. The blue dragon was of the water attribute. Cultivating the blue dragon cloud soaring art in this lake would definitely be faster. While cultivating, time would pass strangely quickly. Perhaps the last time he looked up was the morning sun. In the next moment, he comprehended something, and the sun was already setting. When he looked up, the day and night changed. Loneliness flooded his heart like the tide. The surroundings were silent. Only the sound of flowing water could be heard. However, no matter how lonely it was, he had to endure it. In his fight with Sima Hong, Xiao Chun had suffered too much. He had nearly lost his life. If he didn't want the same thing to happen a second time, he would have to endure all of this. Roaming dragons, 9 transformations. Above the lake, Xiao Chun shouted, and a dragon roar resounded endlessly in his chest. His figure flashed, and 9 identical clones appeared on the water. Whoosh! Whoosh! Compared to the roaming dragons, 9 transformations, these clones did not look any different. However, if one observed carefully, one would discover that each clone had an ethereal dragon-shaped aura surrounding them. This made the clones seem more realistic. Not only were they made of flesh and